chair. He let out a yawn as he put his hands on top of his head. Business had been good the past couple of months, almost too good. He barely had a spare minute going from one case to another, sometimes juggling several at once. Losing spare time. It was the price that had to be paid for getting a business off the ground, especially when word was starting to spread about his abilities. Word of mouth and recommendations were getting him a lot of business. Having Charlotte help him out on many of the cases was a big help in more ways than one. Not only did she physically help, but having her around made the long hours easier to take. While they spent a lot of time together, they hadn't spent much time relaxing or doing couple-like things. Charlotte hoped to change that. Seeing that her boyfriend appeared to be done, she walked over to him and sat on his lap, throwing her arms around him. "Finally done?" Hall closed his eyes from exhaustion. "Yeah, finally." "So the case is over? Everything settled?" "Yep, just finished up the invoice." "Good. There's nothing on the horizon in the next few days, right?" "Not unless someone knocks on that door." "So maybe you and I can get away for a few days?" "Get away where?" Hall asked. "I'm not even talking about a vacation or a different city or anything. I'm talking about getting away from this apartment. Go to a movie one night, maybe a theater the other night, dinner maybe? Who knows what else? Just other things outside of here." Hall smiled. "Why? We go out all the time." "That's for work. This is for us." "I know what you mean. Yeah, I think it sounds good." "So you have no objection?" "No objection. Why would I?" "I don't know. We're out all the time for work and all. I wasn't sure if you'd rather relax for a few days by staying home and doing nothing." Hall leaned forward and gave her a peck on the lips. "I'm good with whatever you want to do. As long as we're together, I'm fine with it." "Speaking of being together, when are we going to get an office?" Hall looked at her curiously. "What does being together have to do with an office?" Charlotte flashed him a grin, the type of look that indicated it was something that had been on her mind for a while, and she needed some kind of opening to talk about it. "Well, I just so happened to think of it." "Oh, just so happened to think of it, huh?" "Yes. So, don't you think it'd be a good idea?" "Sure," Hall replied. "Probably would." That way we could have some separation between home and work. You know, like normal people. You know as well as I do, we are not normal people. And this is not a normal profession. You never know when the work is coming or what the hours are or what kind of company you'll be keeping. There's not much normal about it. Still, I think some kind of separation would be nice. I'm sure it would. So, when do you think we should get one? When we need one, Hall replied. We need one now. No, we don't. Yes, we do. We have people knocking on this door all the time. Isn't this what you wanted when you shoved me into this career? First of all, I didn't shove you anywhere, Charlotte said. I may have given you a little push, but you picked it on your own. Second of all, we do get people knocking all the time. Isn't that a good thing? No, it's not. Not when I'd like to sit back and relax or have some alone time with you. Should I move? Hall asked. Yes, into an office. We can't afford an office right now. We've never had more clients than we have now. We're making a profit on this. But we won't be if we move into an office. The reason we're making a profit is because we're running it out of here. An office means extra rent, electricity, utilities, all that stuff. That could add up to an extra couple $1,000 a month. It's tiring, having all these clients show up here, sometimes out of the blue, not knowing who's coming or why, or even if we should be wearing bulletproof vests when they come. I mean, we've had some rough-looking customers show up here lately. They're not all nuns and angels. Hall smiled, appreciating her enthusiasm for the idea. I'm well aware. I'm just saying, it'd be nice to not have to worry about the types of people who come knocking. Plus, if you tick anyone off, they know where we live. I've never ticked anyone off. You know that. Charlotte faked a cough. Right. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. I do. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I think we need to wait a while. How long? Let's give it at least 6 more months or so, Hall answered, just to make sure that business stays steady, and we can start socking a little bit away, too. 6 more months? At least. Charlotte grunted. Ugh, you're killing me. I'll tell you what. Why don't we go out and get dinner now? We can't. Why? We've already had it. We have? Yes, don't you remember? I gave you a plate a few hours ago. What was on it? Hall asked. Leftover pizza from 2 days ago. Huh. Yeah, I do remember that now. I thought you might. Didn't taste that great. Maybe we should go out anyway. I could still eat something. Charlotte smiled and got up off his lap. I could go for that. She was about halfway across the room to get her purse when there was a knock on the door. You gotta be kidding. Charlotte flailed her arms out, then pointed toward the door. Case in point. We don't have to answer, you know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do. We don't have to be home, Hall said. But we are, and of course we do. More jobs means more money, which eventually will mean a new car? A new office. Charlotte then hesitated. Then maybe a new car. It's not necessarily a prospective client, you know. Oh, no? Then who else might it be? Well, you know, it could be a salesman, selling things. Charlotte nodded, but just for amusement. She didn't believe for a second it was anything other than a new client. She went over to the door and opened it. There was a man standing there, well-dressed, middle-aged. He definitely looked like a client. He was dressed too well to be selling anything, unless it was expensive suits. Charlotte plastered on a smile. Can I help you? The man looked down at what appeared to be a business card before looking back up at the pretty woman at the door. I'm looking for Brandon Hall, the private investigator. Is he here? Charlotte turned and glanced back at Hall for a moment. Why, yes, Brandon is here. She locked eyes with Hall. It's a prospective client. Who would have thought? Hall tried hard not to break a smile. Instead, he cleared his throat and got up, walking over to the door. As soon as he saw the man, he extended his hand to him. Hi, I'm Brandon. Something I can help you with? Yes. My name is Johnson Windle. I was hoping you could help me with a problem that I have. If I can, come on in. Once Windle was inside, he followed Hall over to the kitchen table. Charlotte closed the door and walked past them into the kitchen. Should I do the usual and bring out the drinks? She asked sarcastically. Hall cleared his throat again to refrain from making a sarcastic comment in reply. Sure. Is she your secretary? Windle asked. Charlotte heard the comment and instantly turned around, shooting daggers at Hall, waiting to hear his reply. Hall actually feared for his life in that moment, especially if he answered in the wrong way. No, she's actually my assistant/partner/everything. Oh. Wendell looked at her and smiled. He then glanced around the kitchen. I would have thought someone with your reputation had an office. Hall looked at his girlfriend and smiled at her. Oh, yeah, it's under construction right now. Yeah, making it bigger, so we have to do business out of here for the time being until it's all completed. Completely understand. Charlotte brought over drinks for them, setting Wendell's down in front of him. Hope you like iced tea. Oh, yes, thank you. He took a sip, then made a sound indicating his satisfaction with it. Ah, that's very good. Not too heavy, not too light, the perfect mixture. Charlotte looked pleased. I made it myself. Ah, my compliments. It's not easy to make an iced tea as good as this. Well, thank you. Hall wasn't really interested in listening to them talk about the perfect blend of iced tea for the next 20 minutes. Anyway, I'm sure you'd like to get on with whatever your problem is. Wendell put his glass down. Yes, my issue. He sighed deeply. I guess there's really no way to beat around the bush. Might as well come out with it. Hall grinned. I wish you would. My son. I would like you to follow him. Your son? Why? He's been acting erratically over the past several months. It's to the point now where I can't even trust him. With what? Hall asked. Anything. What exactly is the issue? I am the owner of a marketing and advertising business. We offer services and consulting and the like, you know. I do. Anyway, we're a growing business. We now have offices in 5 states. Our profits are in the millions, and the business is worth 100 times that. Hall faked a smile, hoping the man would get on with it. You're successful. Absolutely. And my son is now second in charge. That's why I want him followed. Hall looked confused. You want him followed because he's second in charge? No, because there's something wrong with him. Or maybe there's... I don't know what. But he's not acting like himself. Which is how? What's he acting like? Well, erratic. Yes, you've already mentioned that, but how? Does he have a fear of heights and is now suddenly parachuting out of airplanes? Does he have a chauffeur everywhere he goes and now just bought a motorcycle? Does he have an allergy to pet fur and just brought home 3 dogs? There has to be something specific. Well, it's a combination of things. Every Friday night since he got out of college, he's come over to my house to play pool, cards, that sort of thing. Now, he hasn't shown up for the past 2 months. We used to go out to lunch 2 or 3 times a week, but now he always says he's busy. Maybe he just wants some space, Charlotte said. There's nothing erratic about that. It's not just that. There's other things, too. He's missing company meetings, which he's never done before. How many? Hall asked. He's missed 3 in a row. How often are these meetings? Weekly, every Monday. We go over weekly figures, future plans, things we have going on. It's a meeting attended by 10 people. It's a mandatory meeting. Has he given a reason why he's missed them? All he'll tell me is that he's working on business for the company, but he's not able to share yet. Everything's becoming very secretive with him. Is he married? Kids? He's been married for 6 years. They have a 1-year-old child. He could be stressed with family stuff, Charlotte said. Having a 1-year-old can do that. Sleepless nights, a new routine. Things are different from when you're single or don't have kids. No, I don't think that's it. He's never been a partier or obsessed with a single lifestyle. He and Jennifer have been together since college. They've always talked about starting a family at some point. Talking about it and living it are 2 different things. No, it's not that. There's something else bugging him, I'm sure of it. You think he's mixed up in something? Hall asked. Wendell threw his arms up. I don't know what it would be. I don't know what to think. Drugs? Wendell shook his head. No, not even an option. I would be able to tell. Been around drugs a lot, have you? No, but I would be able to tell if he was on something. He's always been a straight-laced kind of person. He wouldn't get into drugs. Another woman? Hall asked. Wendell shook his head again. I can't imagine there would be. Like I said, Seth and Jennifer have been together since college. There's never been a hint of any unhappiness there. Hall smiled, appreciating his new client's loyalty to his son, however misguided it was. Mr. Wendell, I understand you not wanting to believe your son is into any of these things, but you're here for a reason. If you don't really think your son is ditching you, and he's not really working on business-related things, then it's probably one of 3 things. He's mixed up with the wrong crowd, he's having an affair, or he's on drugs. Wendell took a deep breath. I just can't imagine any of those options. I understand. I'll pay you whatever your fee is, of course, in advance if you like. I just want to know what is going on with him." Hall tilted his head and scratched the side of his face, trying to think of a way to delicately say what was on his mind. "How deep do you want us to take this?" "As far as it goes." "And if it winds up being one of these things that you're sure it's not?" "We'll deal with that if the time comes." Hall nodded. "I have to say this because some people think they want us to find out the truth about something, and then when we do, they really don't want to hear it. They just think they do. Are you really prepared for wherever this goes?" "I am. I'm telling you, there is something going on here, and I want to get to the bottom of it." Hall then shook his new client's hand. "Then we will." 2. Hall and Charlotte were in the parking lot of the Wendell Advertising and Consulting Agency. They'd already checked in with Johnson Wendell to let him know what they had in mind, and he gave his full support and told them they could have whatever they needed. "Are you sure this is the best plan?" Hall asked. Charlotte looked at herself in the mirror, fixing her hair and adjusting her clothes. She wasn't used to wearing business attire. "Positive." "I must admit, you look pretty cute like that." "Like what?" "You know, business-looking, dress, heels, suit jacket, hair pulled back in a ponytail." "Oh, stop." "I mean it." "Flattery will get you nowhere." "Are you sure?" Hall said, a devilish smile on his face. "Okay, maybe it'll get you a little somewhere." Hall turned back to his serious mode. "This could blow up in her face, you know, especially if she's not as receptive to the questions as you think she'll be." "Brandon, relax. I've got this." I'm a little nervous about you going in without me." Charlotte looked at him a little strangely. "I'm just going in to talk to his secretary. I'm not meeting a bunch of gangsters." "Yeah, I know, but still. I'm used to being the front man." "Well, I guess it's time you stepped aside for a bit." "You sure you don't want me to go in too?" Hall asked. "And do what?" Hall shrugged. "I don't know. Stuff?" "I really don't think so. Relax. I've got this." "It's not that I'm worried about you or don't think you're capable." "Then what is it?" "It's just sitting here, doing nothing, wondering what you're doing without me. You know, I'm not really good at doing nothing. I need to be active." "Turn up the radio," Charlotte said, "and just jam away. Do some headbanging or something. Then you'll be active." Hall rolled his eyes. "Not really what I had in mind." Charlotte put her hand on the side of her boyfriend's face. "I know." She then leaned over and kissed him on the lips. "Everything will be fine. Love you." "Love you too." Hall watched as Charlotte got out of the car and walked into the building. "Don't love doing nothing, though." They spent the previous day going over the Wendell business in general, and specifically focusing on Seth, though they didn't see anything particularly peculiar. Nothing stood out in the information they saw, and there were no obvious red flags, such as criminal history or financial failings. That meant they'd have to drill down deeper. They'd have to get a closer look at the man, and that meant talking to the people who knew him best. And as Charlotte pointed out, few people knew a businessman better than their secretary, especially the farther up the ladder you went. They usually knew the dirty little secrets that nobody else did, and even if they didn't know anything specifically, they usually had a good idea when something wasn't right. Before enacting this plan, for it to work, they needed Johnson Wendell to get involved. He had to call Seth's secretary and let her know that he was sending someone over. Otherwise, Catherine Van Osterman would clam up. It would have to be on approval of someone even higher up on the food chain than Seth. They also had to make sure that Seth wasn't there when Charlotte popped up. They needed to be able to speak freely, and nobody ever spoke freely at any job when the boss was nearby. Charlotte walked through the doors to Seth Wendell's office, instantly seeing Van Osterman's desk. It was a modern office with a glass window, tile floors, and an expensive-looking mahogany desk that looked like you could fit a boat on it. Catherine Van Osterman was typing at her computer, but looked up when she noticed someone coming in. She had been Seth's secretary for the past 5 years, and he had considered her indispensable, always keeping him on time and on task. She had blonde hair and was in her mid-30s, maybe 40, though she kept a youthful appearance. "Can I help you?" Van Osterman asked. Yes. I believe Mr. Windle called and told you I would be coming." "Oh, are you Charlotte?" Charlotte smiled. "Yes, I am." "Mr. Windle said to extend you every courtesy, but I must admit I still don't know what all this is about. He didn't say much about it. He was very vague." "Yes, well, he was vague because he doesn't want to give the appearance of any favoritism since his son is involved." "Involved in what?" "Well, is there somewhere we can talk in private?" Charlotte looked around. "I don't like discussing important matters out and about." Van Osterman stood up. "Yes, we can go in Seth's office." Charlotte followed the secretary in there, with Van Osterman closing the door. "Seth's not due to come in today, right?" Charlotte asked. "No. He called and told me he was staying home to work today." They sat down in the 2 chairs in front of Seth's desk. "So, Mr. Windle has a few problems on his hands," Charlotte said. "He's brought me in from the outside. I work for a separate consulting firm. We handle business disputes and irregularities from within certain businesses, advising our clients on the best course on how to handle certain things that come up." "Such as what?" "Well, Mr. Windle is certain that a few of his high-ranking employees are not pulling their weight lately. He wants an outside point of view to determine whether his thoughts are valid, or whether we come to a different conclusion from his." "Would he really ouster his own son?" "Would he have reason to?" Van Osterman looked away for a moment, taking a deep breath. She looked uncomfortable just thinking about it. "Seth has been having some problems lately. I don't think that's really a big secret." Charlotte didn't want to make it seem like she was zeroing in on just Seth and started focusing on others at first. "We can get back to him in a moment," Charlotte said. "As I said, Mr. Windle believes there are multiple people who have not been focusing on the business. He says there's more than one person who's been blowing off meetings, avoiding him, giving him excuses, and just being an all-around problem." Van Osterman raised her eyebrows. "Sounds like Seth again." Charlotte smiled and leaned forward, putting her hand on Van Osterman's knee, seeming overly friendly. "Just between you and me, I don't think Seth has anything to worry about. Regardless of my findings, I don't believe Mr. Windle has any intention of firing his son." "Well, it's not like he wouldn't have reason to, but it's certainly nice to hear." "Just between us, what's been going on with Seth? Do you know?" Mr. Windle definitely voiced his displeasure when his son's name was brought up. Van Osterman blew air through her mouth. "Basically, like you said, he's missed a ton of meetings. He leaves work early often. He's always giving excuses for going off somewhere. I try to keep him focused, but he just brushes me aside." "My notes indicate he's married, right?" "Yes, he is." "Do you think there's some trouble there?" "Why do you ask that?" Van Osterman asked. She said it in a way that basically confirmed Charlotte's question. "It just seems to be the first question to ask of a man who seems distracted. Is there trouble in his marriage?" Van Osterman sighed, as if she really didn't want to answer the question. "Is anything I tell you here going to get back to Mr. Windle?" "Oh, definitely not. This is just between us." "Good. Because if it gets back to him, and he tells Seth and he knows it came from me, I just don't want to risk losing my job." Charlotte touched the woman's leg again briefly. "Believe me, everything you tell me here will be held in the strictest confidence. I will only report back to Mr. Windle with my general findings. I will not tell him who said what or put in my report where any information came from. You have my word on that." "Good. Because I like Seth, I really do. He's always been good to me, very nice." Charlotte tilted her head and raised an eyebrow. "Too nice? Are you and him, you know?" "Oh, no. No, nothing like that." We have always kept it strictly professional. We're both married. Since this is just between us, I would totally understand if you did. Believe me, I've had my share of inner-office romances before, and a few of them with married men, so I would totally understand where you're coming from if that's the situation here. Van Osterman smiled. No, it's definitely not the case here. Do you think he might be stepping out on his marriage? I'm not sure if it's right for us to speculate. Well, I do have to say, in some instances, you would probably be right, Charlotte said. But in this case, if he's having marital problems and it's affecting his performance, it really is something that needs to be rectified. Maybe his father could even give him some time off to get it straightened out. That's true. In any case, I don't know for sure, but I do have my suspicions that that's the case. Really? What makes you think so? Well, a few weeks ago I came in here to give him something, and I noticed he was looking at a picture of his family. Van Osterman pointed to the picture on the desk. That's it there. Charlotte picked it up and looked at it. His wife's pretty, and such a beautiful baby. Van Osterman smiled. Yes, he's adorable. But when I came in, he quickly put the picture down. What's strange about that? It was just the way he did it. Like instead of standing it back up where it usually is, he put it face down, like he didn't want to look at it anymore. Charlotte tried to recreate the scene. You mean like this? She placed the frame face down on the desk. Yes, exactly. That is a little weird. And I've never seen him do that before. Maybe it's nothing, I don't know. I just know that I would never put a picture of my family down like that unless I was mad at them or something. So maybe there is trouble in paradise, Charlotte said. Maybe. Like I said, maybe it's nothing. I just thought it was strange. Could be. Have you overheard any of his conversations? Anything that might make it seem like he's distracted? Mr. Wendell will want to know if Seth's mind is not entirely on business. There have been a few instances lately, over the past few weeks or so, when I've brought in some papers for him to sign and he's been on the phone. Anything unusual there? Well, most times when he's on the phone, he just continues talking and motions for me to put the papers down on his desk. Then he'll sign them when he's ready and call me in when he's done. But not these times? Charlotte asked. He'd stop the conversation very abruptly, as though he didn't want me to hear what he was saying. Then he'd say to just put it down and he'd sign them later. Were you able to hear anything? Oh, just the one time. He said, I can't do that. And then he just waited for me to put the papers down and leave before continuing the conversation. Any idea what it was about? No, Van Osterman said. He usually left soon after those calls, though. Very quickly, and usually didn't sign the papers either, not until the next day. Did he ever say where he was going? Van Osterman shook her head. No, he'd just say he was going out for a bit and would be back later. He usually didn't come back, though. Certainly sounds like a distracted man for some reason, doesn't it? Van Osterman raised her cheekbones and eyebrows, agreeing with the sentiment. Charlotte didn't want to seem like she was only focusing on Seth Wendell, so she turned the subject to other people, just to make it look like she was actually interested in the business as a whole. She didn't get much information from Van Osterman about anybody else, though. She didn't seem to be one of those employees who engaged in gossip with others in the business. She seemed to be focused on her job. Charlotte figured she had enough, and wasn't about to get much more out of the secretary, and brought it back to Seth before she called it quits. Well, I'd like to thank you for being so honest with me about everything. It's really appreciated. Oh, it's no problem, Van Osterman replied. You have no idea how many times I go into situations like this and people just clam up, not wanting to talk to me. I always wind up finding what the real scoop is anyway. They just make it harder by not talking to me initially. Then my report always comes back as less than favorable because I can't connect with them, you know? I totally get it, yeah. Is there anything else you can tell me about Seth? Charlotte asked. Anything that might paint a clearer picture of who he is? Anything that might help his father not be so angry at him for his performance lately? No, I don't think so. I really think he's just going through some tough times at home. I doubt it's anything more than that. Drinking or drugs or anything? Oh, no, nothing like that, Van Osterman answered. I've never even suspected that for a second. Oh, that's really good. I'm glad to hear that, because just between you and me, I talked to, Mr. Whatever his name is, it escapes me at the moment, and I found out that he's had a real drinking problem lately. It's such a shame. Anyway, I'm glad to find out that's not the case here. Yeah, I've never smelled anything either. Good, because let me tell you, this other man's secretary said he comes in smelling like a bar sometimes. I'm sure Mr. Wendell's going to have a trip to AA planned out for him. Have you ever met Seth's wife? Yes, I have. What's she like? Very nice. Always seems friendly and pleasant. That's good. Charlotte leaned forward as if she were about to spill a secret. A couple other people that I've talked to so far suggested that the wives, and in one case a husband, are only in the relationship for the money. No love in the relationship at all. I don't think that's the case with Seth. He and Jennifer have always seemed happy when they're together, smiling, holding hands, that sort of thing, close to each other. Fantastic. Well, I think I've taken up enough of your time. So far, it looks like Seth's just having a rough patch at home, so I'll make sure I'll put that in my report. I'll also put in there that his secretary seems like she's on top of things. Van Osterman smiled. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. No problem. Thanks for your time and being so honest about things. Charlotte and Van Osterman got up, then walked out of the office and into the reception area. They exchanged farewell greetings, then parted ways, with Charlotte exiting the building to go back to the car. Hall was still in the car, waiting, looking as bored as ever. He actually had his eyes closed, with his head leaning back against the headrest. He snapped his head up and opened his eyes when he heard the car door slam shut. Were you sleeping? No, Hall said. Just resting my eyes. You were sleeping. Hall cleared his throat. Was not. Just resting my eyes and thinking. Thinking about what? Thinking about why it was taking you so long. It didn't take me that long. Pretty sure you were in there for like 3 hours. Charlotte made a face like he was crazy. Oh, you're so exaggerating. Anyway, get anything good? She smiled like she was proud of herself. Yep. Anything you'd like to share? Sure. Charlotte, can we not play the guessing games and just tell me what you got? Okay, she replied. Seth is definitely up to something. What makes you sure? His secretary basically confirmed it. How? Charlotte relayed some of what Van Osterman had told her. He's definitely hiding something. No question in my mind. The secretary's intuition isn't exactly proof. Don't need proof. We just need suspicion, and we've got it. Now comes the hard part, Hall said. Finding out exactly what he's up to? Hall nodded. That's it. That's the hard part. Well, he's up to something. I'm sure of it. 3. Hall and Charlotte were sitting in their car outside Seth Wendell's home. It was about what you'd expect a high-ranking businessman would live in. Hall figured it was close to the $1 million mark. It just had that feel to it. They'd been sitting outside Seth's home since 5 o'clock. It was now close to 9. Charlotte was getting a bit impatient. Aren't these guys supposed to be at work already? Don't they usually get to the office at 8 or by 9? Hall didn't seem as irritated by the long wait. Maybe he slept in. That's what we should have been doing, sleeping in. You know we had to wake up early and get here because we didn't know what time he was leaving. What if he left at 6 to make a morning rendezvous before work? But he didn't. But he could have, Hall said. But he didn't. And besides, I told you that you didn't have to come. I was perfectly willing to sit here by myself. And have me miss something important? Hall shrugged. He was becoming used to these long, boring waits in the car. Not that he especially enjoyed them, but he knew it was part of the job. Maybe too much of it, but still part of the job. What if he decides to take a sick day or something? Charlotte asked. Then I guess we'll be waiting here a while longer. Ugh, I don't know how you can stand it. Just how things work, Hall said. They'll move on their own time when they're ready. We just have to be ready when they are. They wound up waiting another half hour before they finally got movement. They saw Seth's car pull out of his driveway, making a right. Hall was parked further down the road. He instantly pulled out onto the road to follow Seth. Hall was getting pretty good at tailing people by now. He'd had enough practice at it over the past year. He knew not to get too close and to often let another car get between his vehicle and whoever he was following. That way, his vehicle wasn't the only car that was seen in the rearview mirror. They followed him for the next 30 minutes, stopping once he reached a drive-through restaurant for breakfast. Once Seth left there, Hall continued the tale. They were somewhat disappointed, though Charlotte more so, when Seth drove straight to his office. "Are you kidding?" Charlotte asked. "We waited over 4 hours just to tail him to the office?" Hall smiled, not seeming to have a problem with it. "Like I said, that's the job sometimes." "Well, this part of the job stinks." "What'd you think? He was going to lead us to some dark and dreary place on our first day of tailing him? That we were going to find him mixed up with gangsters making some kind of deal?" "Duh. Yeah. That's the dream. Let's wrap it up quickly." Hall laughed. "It just doesn't work like that most of the time. Maybe one case of 100 ends up like that." "Why couldn't this be the one?" "I guess it's not its turn for that." Charlotte grunted. "That means we're going to be waiting again for the rest of the day." Hall grinned and nodded, appearing to take some satisfaction in his girlfriend's distress. "Are you going to complain the whole time we're here?" "No, not the whole time. I'm still tired. Just give me a few more minutes." Hall continued laughing to himself. "I'll give you 5. Charlotte turned around and reached into the back seat, grabbing her computer case. "Good thing I brought work to do." "You want me to drop you off at home to do that?" "No, I can do it here. That's why they made laptops, right? Work on the go." "I suppose that was the intention. How much work do you have?" "I've got 3 clients right now," Charlotte said. "It's nothing major. Just some design work, websites, flyers, promotional stuff, things like that." "Due soon?" "By next week for all 3 of them. I might as well get started on it now, though, since it appears we're going to be here for a while." "You packed the sandwiches and drinks, right?" Hall asked. "What?" "The sandwiches for lunch and the drinks for the day, remember? We were talking about bringing them in case we had to be in the car for a while." "Well, yeah, I remember talking about it. I don't remember you saying to do anything about it, though." Hall hung his head. "You didn't bring anything, did you?" "You didn't tell me to." "I did." "No, you said we should bring some sandwiches and drinks for tomorrow, don't you think?" "Right." "So I said, yeah, that's probably a good idea." "So why didn't you do it?" "Well, why didn't you do it?" Charlotte asked. "I'm not your maid." "I thought that meant you were going to pack them." "I'm not sure why you would think that." Hall leaned his head over to let it hit the window. "This is going to be a long day." "And a hungry one," Charlotte replied. "Well, worst comes to worst, I think there's a fast food place just around the corner. One of us could always walk over there and get something if we have to." "This day stinks already." Hall nodded. "I'm beginning to agree." "Well, there's one of 2 things that can happen today." "Which are?" "One, because we've gotten off to such a rotten start, it'll just remain one of those days, and we'll chalk it up to one of those terrible days that never gets any better." "And 2?" Hall asked. "Because we've gotten off to a terrible start so far, there's only one way to go, and that's up. So we're bound to get something later that will make up for this nonsense." Hall bobbed his head. "Yeah, that sounds logical." "Which do you predict it'll be?" "Oh, definitely the first one." Charlotte's shoulders slumped, and she made a face. "Really? Why?" "Just the way it's going. I doubt it'll get better." "Try to think positively." "I can think positively until I'm blue in the face. Won't change anything." "Maybe not. but it'll make the day go by faster if we believe it'll get better. Okay, if you say so. Hey, I got another idea, Charlotte said. Stop that. What? I don't like it. You haven't even heard it yet. But I know what you're thinking, Hall said. You can't possibly know what I'm thinking. I haven't even given you a clue as to what I'm thinking. Of course I do. I've known you long enough by now to know what you've got going on in that pretty head of yours. No way, Hall shrugged. Okay, but I do. Okay, I'll bet you anything that you have no idea what I'm thinking right now. Hall snickered. That's a sucker's bet. What? You afraid you'll lose? No. Sucker bet for you, I mean. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Oh, really? Look, Charlotte, we've been together for over a year, right? Yeah. Plus, we've worked a bunch of these cases together, right? Yeah. So I think I know you pretty well by now. So, put your money where your mouth is, Charlotte said. I'm not gonna take your money. Besides, it's our money anyway. Name the bet. Hall rolled his eyes. Do you really want to do this? Yes, because I guarantee you don't know what I'm thinking, and I want to prove you wrong. Hall sighed. Fine. The loser has to wait on the other, hand and foot, for the next week. Get drinks, make dinner, breakfast in bed, the whole works. Deal. Okay. But if I guess right, you can't pretend like I didn't get it just because you want to act like I don't know. Charlotte shook her head and scrunched her cheekbones higher, as if she were a child who didn't want to eat some vegetables that her mother was trying to convince her was good for her. I wouldn't do that. Okay then, Hall said. So, what am I thinking? Go ahead and say it, smart guy. Hall took a deep breath, turning his head to look his girlfriend in the eyes. You're thinking that one of us should go in there and either talk to Seth or his secretary in the hopes of speeding things up a little, get him to move and go somewhere, and then we can follow. Charlotte didn't reply. She just stared at him for a few moments. Hall could see it on her face that he hit the nail on the head. He started smiling, though he was trying his best to hold it back so it didn't seem like he was gloating and rubbing it in her face. Did I get it? Charlotte didn't reply at first, still staring at him. I really don't like you sometimes. Hall let out a laugh. I told you I know. How? How could you possibly know that that's what I was thinking? I keep telling you. I know you pretty well by now. But that's so out of left field. How could you think that? Because the day's off to a bad start, Hall answered. And that's how your mind works. You automatically start thinking of how to speed things up, how to rectify a bad situation, how to improve on something. Considering that we're basically at the mercy of Seth, and whenever he decides to go somewhere, it seemed logical that you'd want to go in there and plant something in somebody's ear. You can be really irritating. You know that? Hall laughed. I'll take my breakfast in bed tomorrow, please. Bacon, eggs, sunny side up, toast, and a glass of orange juice. Charlotte shot him an angry but playful look. Oh, is that all? Maybe if you'd like to put a pretty flower on the side of the tray to spruce it up a bit. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, and maybe a bagel, too, with cream cheese. And while you're at it, might as well put an English muffin on the side. Am I running a buffet here? Well, a bet's a bet, right? And that's what I want. You're pushing it, Brandon. Hall smiled, then leaned over and kissed her on the lips. I'm just joking. You don't have to. No, you're right. A bet's a bet. I'll do my end of it. But as for the other part, what do you think? What other part? Hall asked. The going in there and helping to move things along part. Oh, that. Yeah, that. What about it? Absolutely not. What? Why not? First of all, it wouldn't work, Hall answered. Why wouldn't it? You've already established a cover with Van Osterman. What would you possibly say that's different to change anything? I could say I'm here to meet with Seth, Charlotte replied. Hall shook his head. No, won't work. Besides, once you introduce yourself and give him any kind of story, that blows the one advantage we have. Which is what? Surprise. He doesn't know we're here. That means he'll move freely without worrying about someone following him. As soon as we go in there and start asking questions, he's automatically going to have it in the back of his mind that someone's out there digging into his life. Charlotte sighed. So all we can do is sit here and wait? Yep, that's it. Just do your work. The day will be over before you know it. Charlotte grunted, then looked out the window. I have a feeling this is going to be a really long week. 4. Hall woke up with his eyes flickering, filling the bed sink a little. He wiped his eyes as he looked up and saw Charlotte sitting on the edge of the bed. She put a tray down across his lap as she sat up and leaned in to kiss him. Hall smiled, looking down at the plates of food: bacon, eggs, toast, a bagel, and an English muffin, just like he'd ordered. You really didn't have to give me all this, you know. I wasn't going to make you go through with it. I lost the bet, Charlotte said. I'm not welching. She then snatched the bagel from his plate. Plus, you didn't think I made this all for you, did you? After they both finished chewing, they kissed again. Thank you, Hall said. It's all very nice. He then turned his head in both directions as if he were looking for something. What's wrong? Just looking for my phone. I wanted to see what time it was. I put it on the charger, Charlotte said. I noticed the battery was low. Oh, yeah. Thanks. And it's 8 o'clock. Hall yawned and stretched his arms out. We should probably get going soon. But it's Saturday. Seth's not going to the office today. How do you know? It's the weekend, nobody else is there. Wouldn't that be the perfect time to be in there if you were doing something you shouldn't? True. But whatever he's doing may not be company-related. Then maybe he'll go somewhere else, Hall said. The point is, we won't know until we're behind him. Charlotte sighed, not wanting to sit in the car all day again like they had the day before. It's okay. You don't have to come. I've got it. Don't you have work to do anyway? Since we had so much time to wait yesterday, I got 2 of the 3 clients done, and the 3rd one I can finish up in a few hours, so it's no big deal. Charlotte, it's okay. I don't mind if you want to just take it easy today. No, I'll come with you. I feel bad that you'd be in the car all day by yourself. Hall grinned. I got a bunch of crossword puzzles in the car. I'll come. Besides, with my luck, the day I don't show up will be the day Seth actually does something interesting. Now you just jinxed it. Oh, stop, she replied, shoving a piece of bacon into her boyfriend's mouth. They finished eating, showered, and got dressed, quickly getting out the door. They wanted to make it to Seth's place by 9. Since Seth hadn't left the house until after 9 yesterday, on a work day, they assumed he wouldn't leave earlier than that on a day off, unless they were taking a family vacation and had a long drive ahead of them. Luckily, that wasn't the case. They got there exactly 2 minutes before 9 o'clock. They drove by Seth's house, seeing 2 cars in the driveway. One, they knew, was Seth's, since he'd used it yesterday to drive to work. The other, they assumed, was his wife's. After driving by the house, Hall parked further down the street, grabbing the same spot as he did the day before. What are we going to do if he stays home all day? Hall shrugged. Then he reached into the glove compartment, pulling out several search word books. Guess we'll be able to complete a couple of these then. Charlotte rolled her eyes. Instead of joining her boyfriend in doing puzzles, she grabbed her laptop, hoping to complete the rest of her design work. It would turn out to be a very uneventful morning and afternoon. There was simply nothing happening. What are we going to do if this guy doesn't actually do anything while we're watching? When? Today? Hall asked. Anytime. What if we watch him for the next 2 weeks and he does nothing but go to work? Then we'll have nothing to report, and Mr. Wendell will probably thank us for our time and move on, thinking there's nothing going on. That'd be a big-time suck for us. Hall laughed. Part of the job sometimes. There was a silence for a few minutes before Hall blurted out something he'd been thinking about all morning. "You know, something else crossed my mind. That's a first for this week." He gave her a look. "Ha ha, very funny." Charlotte faked a smile. "Thank you." "No, seriously. I was wondering, what if there's really nothing out of the ordinary going on with this guy?" "Isn't that what I just said?" "No, I mean, what if this guy's main problem is his father?" Charlotte looked confused. "I don't follow." "His father's worried because he's not showing up for game night or whatever, and he's missing meetings and he's not acting normal, right?" "Yeah." "What if his son is just tired of being around his father all the time? What if he's tired of working at the family business? What if he just wants more space?" Sounds like it could be possible, I suppose. That would be pretty ironic, I think. The father's concerned about his son's strange behavior, and the son wants to get away from him. "Maybe this guy's straight as an arrow," Hall said. "Maybe he's a nice, normal guy who just wants to put some distance between him and his family. He wouldn't be the first person to want to do that." "No. But what about his secretary? Even she said Seth's been acting weird. Phone calls, putting his family's picture down, things like that." "Couldn't that go toward my theory? What if Seth's big secret and the reason he's missing meetings is that he's angling for a new job? Maybe he's interviewing places, talking to potential employers, that sort of thing. That would certainly explain a lot of things." Charlotte nodded. "It would. Wow. That is an interesting theory, isn't it?" They were silent for a minute as they went back to what they were previously doing. "I really hope that's not the case, though." Hall looked at her, thinking that was a strange thing to say. "You hope it's not? That's kind of odd, isn't it? You actually want this guy to be mixed up in something?" "Well, it's not necessarily that I want him to be mixed up in something. It's just that if all this is about some stupid job change that he's too scared to tell his father about, that's going to mean this is a really long couple of weeks because there is going to be absolutely nothing happening." Hall nodded. "It'll also mean some really long car trips." Charlotte gritted her teeth, hating sitting in the car for long periods of time doing nothing. "Unfortunately, that's why I hope it's something else. Something where we don't have to sit here for 10 hours a day." "Well, he could still be mixed up in something where we're still in the car for 10 hours a day." "Don't burst my bubble and hopes." Noted. They sat in the car for the rest of the day, not finding anything interesting happening around Seth Wendell's residence. Charlotte finished her design work, and Hall finished a couple of crossword books, but Seth never left, unless he had a secret passage or something. This time, though, they brought a brown bag with some sandwiches and snacks, just in case it took a while, which it did. Charlotte looked at the time. 6 o'clock. This guy's obviously not going anywhere tonight." "How do you know?" Hall asked. "Because it's a Saturday night, and he's married with a child. Everyone knows married people don't go out on Saturday nights." Hall laughed. "Oh, really? What study did you read that in?" "You know what I mean. This guy's probably as straight-laced as they come. It's like you said, he's probably had it with the family and just wants a new job." "Could be." "So, what time are we cutting out?" "Let's give it some more time," Hall replied. "More time? We've been here all day. I mean, eventually we gotta have a life too, don't we?" "That's what the time between cases is for." "Really? You're gonna want to sit here all night, aren't you?" "Not all night. Just a bit longer." "I have a feeling your definition of a little bit longer is different from mine." Hall smiled. "Probably." They started discussing it, with Charlotte pleading her case to leave sooner than Hall would have liked. She figured they should give it no later than 8, maybe 9 if Hall pushed it. She assumed Seth wasn't going to leave if he hadn't by that point. But Hall wasn't having any of that. He wanted to stay closer to midnight. He figured since they were there, they might as well stay until all the lights went off. "What if he's got a midnight rendezvous with a lady friend?" Hall asked. Charlotte threw her hands up. Well, then I guess he wins for today. What else do we have going on? I don't know, but I would sure like to come up with something if we could eventually go home. Charlotte, you knew this was possible when you agreed to come here. I knew a long day was possible. I didn't think that meant we'd stay here until we turned old and gray. Fine, Hall said. How about we compromise? 9? 11. 10:30. You're supposed to say 10. No half-hour increments, that's not how it works. Fine, 11. 10. 10:30, Hall said again. Charlotte looked confused about what just happened. Hey, you tricked me. Hall put his hands up. It was a simple negotiation. Charlotte sighed. Really? 10:30? We can't do sooner? Fine, we'll make another deal. Hope it's better than the last one. We'll leave when all the lights go out, Hall said. That means they've probably gone to bed, and there's a low chance of anyone leaving. Charlotte scratched her head as she thought about it. But what if they don't go to bed until midnight? Hall shrugged. Then I guess midnight it is. I'm not sure I like this deal either. There's also a chance of them going to bed at 9 or 10. Can I call Johnson Windle first to see if he knows what time his son goes to bed? No. It's a take-it-or-leave-it offer. Charlotte made a whiny face for a moment. I'll take it. Hall smiled. All right, then. We'll leave when the lights go out. What if they go to bed but leave a light on somewhere? Guess we'll never know, will we? Charlotte closed her eyes and looked like she was praying. Please go to bed early. Please go to bed early. Hall laughed. You could still take the 10:30 deal if you want it. No, I'll take the lights going off. Why is that more appealing? Because there's a chance of it happening earlier than 10:30. Also could be later, Hall said. I'll take the risk. It turned out that they'd never find out what time the Windles went to bed. Right around 8:30, they noticed the bright headlights from a car shining up the end of the Windle driveway. Wait, is someone leaving? Hall asked. Charlotte leaned over to try to get a better view. I don't see any other car. It's got to be Seth. Well, it could be his wife going on a diaper run. Charlotte sighed. You really like spoiling things for me, don't you? I'm just saying. It's Seth. It's Seth. It's got to be. If you keep saying it over and over, will that make it come true? Yes. It didn't take long to find out, though. A few seconds later, they saw Seth's car pull out of the driveway. Here we go, Hall said. Oh, thank God. You do know that wherever he's going, it might take us out longer than 10:30. I don't even care at this point. I'm just ecstatic that we're finally moving. Hurry up and go. I'm going, Hall said, putting the car in drive. Wonder where he's going. I don't know, but I have a feeling he's not out and about to get a gallon of milk. I just hope wherever he's going, it's someplace interesting. Well, it's 8:30 on a Saturday night. I have a feeling, just a feeling, that wherever he's going, it's going to be interesting. 5. Hall and Charlotte followed their target for roughly 30 minutes. Seth Windle eventually pulled into the parking lot of a nightclub. They wound up parking 4 spots away from Seth. They sat in their car as they watched Seth walk into the club. Are you serious? Charlotte said. What? If we could have named 10 spots where we thought he was going, a nightclub wouldn't have made the list. What would have? Hall asked. Don't get smart. Let's go in. Just keep your pants on. Come on, we're going to lose him. We're not going to lose him, Hall said. Are you kidding? Do you see this parking lot? It's jammed already. Relax. He's not going anywhere. We know where he is. Not if he gets lost in the crowd in there. Hall sighed, but agreed to get out. All right, let's go. Should we dance while we're in there? We're in there for surveillance, not a good time. The two can go hand in hand. We can do both. Let's hope not. They got out of the car and went inside the club. The parking lot was a good indication of what they were going to find. It was crowded and loud. too loud for Hall's taste. He didn't mind the crowd so much, but he didn't like that he could barely make out what his girlfriend was saying when she was right next to him. He wasn't that fond of the music either. Charlotte seemed to be enjoying it, though. He looked over at her and noticed her body starting to move like she liked what she was hearing. "Remember what we're here for." "What?" Charlotte replied. "Keep focused on Wendell." "Who?" Hall leaned over, getting closer to her ear. "Wendell, remember him?" "Oh, yeah." "You see him?" "What?" Hall rolled his eyes. Of all the places Seth Wendell could go, he had to pick the loudest one. They moved away from the door to try to get a better look to see where Seth had gone. With the amount of people that were there, they were having a hard time picking him out. In an effort to find him, they started moving through the crowd, though they stayed away from the dance floor. They walked around the interior perimeter of the building, but didn't see Seth anywhere. Hall and Charlotte went off to the corner of the room where it seemed to be a little quieter. They were at least able to hear each other better. "You don't think he ducked out on us, do you?" Charlotte asked. "I don't see how, or why." "Maybe he picked up on us following him, so he just came to a spot where he knew he could lose us." Hall's eyes went toward the door. "I don't think so." "Maybe we should go outside just to check if his car's still there." Hall seemed ambivalent about it. He didn't believe that Seth had actually left, but it certainly wouldn't hurt. "I don't think we both need to go out there, just in case one of us picks him up in here. Why don't you go and check and I'll stay here?" Charlotte nodded, then made her way through what seemed like an increasing crowd, if that was even possible. After Hall lost sight of her, his eyes darted around the room, hoping to pick up Seth's face somewhere. Considering Hall had never been in the same room as Seth before, he doubted he could recognize him by the back of his head, not with so many other people around. Hall made sure he stayed in the same spot, so when Charlotte came back, she'd be able to find him easily. The last thing they needed was for him to move, then having it take an hour for him and Charlotte to reconnect. She was back inside the building in less than a couple of minutes. Charlotte was shaking her head long before they were in talking range. "His car's still here." Hall moved his head around to try to find Seth. "Well, he's in here somewhere then. Could always just go back to the door and wait for him again. But then we won't know what he's doing here. He's here for a reason, and I don't think it's to dance." "Maybe it is." After getting a look from her boyfriend, Charlotte thought she should try to explain further. "No, really. Maybe he's here to dance and get his groove on with another woman." Hall's head spun around to get eyes on their target. "Well, if that's the case, it would really help if we could identify him and the woman together." "I mean, seriously though, what else would he be doing here if it's not to meet someone for a hookup?" Hall shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe he really likes the music." Charlotte shot him a disbelieving look. "Really?" "I don't know. But until we get eyes on him, it's all nothing but speculation, and speculation doesn't get us anywhere." "Fine. How about we split up?" Hall didn't really want to, but assumed it would be better and faster if they did, as long as they didn't lose each other in the process. "You got your phone on you?" Charlotte held hers up. "Never leave home without it." "I thought that was your credit card." "Don't be funny." "If either of us finds him, we'll call the other one." "You don't think it'd be fun to try to find each other through the crowd again without the aid of modern devices?" Hall shook his head. "No." "Okay then. Guess I'll talk to you in a bit." "Hopefully." "And remember why we're here," Charlotte said. "Don't let your eyes wander and look at the women here while I'm doing the dirty work." "Now who's being ridiculous? I could say the same to you, you know. Focus on the job and don't let some smooth-talking Don Juan hit on you and sweep you away while I'm not around." Charlotte smiled and then leaned in towards her boyfriend and kissed him on the lips. "I've already been swept away." Hall grinned. "Me too. Now, stop distracting me and get to work." They each began moving in different directions, hoping one of them would spot the man they were looking for. It didn't look so promising for a while. They went around the building, though neither of them picked up Seth anywhere. Charlotte then looked up and noticed a man leaning on a ledge and looking down. There was an upstairs somewhere. She had glanced up before but hadn't seen anyone up there. Now she knew there was a door or some stairs around. She went over to the wall and started following it, knowing she'd eventually come across what she was looking for. It didn't take long. She found it within a few minutes. There was an open door, and Charlotte looked inside, instantly seeing carpeted steps. She couldn't see exactly where they led, though. It looked like it went up 10 or 12 steps, then at the top you had to turn right. There was nobody there, though, so Charlotte figured she might as well go up. She got about halfway there before a shorter but very muscular man suddenly appeared coming down. "Hey, nobody allowed up here." Charlotte opened her mouth and put her hands on the side of her face, pretending that she was horrified by her mistake. She didn't want to come across like a snooping detective that was on the prowl for something. "Oh no, I'm so sorry. I saw the open door there and thought there was like a second floor here." The man grinned, assuming it was an honest mistake. "There's no problem. There's usually someone at the door to prevent anyone from coming up. I just had to leave for a second." "Oh, so there isn't actually a second level?" Charlotte asked. "I thought it was like a VIP section up there or something." She let out an unassuming laugh, keeping the charade up. "Not that I probably qualify for that either, but, just figured I'd come up and see." "No, all customers stay down here. Is this your first time here?" "Actually, yes. Shows that much, huh?" "No, I just don't ever remember seeing you here before. After a while, you get to recognize the regulars. They're here every week." "Oh, yeah. First time. Are you sure there's no special section up there I could sneak into?" The man continued smiling at her, finding her appealing and pleasant enough to talk to. "No, I'm afraid not. It's mostly just management and special guests." "Oh, you mean like famous people or something?" "Nah, nobody famous." "Oh, okay. Well, I'll stop peppering you with questions now. Again, I'm so sorry. I hope you don't think badly of me or anything. I wasn't trying to break any rules." No, it's no problem. Like I said, it happens sometimes." The man escorted her the rest of the way down the steps and then stood guard by the door as Charlotte slipped away into the crowd again. She went back to the front of the building, but off to the side, so she still had a pretty good view of the door that the guard was still standing by. Once in a while, a few people moved into her lane, blocking her sight line, but they would quickly move away again. She continued looking around, seeing a small table behind her. It was empty, so Charlotte quickly went over and gobbled up a chair before someone else took it. She then called Hall, assuming he wasn't having much luck yet. "Hey, did you find him?" "Not yet," Charlotte replied. "But I did find something else that's interesting." "Like what?" "There's an upstairs." "And?" "And what? There's an upstairs." "Well, is he up there?" Hall asked. "I don't know." "Then what's so interesting about it?" "I started to go up, but then a bouncer came down and escorted me out. Said it was only for management and special guests." "So, are you thinking Seth is one of the special guests?" "Maybe," Charlotte answered. "I mean, we can't find him anywhere else, right? He's got to be somewhere. Up there's as good a place as any." "Can we see up there from down here?" Charlotte looked up to where she saw the man before. He wasn't there now. "No, not unless someone's up there and looking down below. There must be some kind of wall or ledge up there." "How are we going to know then?" "I found a seat here and have a clear view of the door that leads up there." "You want me to head over to you?" Hall asked. "Yeah, I guess so. I'm sitting alone here after all." "What are you saying? Are you going to have to start beating men away with a stick?" "Well, we are in a club, aren't we? And I am sitting all by myself here, aren't I?" "Yes, on both counts." "I mean, I'm not saying I'm Miss Universe or anything, but—" "So it's probably a good idea if I keep you company," Hall said. "Maybe. Well, I might get distracted if I have to swat men away and watch that door at the same time." "I'm on the way. Where are you?" "Just go to the front door," Charlotte answered. "Then look to the right, and there's some tables there. That's where I am. Plus, I can see the front door from here too, so just in case he's not up there and we've got this wrong, we can still see if he leaves." "All right, I'm on my way over. Try not to get distracted before I get there." "No promises." Hopefully we don't get stuck looking at a door for the next 2 hours, Hall said. What else would you rather look at? No comment. You better have been thinking about me with that. Of course. Uh-huh. There were a few seconds of silence. Then Charlotte felt a tap on her shoulder. Slightly startled, she jumped as she looked to where it came from. Seeing that it was her boyfriend, she instantly put her phone down. How'd you get here so soon? Hall shrugged, then sat down next to her. Just walked right over. You weren't paying attention this way. Well, I was focused on our door. I love how you say, our door. Well, it kind of is. I suppose so, Hall said. Even if we do see him come out of there, that's only going to give us more questions than answers. But we'll know he was here to meet someone. But unless he walks out of there with his arm around someone, we won't know who or what they were talking about, or anything. I doubt he's here talking business, Charlotte said. But we can't say for sure that he's not. And that's the problem. We can't say anything definitively. We can make educated guesses. Even so, unless his arm's around someone and he's slobbering all over him, we won't know who. Like I said, more questions than answers. 6. Hall and Charlotte didn't move from their spot once over the next 2 hours. They did order a couple of drinks of the non-alcoholic variety, that way they could keep a clear head. But there wasn't any activity on the Seth Wendell front. The good news was that they knew he hadn't left. Besides watching the door that led up to the second floor, they had a good view of the exit, and they knew that Seth didn't slip by them somehow. What if there's a back exit we don't know about? Charlotte asked. Hall gave his girlfriend a look, like he couldn't believe she'd suggested such a thing, especially now after 2 hours of sitting there. But he couldn't outright deny it either. He had no idea if there was a back exit. Well, there had to be another exit for safety purposes in case of a fire, but he didn't notice one that regular patrons could use to leave. Was there one that people upstairs could leave through without being noticed? Just to make sure of that, Hall got up and checked to make sure Seth's car was still in the parking lot. He came back in and sat down in his same spot. His car's still here. What if you left with someone else? Charlotte asked. Use their car. Hall threw his hands up. I don't know, Charlotte. I guess in that case, then, he wins. I mean, if there's a back exit we can't see or get to, and there's a different car he leaves in, then we just give him props for eluding us this time. I was just throwing it out there, and I'm just saying. Is it just me, or is this place even busier than before? It's not just you, Hall replied. Focus on the door, though. I'm focused, but all that's there is that same security guard. Though they only had eyes on the guard at the moment, they did observe a few other people coming and going, but none were Seth Wendell, and nobody else did anything strange that they could tell. They weren't rushing around like there was some kind of emergency, and nobody had a sour look on their face. The people just seemed to be having a good time. Some of them came out the door and went straight to the dance floor. A couple went straight back up to the second floor. I guess it can't be too private, Hall said. Seems like a bunch of people up there from what I can see. Yeah, I wish we could get up there somehow. Don't think it's happening. Not unless I can flirt my way up there. No, we're not doing that, Hall replied. It's one way to do it. We agreed a long time ago we weren't going to do things like that. First of all, we have no idea what you'd be walking into. While it looks innocent, you just never know. And the bigger reason? You know the bigger reason. I don't want you flirting with other men. I have done it before, you know. I am well aware, Hall said. Let's not keep making it a habit, though, huh? Okay. I'd still like to know what's going on up there. Then they noticed someone going up with a tray of drinks. It got them thinking. A minute or two later, they noticed the same woman come out, her tray now empty. Hall and Charlotte looked at each other. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I think so, Hall answered. We've got to get up to that room. What? Yeah, the next time we see that woman go up with drinks, maybe I can somehow take her place. What? No. I thought we were thinking the same thing, Charlotte asked. Well, I thought so. What were you thinking? That we could ask the waitress who's up there, or at least show her a picture of our guy so she can confirm it. Oh, I like my idea better. Well, I don't, Hall said. That's a terrible idea. Why? For one, how are you going to trade places? Don't you think they're all going to know that you don't really work here, considering they've never seen you before? I'm obviously new. You're obviously out of your mind. Why? I just told you, Hall replied. They will easily see through that. I don't think so. And how are you going to get drinks? You think they're just going to let you behind the bar and take your pick? We can figure it out. Hall put his finger in the air. No, there's no we because it's not happening. What are you afraid of? Since when did you get all gung-ho over everything? When I see the right opportunity. And you figure this is it? Yes. Why don't you? Hall looked over at the door that led upstairs again. He saw another issue. Are you forgetting the other thing? What other thing? The fact that the guard on the door has already seen you and escorted you out. You've already played that card. Don't think you can get past him again. A troubling look came over Charlotte's face as she glanced at the guard on the door. Her boyfriend was right. It was an issue she hadn't thought of. What if I get a disguise? Hall chuckled to himself. He then lowered his head and put his hand over his face, shaking his head. You're killing me. What? Charlotte asked. A disguise? What's wrong with that? And where are you going to get a disguise from? Hall asked, laughing. Are you going to have it delivered while we're waiting? Charlotte gave him a playful stare. You're mocking me. Hall continued laughing. I'm not. I love you, and I love that you're into it and trying to think out of the box, but we don't have a Halloween store next door, and I forgot to bring my box of wigs in the trunk. You're not funny, though that is a good suggestion. What is? Maybe you should start carrying a box of disguises in case we should ever need it. I'll think about it, Hall said. So, in other words, we're stuck here. No. I said we should talk to that waitress and see if she can tell us whether Seth is up there or not. What good's that going to do? Charlotte asked. Well, then we'll know for sure where he's at. But we won't know what he's doing. That's why we'll ask. What makes you think she'll say anything? I can be persuasive, Hall answered. You better not offer her money. Oh, I hate when you do that, and you know I do. I'm not going to offer her money. Because we both know you have a habit of doing that when you want information. Hall put his hands out. I'm not going to offer her money. But I do need you to stay here. What? Why? Because I think it'll work better if you're here. Are you going to flirt with her? Charlotte asked. Because that's so not fair if you do. You can't tell me that I can't flirt for information if you're going to go ahead and do the same thing. I'm not going to flirt with her. You better not, because I'll be watching. I'm sure you will. The story I'm going to tell her will just work better if you're not with me. Okay. I'm still going to be watching, though. I have no doubts that you will, Hall said. How long is this going to take? I don't know. Shouldn't be more than a few minutes, I would think. We'll see. Hall then got up. Watch and learn. He then pointed to his drink. Make sure that stays there. That way anyone walking by will know you're a +1. Excuse me? What did you call me? Hall rolled his eyes. They'll know you have company. Oh. Charlotte gave him a fake smile. Don't be too long. Hall went over to the bar, standing off to the side at the end of it. The waitress left with a few drinks, then came back a minute or so later. She quickly filled up her tray and left again. When she returned after a minute, Hall put his hand up to get her attention. Excuse me, can I talk to you? The woman stopped, giving Hall a smile. Hi, what can I get you? Not a drink, thank you. The woman made a face, thinking she was about to get hit on. It happened often enough. She was attractive, with a good figure, and she got hit on for a phone number several times a night. You know, You seem like a nice guy, and you're cute and all, but we're really not supposed to date or go out with the customers or anything." Hall let out an uncomfortable laugh. "Oh, no, that's not what I was asking. I mean, I would if I were single, but anyway, I just wanted to ask you a question." "Okay, sure." Hall took out his phone and scrolled to a picture that Johnson Wendell had given him of Seth and Jennifer together. "Have you seen this man here?" The woman touched the phone and leaned in to get a better view. She wasn't quite sure how to answer. The fact that she didn't come right out and say no was an indication to Hall that she had. Most people didn't like admitting to seeing someone, especially if they thought it might get that person in trouble or get themselves into a situation that they didn't want to be in. "He's not in trouble or anything," Hall said. "I just need to find him." "Are you a cop?" "No, I'm not." "Look, I don't really want to get in the middle of anything." "Let me try to explain," Hall said. "The man in the picture is my brother, and the woman in the photo is his wife. Are you starting to understand?" Not really, no." "See, me and my brother usually hang out every week playing pool. Lately, he's been canceling a lot, telling me he's spending extra time at home. Then his wife tells me he's been going out frequently, so now here I am, trying to figure out what's really going on. And in my mind, I have a feeling my brother's doing something that he shouldn't be doing, especially as a married man. You understand what I'm saying now?" "Yeah, I think so. But I still don't want to get anyone in trouble." "Look, you're not going to get anyone in trouble," Hall said. "In fact, you can help me to get him out of it. I know his car's here. I see it outside. All I want to do now is confirm that he's here and see if he's hanging out with a woman somewhere, because if he is, once he leaves here, I can try to shake him straight, you know what I mean?" "Yeah, I guess." "If his wife finds out he's messing around first, then it might be over for him. There's a divorce, the kids, all that stuff. I'm just trying to get to him before all that happens, and I promise I won't make any trouble for you here. He won't even see me here, and I won't tell him anything you tell me. I'll confront him once he gets home, I promise." The woman sighed, then took another look at the picture on Hall's phone. Yeah, he's here." "Is he upstairs?" She nodded. "Yeah, he is." Hall clasped his hands together. "Great. I walked by there earlier and saw a guard on the door there. Is that normal?" "Yeah, it's like a private little club up there. Only people who are authorized can go up there." "Oh. Would you happen to know if he comes here often?" The woman grimaced, as though she was afraid to answer. Thankfully, she did. "Yeah, he's actually a regular." "A regular? Really?" "Yeah, he's been coming in once or twice a week for at least a month now, maybe even longer." "Is he always alone, or is he with someone?" Hall asked. "Well, he always comes in alone, but there's always someone waiting for him up there." "Is it the same person, or does he have different ones?" "Always the same woman." Hall acted like he was disturbed to hear it. "So he is with someone?" "I'm afraid so." "Not that I'm trying to pry, but do you happen to know who he's with? I just want to be armed with everything, just in case he tries to deny it, you know?" "Yeah, I don't quite know who she is. I mean, I think her name is, Andy? I'm sure it's some type of nickname, but I don't know what her real name is. I think she just goes by Andy." "And are you sure it's a woman? I mean, these days you never know." The woman laughed. "Yeah, with that body, yeah, pretty sure it's a woman." "You don't think she's like a prostitute or something, do you?" She shook her head. "No, definitely not." "Are you sure? How can you tell?" "I've seen her before in here talking with a couple of the owners. Never intimate or anything, just talking. I've always assumed she was in business with them somehow. Plus, one of them would have to be known to management to be able to get up there. That's how it works. So if your brother's not in tight with them, then he's up there through her, so she must have some type of pull." Hall nodded, rubbing his face as he processed everything. "I think I got it. Thank you for talking. I really appreciate it." The woman smiled. "Sure. Hope it works out for you." "So do I." Hall left the bar area to go back to the table where Charlotte was still seated. She'd been watching him closely, if only to make sure that he didn't slip the woman $20. He sat down once he reached the table. "See, no money exchanged hands. I know you were watching for it." Charlotte smiled. "I was, and I'm very proud of you for it. It must have been hard to resist." "It wasn't hard to resist. Stop being dramatic." "Did you find out anything?" "Sure did. Told you I'd get it." "Did someone say you wouldn't?" "Pretty sure you did," Hall answered. "Pretty sure I said nothing of the kind." "Oh. Well, anyway, yeah, I got it." "Well, spill the beans. Come on, ain't got all day." "Seth is up there, and he's with a woman named Andy." "Andy?" Charlotte said. "What kind of name is that?" "Maybe that's her name. Andy with an I, not with a Y." "Still strange to me." "Or a nickname, maybe for Miranda or Andrea or—" "Okay, I got it. Can we just get on with it?" "The waitress isn't sure who she is, but Seth is always with her, at least for the last month. She thinks Andy knows the owners, some kind of businesswoman. That's what she assumed anyway, doesn't really know the woman." "So we don't really have much more than what we started with." "Of course we do," Hall said. "We know Seth's coming here every week and meeting with this woman." "But that's it." Charlotte sighed. "This is just going to wind up being some guy cheating on his wife, isn't it?" Hall laughed. "What else did you expect? That he was actually a spy or something?" "I don't know. I just had hopes that it was something more interesting than some married guy messing around once his wife goes to bed. I mean, it's so unoriginal." Hall smiled. "That's the breaks, isn't it? And unfortunately, that's a bigger part of this job than I'd like." "Don't you think it's kind of depressing? I mean, all the people out there cheating on their wives or husbands?" Hall shrugged, not really giving it much thought, and he didn't want to. "It is what it is. Let's not worry about the bigger picture here, huh? Let's just focus on Seth." "Yeah, I guess. Besides, we can always hope this Andy person is actually a Soviet spy or something, right?" Charlotte smiled. "We can always hope, Brandon. We can always hope." 7. Hall and Charlotte debated whether they wanted to stay at the club any longer. They could make a case of staying or leaving, but in the end decided to stick it out. Besides, they could use some evidence, like a picture, to show Johnson Wendell, letting him know what was going on. People like Wendell always seemed to respond better to physical evidence rather than just telling them what was happening. They remained at their table for another hour. They had to order a couple more sodas and some nachos to help pass the time. "What if they have some private rooms up there for these people to help get their grooves on?" Charlotte asked. "Should we check if there's an extra one available?" "Don't be cute. You know what I mean. They could be up there forever, shacking up." "I don't think people use that phrase anymore." "Well, I still use that phrase, and you know what I mean." "I do," Hall said with a laugh. "We just have to wait 'em out, I guess. I'd like to get a photo of Seth and Andy together as they come down." "What if they don't?" "Would you stop being so negative?" "I'm just trying to present feasible alternatives," Charlotte replied. "Well, think of some positive feasible alternatives, okay?" Charlotte shrugged. "Okay." They both sat silent for a few minutes, watching people move around the club. "We should get a dog." "What?" "We should think about getting a dog." "Where did that come from?" "I was just thinking about it." "That came out of nowhere," Hall said. "It would help in moments like these where we're bored out of our minds." "Oh, you think so?" "Sure. It would make the time go by faster." "So you think a 100-pound dog sitting here at the table with us would make us even more inconspicuous?" "Why must you always be sarcastic?" Charlotte asked. "Obviously, we couldn't bring him in with us." "Then what's the point?" "He could keep us company in the car, things like that." "Why? Are you saying I'm boring in the car?" "No, I'm just saying it would be nice to have a dog." "We can't bring a dog with us most places we go," Hall said. "And I don't think it'd be right to leave him home all the time, alone, while we're out and about following people." "So that's a no?" "Not right now." Not unless you stop coming along with me and you stay home more. So you want to ditch me? Hall laughed and lowered his head. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I don't think it's fair to leave a dog at home all the time by himself. That's what I'm saying. Charlotte sighed. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Can we just focus on what we're here for? What's to focus on? There's nothing happening, and we can't see what's going on up there. There's nothing to focus on. Hall suddenly sat up straighter, something grabbing his attention. Without taking his eyes off the opening that led to the upstairs, he stuck his arm out, tapping Charlotte on the arm. Hey, looks like we're in business. Charlotte looked over at him, then saw he was staring at the door that led upstairs. She instantly looked over that way, seeing Seth standing there. There was no sign of Andy, though. Where's the woman? Charlotte asked. Give it time. He's just standing there. He might be waiting for her. They continued to watch, but there was still no sign of any woman, and they couldn't help but notice the expression on Seth's face. It seemed to be a mixture of sadness and anger. There wasn't even the slightest hint of a smile to be found on it. Why's he look mad? Charlotte asked. Maybe he didn't get what he wanted. Or maybe she nixed an idea he had, who knows? Seconds later, a couple of other men emerged from the opening and surrounded Seth. Then they all started moving. Looks like Andy's not coming along, Hall said. He quickly positioned his phone, snapping a few pictures of the men as they walked through the club. Their view was quickly blocked by people dancing. Charlotte stood up from her chair. They're heading for the door. We gotta follow them. They hurried toward the door, though the club was busier than ever, and they had to maneuver their way around a few people to get there. Once they got to the door, they rushed outside, taking a quick look around. They didn't see Seth at first. Where'd they go? Charlotte asked. Let's go to the car. They went to their car, with Hall walking past it to get a better look at Seth's vehicle. He then turned around and joined Charlotte, getting into their car. He's not in his car, Hall said. Then where is he? Hall shook his head, not having an answer. He continued looking through the windows, hoping to pick Seth up somewhere. Only a few seconds later, another car drove past them. Hall noticed Seth in the passenger seat. There they are. Hall pulled out to follow them. What the heck is going on here? Charlotte asked. Who are these guys, and where are they going? No idea. As the other car pulled out of the parking lot and onto the street, Hall attempted to do the same, but another car came zooming past, causing Hall to jam on the brakes. What seemed like a line of other cars also came by, with both Hall and Charlotte looking out the window, trying not to lose sight of their target. Once traffic eased up a bit, Hall was able to pull out onto the street. He sped up a little, hoping to catch up with Seth's car. It didn't take long before the frustration set in. Hall threw his arms up for a second before his hands fell back on the wheel. Where'd they go? Both Hall and Charlotte looked through each window as they tried to find the car again. It's like it disappeared, Charlotte said. Hall slapped the wheel. Damn. How could they get away so fast? Damn traffic. Maybe we can pick them up again. Hall sighed and shook his head. He kept on driving, but he knew it was a lost cause. Seth could have been anywhere by now. There were 3 or 4 streets he might have turned onto, and then who knows where after that. Did you get the license plate? Charlotte asked. No, it went by too fast. After driving for another 10 minutes, it was obvious to both of them that Seth was gone. There was nothing else to do but turn around. What now? Hall shook his head again, still extremely disappointed about losing the other car. Nothing else to do but go back. If Seth's car is still back there, then he has to come back for it at some point, right? We can wait there for him. Yeah, but that's not going to help us figure out what's going on here. They were obviously going somewhere for some reason. But if we wait back at the club, they obviously got to drop him off again. Then we get the license plate of the other car and run it and find out who those other guys are. Just because we might be able to find out who owns the car doesn't mean we'll find out the names of the people driving it. Sometimes that's 2 different things. A lead's a lead, right? I suppose so, Hall said. With no other options, Hall turned the car around and headed back to the club. Once they got there, though, they were in for another surprise. They hoped to get the same parking spot again, but when they drove over to it, there was another car parked in it. But that wasn't all. As they drove past where Seth's car was, it was no longer there. Wait, how can his car not be here? Hall asked. Hall stopped the car, and the two of them stared at the new car that was in Seth's spot. It wasn't even the same color, so there was no possible confusion. Hall started the car again, driving around the parking lot, hoping to see Seth's car somewhere. That wouldn't explain how it moved, but it would somehow make him feel better that at least it was still there. "Where did it go?" Charlotte asked. "That's the million-dollar question." "Are you sure Seth was in that other car?" "Positive," Hall answered. "He was there. He was in that other car." "Do you think they immediately doubled back here and dropped Seth off before we realized it?" Hall couldn't outright dismiss it, but it didn't make much sense to him. What would be the point? "I don't know. Maybe they had something to discuss in private?" "That'd be a quick conversation." "I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas." "Who would move his car?" Hall asked. "Maybe it's the woman." Hall started moving his head around, thinking of all the possibilities. "Makes as much sense as anything else, I guess. But why would she?" "Maybe they prearranged it. Maybe he was supposed to leave with those other guys, and she was supposed to follow in his car." Hall cleared his throat. He then found an empty parking spot with a clear line of vision to the front door of the club. He took a deep breath, not happy that their night was now full of surprises. "I guess we'll just sit here for a little while and see if either Seth or his car shows back up." "And what do you think the odds are of that?" Charlotte asked. "Honestly, not good." "Maybe we'll get lucky with something." "Yeah, I kind of doubt it," Hall said. "But there's something going on here. I can feel it." 8. Hall and Charlotte waited for several hours in the parking lot of the club. But Seth never came back. Neither did his car. Once they realized they had lost the trail, they went home for the night, figuring they'd pick up Seth again in the morning. This time, Hall was up first, and he had breakfast waiting for his beautiful girlfriend. It was already on the table when she walked out to the kitchen. Charlotte had a big smile on her face when she saw the food already on a plate waiting for her. "Aw, you made breakfast." Hall went over to her and gave her a kiss. "Nothing's too good for you." "Is it edible?" Charlotte said with a laugh. "Really? I'm just playing. It looks really good, thank you." "Well, I'm not a gourmet chef or anything, but eggs, pancakes, and toast aren't too difficult to screw up." "I think you mean it's hard to screw up," Charlotte said. "Too difficult to screw up implies it's easy to screw up." "Why did you make this so hard?" Charlotte continued laughing. "I'm just teasing." She leaned over and kissed him again. "But thank you." They sat down and ate, mapping out the rest of their day at the same time. "Do you have anything planned for today?" Hall asked. "Not really. Just hanging with you, I guess. Assuming I'm allowed to tag along with you." "Stop. You know you don't have to ask." "I thought maybe you're asking about my plans because you're trying to get rid of me or something." "Of course not. Don't be silly." "What were you planning?" Charlotte asked. "I don't know. I guess I planned on going over to Seth's house soon, see if he goes straight to work from there." "Or maybe he'll make a pit stop somewhere." Hall shrugged. "Maybe. Guess we'll see." Charlotte looked at the time. "We should hurry up and get moving then." They finished up their breakfast and put the dishes in the sink. Then they hurried up and got changed, flying out the door so that they could get to Seth's house before he left for work, or wherever else he decided to go. They arrived on Seth Street about 30 minutes before Seth usually left for work. But this day was already off to a strange start. Apparently, the overnight break didn't do anything to stop the strange occurrences they were running into. "Now what's this all about?" Hall asked, noticing a couple of strange cars along the curb in front of Seth's house. "Isn't that, Charlotte pointed, noticing Bradham's car as one of the vehicles. The other car was a patrol car. Both Hall and Charlotte looked confused, struggling to figure out exactly what was going on. Once they parked along the street, they got out. As they approached the driveway, there was a uniformed officer standing there, apparently keeping anyone out who happened to pass by. "Hey, what's going on?" Hall asked. The officer scoffed at him, not appearing to like the question. "Who are you?" "Brandon Hall, private investigator." The officer rolled his eyes and made a face. It was clear that private investigators weren't on his list of favorite people. "You friend or family of the deceased?" "Deceased?" Hall asked. "Who's dead?" "Already said too much. If you got no business here, move along, or I'll run you in for trespassing." "Trespassing? Come on, man, I'm just asking a simple question." "And I told you, if you got no business here, move along." "Well, it is my business," Hall said. "I was hired by Johnson Windle to follow his son for a bit, so who's dead?" "Not my business to say." Hall stretched his arms out. "Really? I mean, come on." "That's Detective Bradham's car out there," Charlotte said. "We're friends of his. Can you tell him that we're here? We might have some information for him." The officer tilted his head, not sure if they were telling the truth. It sounded to him like they were fishing. Charlotte could see he was skeptical. "I wouldn't just dream up a name like Bradham if we really didn't know him. Just radio him and tell him we're here. He'll tell you." The officer sighed, not really wanting to do it, but he did anyway. He radioed his partner, who was inside the house. "Hey, Pete, can you tell Bradham there's a couple people out here who want to see him? They say they might have some information on this." "Tell him it's Brandon and Charlotte." The officer glared at her for a moment. "Brandon and Charlotte." "Will do," Pete replied. Hall and Charlotte milled around for a minute or two until they heard Bradham's voice. The detective was walking down the driveway towards them. "It's okay, let 'em through," Bradham said. The officer thumbed them through, and Hall and Charlotte walked up the driveway, meeting Bradham about halfway. "What are you guys doing here?" Bradham asked. "We were going to ask you the same thing," Hall replied. "The officer said you guys might have some information. You guys working on this thing?" "Depends on what this thing is. The officer didn't tell us anything, just that someone's deceased." Bradham nodded. "That's right. What's your connection to it?" "No connection. Look, we were hired by Johnson Windle to follow his son, Seth, around. Said he's been acting strangely lately and wanted us to get to the bottom of it. Figure out what was going on. So that's what we've been doing." "Well, it looks like you don't have to worry about that anymore." "Why's that?" "Seth Windle is dead." "Dead?" Hall said, an astonished look on his face. He glanced over at Charlotte, who had a similar expression on her face. "How?" Charlotte asked. Bradham shrugged. "Still waiting for the official cause of death. Looks like he was shot, though." "Shot? How?" "Still going through it. I was just here giving his wife the official notice. Asked a few questions." "Wait, where was he shot?" Hall asked. "Train yard. The body was found about 2 hours ago." "So he hasn't been home all night?" "Apparently not. Mrs. Windle said she last saw her husband last night before bed. Said he was going over to his father's house. Said he'd be back late. She woke up a few hours ago, called in a police report, then someone found the body at the train yard calling us in." Hall put his hands on his head, trying to process it all. "This doesn't make any sense." "Most murders don't, at least at first. We'll get to the bottom of it." "Should we tell him?" Charlotte asked. Hall nodded and put his hand out, telling her to do the honors. "Go ahead." "Seth never went to his father's house last night." "How do you know?" Bradham asked. "Where was he?" "We followed him from here, and he went to some club and met with a woman." "What club?" It's called Cocktails." "Ah, I know it." Bradham started writing things down in his notebook. "And he was there with some woman?" "Yeah, a woman named Andy," Hall said. "Don't know who she is or anything. Didn't get a picture or anything either." "Describe her." "Can't. Never saw her." Bradham looked up at him, perplexed. "Wait, you never saw her?" "That's right." "And how do you know Seth was with her?" "Look, there's an upstairs part of the club for VIP members or something. Anyway, we asked around, showed a picture to a waitress who said she knew Seth. Apparently, he's been going there every week for a month or two. She said he was upstairs, hanging out with a woman named Andy. No idea on a last name or what she does, but we weren't able to get up there and put eyes on him, so we had to wait downstairs. And you never saw them together? Hall shook his head. Nope. We did see Seth leave with a couple other guys, though, Charlotte said, and he didn't walk in with them. What guys? Bradham asked. They were bigger? She turned toward her boyfriend. Wait, don't you have a picture of them? Oh, yeah. Hall dug into his pocket and pulled out his phone, quickly finding the picture he took. He held the phone out for Bradham to see. Interesting, Bradham said. Forward those pictures to me, will you? Sure, I'll do it now. What else you got? We followed Seth out of the club. He got in another car, didn't get the license plate. We got stuck in traffic just a few minutes after leaving, though, so we couldn't tell you where they went after that. Same guys in the car with him as in these pictures? I believe so, yeah. Oh, another interesting thing, Charlotte said. As soon as we lost them, we went back to the club to keep eyes on Seth's car, figuring he'd be back for it. Yeah? Well, when we got back, his car was gone. Bradham scrunched his eyebrows together, looking like he was struggling to process the information. So, let me get this straight. He leaves the club with these two dudes, gets in another car, and then you come back and find his car is missing. That's right. Are you sure he didn't take his own car? Hall shook his head. Impossible. Why's that? When we left the club, I walked over to Seth's car. He wasn't in it. Then we got in our car, and I saw this other vehicle driving by. Seth was in the passenger seat, so his car was still there when we left, and Seth was already gone. Bradham put his hand on his face and started rubbing it. It didn't make much sense to him either. So, Seth left in another car, and by the time you left and came back, someone took his car. That's right. How long was that? Hall put his hands up. I don't know. Couldn't have been more than 15, 20 minutes? Charlotte nodded, agreeing with him. Yeah, that's about right. Maybe they came back and dropped him off in that time frame, Bradham said. In 15 minutes? Hall asked. What would be the point? Bradham shook his head and rubbed his forehead like he was developing a headache. I don't know. That doesn't make much sense. Who would have taken his car? Hall and Charlotte looked at each other. Unless it was the woman, Charlotte said. Who is she? Bradham asked. Can't tell you. I believe the waitress said Seth has been with her the last several weeks, Hall said. Great, Bradham replied. Now we just have to figure out who this woman is. What about these guys in the picture with him? Charlotte asked. Think they might be the ones who shot him? The detective shrugged. Well, it certainly seems like a possibility. Looks like some good shots you got of them, so we'll run them through the system, hopefully get something out of it. If they're bad dudes, it sure would put them in the suspect category. I have a feeling the woman's going to be the key in all this, Hall said. The mysterious woman. Isn't that how it always is? Yeah. Now we just have to figure out who she is and find her. Not always as easy as it seems, Bradham said. No, it's not. But we'll give it a try. You still gonna work this? You know me, Hall said. May not still be employed on the job, but I like to see things through. And when the person I'm hired to investigate gets murdered, I'm gonna see it through. 9. Hall received a call from Johnson Wendell asking him to come over to his house. The police had already informed him of his son's fate. Hall and Charlotte immediately went to Wendell's residence, a big house at over 4,000 square feet with about an acre of property around it. Just as they pulled up to the house, Hall got a phone call from Bradham. Hey, remember the mysterious car disappearing? Not likely to forget it, Hall answered. Well, it's not mysterious anymore, and it's not missing. Where is it? It was found about a mile from Seth Wendell's body. A mile? What's that say to you? I don't know yet, Bradham replied. We're going through the car now, see if we hit on something. Either you're wrong about your car theory, or someone else took his car and followed him out there. I'm betting on the latter. Yeah, so am I. Question is, who? I still think finding the woman's gonna be the key to all this. Maybe so. We're running the pictures of those two guys right now. Hopefully we'll get a hit on them. I'm gonna head over to the club later, start asking some questions. Mind if I come along? Hall asked. I don't mind. Just remember I'm in charge. I'm sure you won't let me forget it. After finishing his conversation with the detective, Hall let Charlotte know about the new development. They got out of the car and went up to Wendell's house. Hall pushed the doorbell. About 10 seconds later, the door opened. Wendell stood there, looking the way you would expect a parent to look after losing their child. After inviting them in, Wendell led them into his office. He sat behind his desk as his visitors took chairs on the other side of it. I'm sorry about your loss, Mr. Wendell, Hall said. Thank you. It's a hard thing to come to grips with. But I also want to make sure that the killers are brought to justice. I've already talked with the police. They told me what they know. Now I want to know what you know. Hall relayed everything that had happened at the club, as well as immediately after it. That was the information that the police had kept from Wendell. So, who are these people? Hall shrugged. I don't know. He pulled out his phone and went to the pictures he took. He passed it to his client so he could take a look. Have you seen these men before? Wendell took a good, long look, analyzing the photos closely. He desperately wanted to be able to place them, but he couldn't. He'd never seen them before either. Can't help you. Don't know them. Well, we'll keep digging. You intend to stay on the case? Wendell asked. I do. As far as I'm concerned, the matter is not settled. You hired me to find out what was going on with your son. I still intend to do that. Wendell nodded, liking what he was hearing. Good. I appreciate that. As far as payment, I'm not really worried about it. You've got a lot going on, so as far as I'm concerned, you've got a blank check. I want you to spare no expenses. Whatever you need, you got it. If you need money to pay informants for information, bribes, whatever you need the money for, it's yours for the taking. I want you to put on full court press here. All glanced at Charlotte. She'd be happy that they didn't have to use any of their own money. Understood. Now, I know the police will be working on this as well, so I want you to do whatever you need to do to solve this. Work with them, against them, I don't care. I just want the people who killed my son found and arrested. We'll do our best. What about this woman? Charlotte asked. Do you have any idea who she might be? What was her name? Andy? Yes. Wendell shook his head. Can't say that it rings a bell. Maybe Andrea or Mandy or some other variation? Wendell kept shaking his head as he looked down at his desk. No, still doesn't sound familiar. Maybe it's someone who used to work for your company in some capacity, Hall said. Wendell leaned back in his chair, resting his elbows on the desk, and put his hand on his face. I don't know. We've got several offices. I can't imagine someone we hired would be mixed up in this. Maybe not, but it's a place to start. Wendell nodded. Yes, of course. He turned to his computer, which was on the desk next to him. He started typing away. I will print out our personnel files from every office. Then you can cross-reference them if you see something. That'll be fine, Hall replied. Once the list was printed out, Wendell handed it over to them. What does your gut tell you on this? Why do you think Seth was murdered? I'm not sure. It's still too early to say. There's definitely a woman involved, that much we know. Whether she's a lover or someone else, I don't know. The fact that these other two men are somehow involved, that indicates maybe some business transaction, or maybe it's some combination of all three. The one thing I can say is that the way it looks in the beginning usually isn't how it actually is in the end. There are often some twists and turns. We just have to be willing to follow them and not have any pre-existing idea in mind. Wendell nodded. You take that road wherever it goes. I want the truth, whether it's hard to hear or not. You'll get it. Hall and Charlotte left and got back in their car. They sat there for a moment, figuring out their next step. Where to now, boss? Well, Bradham said he was going to the club, Hall replied. Let's head over there. We can wait for him to get there. What if it's a long wait? Then it's a good thing we've got a lot of work to do. Such as? Hall pointed to the paper his girlfriend was holding. Looks like that will take some time. Charlotte looked at the list. There's got to be a few hundred names on this list. Exactly. It'll give you something to do while we're in the car. Gee, thanks. Hall laughed. The job is not as glamorous as some make it out to be. You can say that again. Charlotte took out a pen and a highlighter that was in the glove compartment and got to work as Hall started the car. Once they arrived at the club, the parking lot was sparse. Only a half-dozen cars were there since the club didn't officially open until later. The only people in there now were probably management, maybe a worker or two to clean the place up. After waiting about 10 minutes, Hall called Bradham just to let him know they arrived at the club. They had a brief conversation. What'd he say? Charlotte asked. Said he'll be here in about 20 minutes. Told us to keep an eye on the outside. For what? Just in case we see something suspicious. What would be suspicious? I don't know, Hall answered. Maybe someone driving with a body sticking out of their trunk? Charlotte gave her boyfriend a look. Really? Hey, something shady went down here last night. Who's to say that's the only thing happening around here? That's true. How are you coming along with that list? Charlotte sighed. Oh, working on it. Shouldn't be too bad. You can immediately cross off the names of the men. Thanks so much. I didn't know to do that. Hall smiled. I love your sarcasticness. They gave each other a kiss. Feel free to help me with this if you'd like. Oh, I'd like to, but Bradham wanted me to keep an eye out, so yeah, I should probably do that. Charlotte gave him a fake smile. Oh, so nice of you. While they waited for Bradham, a few more cars pulled in. They were some of the maintenance staff, cleaning, washing glasses and dishes. 15 minutes later, Bradham's car pulled in. Hall looked at the time. Hey, he's 5 minutes early. Thank God, Charlotte said. I'm starting to go cross-eyed looking at this list. They got out of the car and started walking to Bradham's vehicle, who had parked only a few spots away from theirs. How's it looking? Bradham asked. Nothing unusual, Hall replied. Let me do all the talking. Don't you usually? Yeah, right. Anyway, I've been here before, and I've talked to the manager of this place. Friend of yours? Bradham laughed. Not hardly. His name is Jimmy Ferguson. He's got a criminal record. He's got ties with organized crime, and he hates cops. Sounds reasonable. Sounds like a waste of time to me, Charlotte said. Maybe, Bradham replied. Sometimes with guys like this, it's not always what they say. Sometimes it's what they don't. If we ask him the right questions, his silence might give us an answer. Makes sense. Let's go shake a tree and see what falls out. They went over to the front door of the building, which was locked. They knocked on the front door. There was no response at first. They kept knocking, and eventually someone answered. It was a younger man, probably in his mid to late 20s, and he didn't actually answer. He just spoke through the glass door. We're closed. Bradham took out his badge and showed it to him. You're open. The man didn't look pleased, but he opened the door, allowing the three of them inside. Can I help you with something? The man asked. Bradham looked around the room. Yeah. Is Jimmy Ferguson still the manager here? Yes. Is he here right now? Yes. Go find him. Tell him Detective Bradham's here to talk with him. The man left, eventually disappearing into the back of the club, where there was a door that led to a couple of offices. As they waited, Hall started looking up. He noticed a couple of cameras placed throughout the room. Security cameras, he said, pointing at one near the door. Bradham looked up, then glanced at the others. There were 5 that they could see, including one that they had noticed outside on the corner of the building. Several minutes went by before the man emerged from the back. Jimmy Ferguson was right behind him. Ferguson had a wide smile on his face, and he stretched his arms out wide as if he were excited to see his visitors. "Detective Bradham! Nice to see you again. What do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" Hall and Bradham glanced at each other, both of them thinking that the man was putting it on a little thick. It was obvious he was anything but pleased. As Ferguson got closer to them, he shooed his employee away, wanting to talk in private. "I want to talk to you about a murder," Bradham said. "I didn't kill anybody." "Nobody said you did." "Let's talk in private," Ferguson said, turning around and waving at his guests to follow him. "We'll go in my office." They followed him through the club and into the back, going down a short hallway before entering Ferguson's office. Once they were all inside, Ferguson closed the door, then went behind his desk and sat down. He kept his elbows on the arms of his chair and clasped his hands together. He noticed Charlotte looking at a photo of a naked woman on the wall. It was the size of a poster, so it was hard to miss. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Charlotte rolled her eyes. "Yeah, real classy." "So, what's this about a murder?" "The person's name was Seth Windle," Bradham answered. "Never heard of him." "He was in this club last night." "A lot of people are in this club every night. Was he killed in here?" "You know he wasn't." "I don't know nothing. I don't know this guy, and there was no body on any of the floors when we closed or when we opened." "He was here, left, then killed in a train yard," Bradham said. "Sounds tragic. Still, don't see what that has to do with me." "Noticed you have cameras here," Hall said. "Mind if we take a look?" "Yeah, I do mind," Ferguson replied. "And it don't matter anyway. They're not working at the moment. We have to call someone in to fix them." "That's convenient," Bradham said. Ferguson shrugged. "It's the truth." "Yeah, sure it is. Maybe we could look at them anyway, just to make sure." "You got a warrant?" "Do I need a warrant?" "Look, the people who come in here just want to have a good time. They talk, they drink, they dance. They just want to escape from the hustle and bustle of the daily grind out there in the world. They have a certain expectation of privacy when they come in here." "They also have an expectation that they aren't killed when they visit," Bradham said. Ferguson smirked. "Like I said, nobody was killed here. I can't control what people do once they leave here. That's on them. It's got nothing to do with me or the club." "I beg to differ." Bradham took out a couple of photos that he had made of the pictures that Hall had shared with him. It was of the 2 men standing around Seth Windle the night before. He tossed them on the desk. Ferguson picked up the pictures and looked at them. "What's this?" "A murder victim." Bradham pointed Windle out. "And 2 men we'd like to identify. As you can see, they were all here." "Where'd you get these photos from?" "A concerned citizen." Ferguson tossed the pictures back down on the desk. "Okay, so they were here. What's that prove?" "That they were here." "A lot of people are here. I don't know all of them." "Do you know these 2 guys?" Bradham asked. "Never saw them before." "Maybe you should take a closer look." "And maybe you should get out of here and stop wasting my time." "I can't help you. If I knew who they were, I'd tell you." Bradham laughed. "Sure you would." "What about a woman named Andy?" Hall asked. "I know a few guys named Andy, sure," Ferguson replied. "Not guys. A woman." "Oh, a woman named Andy?" "Yes, she was apparently here last night." Ferguson put his finger over his lip, rocking back and forth in his chair. He was trying to give the impression that he was thinking hard about it. They knew he wasn't. "Andy, oh, gee, it doesn't ring a bell, fellas." He then looked at Charlotte. "And ladies? Sure wish I could help you." "Yeah, you're a real concerned citizen," Bradham said. "How about you? Were you here last night?" Ferguson hesitated for a second, trying to determine whether he should tell the truth. Yeah, I was here. Only for a bit, though. I left early with a slight headache." So, our victim has been here every week for the last month or two. This Andy woman is also a regular, and you're telling me you have no idea who either of them are? That's what you're telling me? It's the truth. Listen, officer, detective. My apologies, detective. I spend most of my time here in the office, going over figures, looking at reports, doing business-like stuff, you know? I rarely come out of the office and mingle with anybody out there. I mean, you could be showing up every day for a few months and I wouldn't know it. Bradham smiled, knowing he was being fed a bunch of lies. I bet. Now, I'm really quite busy, so if there's nothing else that I can help you with, I'd really like to get back to work, okay? You'll be seeing me soon. What for? You told me to get a warrant, didn't you? Ferguson grinned. I was hoping you'd take me at my word. Not a chance. You don't go anywhere, okay? Oh, I was planning on chaining myself to this desk all day. A lot of work to do. Hall, Charlotte, and Bradham left the office and went straight for the front door to go back to their car. One of the employees locked the door behind them. He sure is a pleasant one, isn't he? Charlotte said. Yeah, Bradham replied. A real peach. What now? Bradham shrugged. Well, I guess I'm going to go get a warrant for the cameras in there. That might take a couple hours, though. You really think the cameras in there are broken? Hall asked. Not a chance. He's playing games, and it wouldn't surprise me if when I come back with the warrant that all the footage suddenly disappeared to give credence to his not working theory. Why would he do that? Charlotte asked. If he's not involved, why would he intentionally erase the video if it could help? Bradham rubbed the back of his neck, then moved it around like he was stretching out. Because he's a grade 1 a-hole, that's why. He would do it just because he doesn't like us, and beyond that, who said he's not involved? What, you think he is? I don't think anything. I just go where the clues take me. One of the clues is here. As far as I'm concerned, he's a suspect until we determine otherwise. The woman is still the key in all this, Hall said. Once we find her, or find out who she is, then the dominoes will start to fall. Any luck on that front yet? Bradham asked. Not so far. We're looking at some names that worked at Wendell's offices. I have a feeling we won't find her there, though. Just a hunch. They had to meet somewhere. Hey, did either of you guys get the sense that Ferguson knew who we were talking about when you mentioned Andy's name? Charlotte asked. Bradham nodded. Yeah, it looked like maybe it rang a bell. I got the feeling he knew who those other two guys in the picture with Seth were, too, Hall said. Yeah, could be. Could you get into his phone records? Charlotte asked. If he's involved, maybe he called one of these people. Bradham shook his head. Nah, no dice, I think. I mean, I can try for one, but I doubt I'd get it. Why not? There's no indication yet that he really knows any of these people. The cameras, yeah, we can prove they were here. If I ask for warrants on his phone records, I'm basically just throwing grass in the air and seeing which way the wind blows. For all we know, he might be telling the truth, Hall said, even if it doesn't seem likely. But we gotta find this woman somehow. We just gotta find her. 10. Hall and Charlotte went home, giving the list that Johnson Wendell gave them more attention. They also went over everything they could find on Seth. Maybe there was something they'd overlooked before. After a few hours, Hall got up to get a drink from the kitchen. As he went back to the table, his phone rang. It was Bradham. He eagerly answered, hoping he had news about the warrants. Hey, what's up? Just wanted to let you know, we served the warrants on the cameras, Bradham said. How'd it go? It didn't. We got there, tried to look at the footage first, and it was gone. He erased it? Technically, there's no footage from the past week. He says that's how long it's not been working. You believe him? Hall asked. Not on your life. Can you get the footage back somehow? Our techs will work on it, but I'm not hopeful. They said some technical mumbo-jumbo, but basically we're probably SOL. What's your gut say on him? Is he involved? Bradham took a deep breath, thinking about it. I don't think so. I fully think that he knows who these people are, but I don't get the sense that he's involved any more than that. But I could be wrong." Hall sounded a bit dejected. "Yeah. What are you guys working on?" "Still trying to find Andy. She's out there somewhere." "You know that could be a dead end. What makes you think that's even her real name? Maybe her real name is Mary or Susie. Maybe Andy's just a name she dreamed up." Hall sighed. "Yeah, I thought of that too. I don't know. Just have to start with something, I guess." "Oh, something else just came in a few minutes ago." "What's that?" "The names of those two guys in the pictures." "Really?" Hall said, his voice perking up. "You know who they are?" "Yep. Elijah Killens and Adrian Meadows." "Those names mean something to you?" "Couple of small-time hoods. Both have criminal records. Nothing major yet, though." "So maybe they're not involved in Seth's murder." "Big assumption there," Bradham said. "Well, if they don't have anything violent in the records, then—" "Everybody has to start somewhere, especially if the payday is big enough. If the money was there, I have no doubt these guys are capable of doing something like that. Trust me, years of experience talking and speaking to guys like this." "I'll take your word for it," Hall said. "Can you trace them to anyone else who might be involved?" "We're digging into their backgrounds, but no woman named Andy, if that's what you're thinking. And they don't have ties to any major criminal organization, as far as we can tell." "A couple of freelancers." "Probably why they were used," Bradham replied. "We'll keep after it, see if we can turn up a connection to someone, but it might be slow going." "All right. Thanks for the info." Once Hall returned to the table with Charlotte, he relayed the new information to her. They started working once more on Seth's background when Hall's phone rang again. He initially assumed that it was Bradham again, but it wasn't this time. It was a strange number he hadn't seen before. His first thought was that it was potentially a new client. He answered. "Brandon, how are you doing?" Okay, I guess." Hall's mind tried to identify the voice. He'd heard it before, though he couldn't initially place it, but he knew it. "How are things going on the case? You're still on it, aren't you?" Maybe." Alarm bells quickly went off in his head. He now knew exactly who this was. He snapped his fingers at Charlotte, hoping to get her attention. Once he did, he pointed at the phone and mouthed the name of the caller to her. "So, who is this?" Hall asked. "Oh, Brandon, you disappoint me. Do I really need to answer that?" "Just to prove my instincts are correct." "Oh, very well. This is your old friend, Jim Riley." Hall grinned and shook his head. Jim Riley, J.R. Rankin never seemed to be far away, no matter what. "So, Jim, what have you been up to lately?" "Oh, you know, the usual. Just trying to get through the day, so to speak." "I bet. So, what do I owe the honor of this phone call?" "No, the honor is all mine, Brandon. You know how I feel about you." "Right. Are we just talking to shoot the breeze here?" "Of course not. You know, I was just asking about the case you're on." "You know what case I'm on right now?" Hall asked. "Of course. Don't I know everything?" "So it seems." "What do you know, and how do you know it?" "First things first. Are you still investigating, even though Seth is dead?" "I was thinking about it." "Great. I knew you would. Death doesn't deter you, does it?" "How did you know I was working this?" Hall asked. Riley laughed. "Well, as it so happens, I happen to belong to the same country club as Johnson Windle. We're old friends." Hall rolled his eyes. He could already see in his mind how it all played out. "Let me guess. You and he just happened to be on the 18th tee, and he just happened to let you know what was going on with his son, and He just happened to mention that he was looking for a private investigator, something like that." Riley laughed. "Of course not. We were on the 5th tee when he mentioned it. You don't start conversations like that on the 18th. That's just silly." "Oh, my bad." "So anyway, he told me he was looking for private investigators, and I casually dropped your name. I told him you were one of the best." "Very kind of you," Hall said sarcastically. "Well, it was nothing but the truth, right?" "If you say so." "In any case, I just happened to look into the matter myself, and then I heard the news this morning about what had happened. Just dreadful. A terrible tragedy." "Why were you looking into it?" Hall asked. "Wanted to see how you could benefit from it? See if you could somehow get something going in there?" Riley laughed again. "Oh, Brandon, your mind always thinks the worst. Johnson Wendell is a friend, and I don't steal from friends." "Well, that's nice of you. The whole honor among thieves bit." "You know I go by my own moral code." "I do," Hall said. "So I understand you went and saw Jimmy Ferguson today. How did that go?" "Now, how could you possibly know that?" "I have eyes everywhere, Brandon. You should know that by now. Eyes everywhere. I know everything I need to know and want to know." "So it seems." "So, how did it go?" "I'm surprised you don't know that too already." Riley let out another laugh, sounding more amused than anything. "Well, I wasn't technically there, was I?" "I suppose not." Hall thought about it for a moment, not sure it was a great idea to be discussing the case with him. But then he figured, why not? The man seemed to already know more than he should have anyway. Heck, he probably knew more than Hall did at this point. Maybe by sharing what Hall knew, Riley would let out a few more things that he knew as well. At this point, anything extra would be beneficial. Okay, Ferguson was basically no help. Showed him pictures of the men with Seth and he didn't know them. Asked about the woman named Andy, didn't know her. Said the video cameras in the club weren't working, and the police just served a warrant for the cameras, and lo and behold, the footage isn't available. "Do you have names for the men in the picture?" Yeah, what was it? Elijah Killens and Adrian Meadows. Small-time guys, apparently." Riley laughed again. "Yes, they are." "You say that like you know them." "Well, you know, I never like to kiss and tell." "Right. But I may have used their services in the past." "Really? You know where they are?" "Possibly. Let's get back to the other name you mentioned, the woman. What was it again?" "Andy," Hall answered. "I don't have anything else on her, just the name, and I don't even know if that's legit." "Oh, it's legit. That is her name." "Wait, what? You know her?" "Well, let's just say I'm familiar with her work." "Her work?" Hall said. "What are you saying? Are you implying that she's some kind of con artist or something?" "I'm not implying anything. I'm saying it straight out." Hall put his hand on top of his head and closed his eyes as if he were having trouble comprehending it all. "So, wait. You're telling me you know who all these people are?" "Of course. Don't you think by now that I'm familiar with most people in this line of work?" "Yeah, I guess so." "Anyway, what really matters is you finding the person responsible for this." "Well, I assume it's the two guys and Andy, isn't it?" Hall asked. "Oh no, don't be ridiculous. I expect more out of you, Brandon. The two men are hired help. You can buy them for cheap in the bargain bin if you want." "And the woman?" "I already told you. She's a con artist, not a killer. No, you're looking for someone above them who's pulling the strings. He or she used them to lure Seth in. You just have to find out who that person is." "Well, as long as it's not hard or anything." "If it was easy, it wouldn't be worth doing. Isn't that how the saying goes? Something like that, Hall said. You know, now that I think about it, you saying that someone's above them pulling the strings kind of sounds like someone else I know. Oh? Who might that be? You. Riley chuckled. Yes, it does sound like me, doesn't it? Sure does. That's too funny. So, is it you? Is that why you know so much about all of this? Trying to pick my brain to see how close I am? Now that would be an interesting development, wouldn't it? I mean, in all honesty, I'm not above trying something like that. I know you're not, Hall said. That's why it occurred to me. But in this case, you're off base. I can say with 100% honesty and conviction that I am not involved in any of this. I am purely an interested observer, that's all. And you'd like me to take your word for it? Of course. Have I ever lied to you? That might be a complicated question, Hall replied. Not complicated at all. I gave you a piece of advice long ago, didn't I? Which piece of advice was that? That if I wasn't involved in something, I'd help you if I could. And if I was involved, that I'd warn you to stay away. Wasn't that our deal? Something like that. Well, since I'm not giving you any warnings, and there are no threats here, you can rest assured that I'm not involved. And I give you my word on that. Okay, let's say I believe you. I have a feeling you know more than I do about this. Possibly. So if you're really not involved, and as a gesture of good faith, why don't you tell me exactly who the woman is and what's going on here? Well, I can't tell you exactly what is going on, as I genuinely don't know. Haven't the foggiest. But I do have some guesses, since I do know the players involved. And they are? Some sort of shakedown, Riley said. Has to be. The two men are hired muscle. Andy is a con artist. Put 2 and 2 together, and you have 4. The only thing that's concerning is that Seth wound up dead. Especially concerning for him. Riley laughed. Yes, it is. I just don't know what the master plan was in all of this. That escapes me at the moment. Andy's last name? Oh, didn't I tell you that already? No, not yet. My apologies. I'm getting forgetful in my old age. You're not that old, Hall said. Well, today I am. I'm already getting in costume. I'm playing a man in my 80s later, already starting to play the part. Who are you conning? Riley laughed again. Not relevant to the conversation. Andy's last name? So forgetful. Andy's last name is Meyer. Beautiful woman, very attractive, very pleasant, too. She can make any man's mouth water and his brain melt. Gorgeous woman. How old? I'd say around 30 or so. Great figure. You'd love her. Somehow I doubt it, Hall said. She just has a way about her. So, what do you think this was about? Andy seduced Seth somehow on someone else's orders? For what purpose? Well, there's really only 3 things I can think of that make sense. Money, power, or revenge. Those are usually the 3 plots of any movie, aren't they? Or love. Riley snickered. Yes, but considering the players involved, I don't think that's the case here. Stick with the 3 things I mentioned. You'll get farther. Is Andy a nickname? Short for Andrea, which she just abhors. Sounds like you know her pretty well, Hall said. Well, I may have used her a time or 2 for a situation here or there. So where can I find her? Brandon, you disappoint me. Asking for all the answers before you begin the test. I've already given you the name. The rest is for you to uncover. So it is. Well, I must be going. I have people awaiting my 80-year-old self. Have to get in the mood, you know? I'm sure. Good luck on your charade. Well, thank you. I'm sure it'll be a smashing success. And good hunting. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. Hall sighed. I'm sure we will. 11. Hall tossed his phone down on the table, then slumped down in a chair, thinking of the conversation he just had. What was that about? Charlotte asked. Our old friend. I know that part, but what did he want? Hall threw his arms up. Just talking about the case. Is he involved? Says he's not. Do you believe him? Actually, yes, I do. Why? Hall shrugged. I don't know. In some weird sort of way, I just don't think he'd lie. He's cute in dancing around subjects and getting to the point of telling you what he wants you to know, but if he was involved, I think he'd tell me. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but that's the feeling I get. What'd he say? So glad you asked. He knows the two thugs, and he also knows our mysterious woman, Andy. Charlotte's eyes widened. No. Oh, yes. Says her name is Andy Meyer, short for Andrea, which she apparently doesn't like. He's used her before, and she's also, apparently, a con artist. Really? Wow. Also says she's beautiful, gorgeous, and, okay, stop right there. We don't need to know the rest. What else did he say? Hall thought for a moment, then relayed the rest of their conversation. Well, more so just the good parts that revealed any bits of information, though Andy's name was obviously the biggest one. Hall then snapped his fingers, looking as though he was disgusted with something. What? I should have asked him if Ferguson was involved somehow, Hall replied. I knew I was forgetting something. How could I forget that? Because that's how it always is. People always think of things in hindsight. Things they should have said, questions they should have asked, is normal. Normal, yes, but it still would have been helpful to know and remember. What about who's behind all this? Charlotte asked. He doesn't think it's one of the three who was with Seth? Hall shook his head. No, he seemed to think it was someone else calling the shots. But who? He didn't say. I really don't think he knows yet. But believe me, he'll probably know long before we do. Why is he always so involved in everything? Even the things he's not directly involved with, he's involved. Hall shrugged. I think it's kind of like a game with him, a challenge. A challenge to himself to always know more than everyone else. That's what satisfies him, knowing that he's winning. Whether that's winning at information or with a job or with anything. He just wants to know he's on top and everyone else is beneath him. Strange guy. Hall nodded. Strange guy, but brilliant guy. As much as I hate to say it, he's on top of everything. Too on top of it, if you ask me. Probably. So what now? Charlotte asked. Same as before. The key to all this, in my opinion, is still the woman. Now we've got a name, a full name. But we don't know where she is. Well, I guess we have two options, Hall said. We can try to find her ourselves, or we can put the PD on it for us. As they were debating the pros and cons of each option, Hall got a text message. It was from Rankin, or Riley, or whatever he was calling himself today. Hey, I neglected to give you Andy's address. Would you like it? Hall was apprehensive, feeling like a condition was going to be attached to this. Of course, but why are you offering? I like Andy. I don't want to see her jammed up on something if she's not involved. But she is involved. But you don't know the degree. Guess that's why we need to talk to her. I'll give it to you, but only on the condition that you don't give it out to anyone, especially your friends in the police. You talk to her, no one else. Deal? Hall sighed. There it was. He knew it was coming. He could feel it. That was what Rankin did. Still, Hall was being thrown a bone, and he wasn't going to reject it. Deal. Her address is 2903 Gibraltar Road. Good luck. Thanks. Well, that answers that, Hall said. What? Andy's address. It's 2903 Gibraltar. Who were you just texting? Charlotte asked. Good old J.R. Charlotte huffed and shook her head. And what are the conditions you agreed to for receiving it? Only we talk to her, no one else. So we can't tell Bradham? Hall shook his head. No. That's it? That's it. Charlotte made a face. It was a mix of displeasure and also thinking it wasn't as bad as it could have been. All in all, probably a worthwhile trade. I guess that's not so bad. But what if Bradham finds out we know and that we're holding out on him? We'll cross that bridge if we come to it. Those are the conditions of the deal. I'm sure he'll understand. Oh, I'm sure. You should save Rankin's number there, just in case we need it again. What's the point? Hall asked. He'll just change it tomorrow. You don't think he'll actually let people know his phone number, do you? Charlotte thought about it for a second. No, I guess not. Well, shall we go? Hall nodded. Time for another stakeout. Another stakeout. My favorite. Maybe we'll get lucky and it won't last long. She better be out in the front yard gardening when we get there so we can talk to her right away. Gardening? Well, everyone has a hobby, right? No, not everyone, Hall replied. And do you really think someone like this is just gonna be out there gardening? Brandon, just let me have this hope, will you? Just let me have this. Hall smiled. Okay, for your sake, I hope it's a short wait. Thank you. But just in case it's not, maybe we should pack some drinks and sandwiches? You're killing me. Fine. They went into the kitchen and started grabbing some drinks, making sandwiches and putting them in bags to take with them. Once they were finished, they went down to their car. Andy's house was roughly half an hour away, and they found the house rather easily. They were a little surprised when they found the house in a nice suburban neighborhood. Considering what Andy did for a living, they half expected her to be living in some run-down apartment or a house in a bad neighborhood. The house wasn't necessarily a big place, around 1,500 square feet and 2 floors, but it looked well kept, and there wasn't an eyesore in the development. Thank God it's not some flea-bitten apartment complex. Hall shook his head. You and your apartment complex. And I don't mean the buildings. I don't have a complex. It's just a fear. Hall scrunched his face, looking confused. I'm pretty sure that's the same thing. So stop bothering me about it. Just let me have my fear in peace. They passed by Andy's house a couple of times, not seeing a car in the driveway. There was a garage door that was closed, so they couldn't rule out a vehicle being in there. They finally pulled up along the curb, a few houses down from Andy's and on the other side of the street. They still had a good view of the house, though, and could see the front door. Luckily, there were no trees or bushes to get in the way of their view. Doesn't look like she's outside gardening, Hall said. Shut up. Maybe she went to get some seeds or plants or something. I'm warning you. Hall put his hand over his mouth to eventually stop his laughter. Okay, I'm done. Are you sure you don't have any more quips in you? No, I think I'm done. Unless she had to get a new pair of gloves or maybe a new shovel. Charlotte moved her jaw around and rolled her eyes. I thought you said you were done. Okay, now I'm done. I swear, if I hear one more sarcastic remark, I'm going to get out of this car. And do what? Stand there. Well, that doesn't sound like a good plan, Hall said. Brandon, okay, I'm done, I promise. He leaned over and kissed his girlfriend on the lips. Charlotte then looked at the time. Let's hope this doesn't take all day. Should we take some bets? I have a feeling it won't be that long. What are the odds? 60%, Hall replied. Not exactly overwhelming, but it is a majority. I have a feeling we'll be meeting Ms. Myers sooner than we think. I so hope so. I can't take another of these 12-hour car sits. Well, even if we do, at least you have good company. Oh, yeah? Charlotte said. When are they getting here? Hall laughed. Okay, you win on that one. Their banter was quickly interrupted when they saw an expensive-looking black car pull into Andy's driveway. They could barely believe their good fortune. See? What'd I tell you? Charlotte rolled her eyes, not yet believing it until she saw the woman get out of the car. For all we know, it's a delivery driver. Most expensive delivery car I've ever seen. They kept watching, eventually seeing the car door open. A woman got out. Remembering what Riley told him about Andy's appearance, this woman certainly fit the bill. Dark hair, tight clothes revealing a great figure, and pretty. This had to be Andy. Charlotte glanced over at her boyfriend. Is your mouth open? Hall quickly took his eyes off the suspect. What? No. What are you talking about? It looks like your mouth is watering. Don't be ridiculous. Just a little hot in here. Brandon, we have the air on. Well, it's still hot. Hotter out there, Charlotte said, and I'm not talking about the weather. Hall gave her a nasty face. What? I already hate this case. You stay here, I'll go talk to her. You can't do that. Why? Want to get some FaceTime with the bimbo? Why do you get like that? Like what? Calling her names like that. Charlotte pulled her head back. Oh, does it bother you? Do you know her? No, and you don't either. She might be a perfectly reasonable, upstanding bimbo. Hall rolled his eyes. Let's just get out of the car and talk to her before she gets inside and doesn't open the door for us. Fine. You stay here. Charlotte got out of the car and was quickly dismayed to see her boyfriend get out of the car, too. Just have to go talk to the gorgeous woman, huh? Are you jealous? Hall asked. Poof, as if. Hall put his arm around his girlfriend's shoulder and gave her a kiss on the cheek. You're still the most beautiful. Charlotte smiled, appreciating the gesture. Think she'll talk to us? Hall shrugged. I don't know. Let's hope so. And if she doesn't? If she doesn't, then I guess we have to go back to the drawing board. 12. Andy was still fiddling around inside her car as Hall and Charlotte approached. She opened the trunk, having a few shopping bags to get out. Just as she got him out and closed the trunk, Hall and Charlotte sped up. They had to get to her before she went inside her house. Andy started walking up the pathway to her home. Hall and Charlotte made their way up the driveway. Excuse us, Hall said, putting his hand up to get the woman's attention. Andy turned around and quickly sized the two of them up. She didn't get a great feeling about them, but she stopped, waiting to see what they wanted. Yes? Andy asked. Hi, we just wanted to see if we could talk to you for a few minutes. About? Up close, she was even prettier. She had that natural beauty, the kind that didn't have to be aided by makeup, of which she wore very little. If she was a con artist, and they had no reason to believe that she wasn't, especially with Riley's say-so, her attractiveness was probably a huge part of her bag of tricks. Hall stumbled over his words for a second, rubbing his forehead. It was like he'd lost all of his thoughts in her presence. Charlotte angrily tilted her head and glared at him, shaking her head. Unbelievable. What? Andy said. Nothing. We're here to talk to you about Seth Wendell. Who? Seth Wendell, Charlotte said. You were with him last night at the club, whatever it's called, you know the one. I'm afraid I don't know any Seth Wendell. I have to get inside. Excuse me. He's dead, you know, Hall said, finally breaking free of his trance. Or did you know that already? Andy had turned to leave, but stopped and turned around when she heard the news. She had a shocked look on her face that indicated this was the first she was hearing about it. "What?" "Seth's dead," Hall said. "Did you know that?" Andy shook her head like she was in denial. No, that's not true." "Oh, so you did know him," Charlotte said. "Who are you guys?" "My name's Brandon. This is Charlotte. We're private investigators." Andy kept shaking her head. "I'm not talking to you." She turned around and marched to the front door again, putting her keys in the lock. "If you don't talk to us, I guess you'll have to talk to the police," Hall said. "We were hoping you could avoid that, but if that's the way you want to play it, I guess we'll have no choice." With the keys hanging out of the doorknob, Andy turned around again. "The police?" Hall nodded. "That's right. We found out you were involved in this, and one of the conditions of getting your name was that nobody talked to you except for us. But if you're not willing, I guess all bets are off." "Who told you about me?" Andy asked. "I'm not sure that's important. What is important is that we're here, and the police are not. And it can stay that way if you talk to us. But if you don't, like I said, then all bets are off." Andy thought it over for a few moments. As much as she didn't like it, she didn't want to talk to the police either. She finally agreed. "What do you want to know?" "You did know Seth?" Hall asked. "Before I answer, do I have your word that anything I say is between us?" "You've got it. As long as you give us the truth, and we believe it, the police never have to know your name. At least they won't get it from us. Whether they get it on their own, that I don't know and can't promise. I can only give you my word." Andy nodded. "Okay, but before I answer anything, I need to know, is Seth really dead?" "He's dead." There were several chairs on the porch, and Andy found one to sit in, taking in the news. "I can't believe it. What happened?" "We were hoping you could tell us," Charlotte said. "After all, you were with him right before he was killed." Andy gave Charlotte a look. She still had trouble processing everything. "Look, we were at the club," Hall said. "Though we didn't see you, we had other people tell us you were with him, and have been for several weeks, also that you're a regular there. Now, we saw Seth leave with two big guys right after you were together, apparently. Then they left the club together. Then Seth was found dead. That puts you square in the middle of things." "What was your role in it?" Charlotte asked. "Were you supposed to set him up?" Andy put her hand over her mouth and shook her head. It was clear something was bothering her other than the news that Seth was already dead. "Did you know they were going to kill him?" Hall asked. "No. He wasn't supposed to be hurt," Andy answered. "What was supposed to happen?" Andy took a deep breath before responding. "Look, I'm assuming you know about my past." "We've heard you're quite skillful at, shall we say, parting things from their owners." "Yeah, well, I was hired to seduce Seth. We went out a bunch of times, did some things, and I made the cardinal sin that you're never supposed to make in this business." "Which is what?" Charlotte asked. "I got attached." "Wait, are you telling us that you fell for Seth? That you loved him?" Andy nodded. "That's right." "Then why were you involved with his murder?" "I wasn't. He wasn't supposed to be killed." Hall put his hands up to calm everybody down. "Let's just take a step back. Start from the beginning. Who hired you?" "I don't know," Andy replied. "Oh, come on," Charlotte said. "What, are you going to say you were hired through the mail, only communicated through email, met at phone booths or something?" "You asked for the truth. I'm giving it to you. I don't know who hired me." "How did it all work?" Hall asked. "Through a third party, slipping notes and messages between us, setting terms and conditions." "What's the third party's name?" "I can't tell you that." "You said you were going to be honest." "I'm telling you what I know. But not everything, Charlotte said. Forget all that, Hall said. What were the terms and conditions? I'd get a certain amount of money every week for seeing him. The plan was for this to continue for several months. What for? Eventually, I was to tell him I was pregnant with his child. And then? We'd blackmail him, Andy answered. We'd tell him as long as the payments kept coming, his wife would never know, and he'd never have to be involved with the child. How are you going to fake a baby? Charlotte asked. What if he wanted pictures or proof? What if he actually wanted to be involved? Or what if he said no to the blackmail? Andy shrugged. That wasn't my problem, not initially. That was someone else's deal. What do you mean, not initially? If someone else wanted to fake all that, that was their problem. They'd have to figure out all the details and how to make it work. I was only concerned about getting him to that point. So, what went wrong? I already told you. I fell for him. Paul and Charlotte looked at each other, not quite sure they were buying that. It sounded like an easy excuse for someone trying to get themselves out of trouble. So, why didn't you tell him about everything? Hall asked. I did. What? You did? Andy nodded. Several weeks ago. I told him everything that had happened. I came clean about my role, what was supposed to happen, everything. And he still wanted to see you? Yes. Surprisingly enough, he forgave me. Well, as nice as that is, Charlotte said, we only have your word for it. It's not as if we can actually ask him to confirm it. It's true. I told him about 3 weeks ago. I told him I understood if he didn't want to see me anymore, but that I really did love him, and I couldn't go through with the job anymore. He took a few days to think it over, and he forgave me, and we kept seeing each other. Didn't he have questions? He did. I couldn't answer all of his either. What about this third party? Hall asked. If they set this con up, they couldn't have been too happy about you turning your back on it halfway through. They weren't, but I gave all the money back that they'd paid me. Through this third party? Yes. But I'm sure they weren't thrilled that you spoiled the plans. Now that the jig was up, it spoiled everything for them. I suppose so. Why were they after Seth anyway? I don't know, Andy replied. They never said. What about the big guys at the club? Know their names? Andy shook her head. Never met them before. You obviously met them last night, Hall said. You were there at the same time they were. They left with Seth after he was with you, right? Andy put both hands on her face and rubbed it. Last night. As Hall looked at her, he got the feeling she wasn't saying everything. She still looked like she had some weight on her shoulders. I feel like you're holding something back, and it might be a good time to let it go. Andy puffed some air through her lips. Then she nodded. A couple weeks ago, Seth told me he wanted to get to the bottom of what was going on, who was trying to blackmail him, who was after him, that sort of thing. And he asked for my help. And you gave it to him? Of course. Like I said, I loved him, and I felt bad for the situation he was now in, and I wanted to help him get out of it. So you're saying that the two of you were turning the tables and trying to find out who hired you? That's right. Why not just go to the police? Charlotte asked. I told him to do that. He wouldn't, though. Why? Andy shrugged. Maybe he was afraid I was going to get into trouble for my initial involvement in the plan. So what was the end game for you two? Assuming what you say is true, Seth was married. Was he going to leave his wife for you? Were you going to continue the affair for however long it lasted? What? I don't really know. We hadn't really talked about it. We just enjoyed being with each other when we were. We never talked about his wife, to be honest. Out of sight, out of mind, Charlotte said sarcastically. And how many times did you see each other? About 2 or 3 times a week. Not always for very long. Sometimes just for a booty call, right? Charlotte said. What else? Hall said. There's something else. I can still tell you're not giving us everything. I've told you everything I know, Andy said. Not everything. The name of the third party? I can't tell you that. They're not involved in this. How do you know? Because they wouldn't be. Considering someone you cared about was just murdered, I think you better let us be the judge of that. Telling you their name is a serious breach of ethics, Andy said. Charlotte rolled her eyes. Oh, and we can tell you are such an ethical person. If it helps, we never have to mention your name, Hall said. We can make them believe it came from somewhere else. Andy took a deep breath, looking as though she was seriously considering it. Then she finally blurted it out. Sal Remenicki. Hall and Charlotte glanced at each other. The name wasn't familiar to either of them. Who's that? Hall asked. The name of the third party. What's he do? Couldn't tell you. That's not how it works. The system is better off if you don't know anything about the other person. How's Jimmy Ferguson fit into all this? Hall asked. Jimmy? Hall looked over at Charlotte again. The fact she mentioned him by his first name was an indication she knew him personally. You know him? Hall said. Of course, Andy replied. He owns the club. How did you two meet? I don't know. It was a few years ago. I did some work for him a couple times. He's not involved. You keep saying people aren't involved, and I guarantee you someone is. Did Ferguson know what you were doing? Andy shrugged. I don't know. I didn't talk to him about it directly. Indirectly? Andy looked bothered to even be explaining the process. Look, Jimmy has often told me that if I had something going on, bring him to the club, and he'd comp me free food and drinks. And what would he get in return? I'd give him a small piece of whatever I got. Usually not much, but I usually doubled whatever the food and drinks cost. How's that a good deal for you? Charlotte asked. Look, when you're working these deals, the last thing you need is to be in a place where someone might notice you, and not in a good way. It's nice to have a spot where you don't have to worry about eyes being on you, or cameras, or things like that. That's why Ferguson had the camera footage destroyed. Huh? We've been to the club and talked to him, Hall said. The police showed up with a warrant for the cameras, but apparently all the footage got erased. Yeah, that was probably just Jimmy trying to protect me, Andy said. But he doesn't know exactly what your plans were, or what you were working on? Andy shook her head. No, I usually don't discuss details or anything. We just have that understood arrangement. So, is that it? Charlotte asked. Anything else that you're holding back? That's it. If there's something else, I don't know what it is. Hall stared at Andy for a few moments. He got the feeling that she was telling the truth. She didn't look like she was hiding anything anymore. Before we get out of here, is there anything else that you might think is useful? Hall asked. Something you forgot about earlier, even if you think it's not significant. Andy looked as though she was giving it some deep thought, taking some time before answering. No, I think I told you everything. I just can't believe he's gone. I can think of something, Charlotte said. What happened at the club last night when Seth left? Why did he leave with those two guys? I told you, we were starting to investigate things. Seth received a call saying if he wanted more answers to go to the club last night and wait, so we did. We went up to our usual spot. Then those guys showed up. What did they say when they got there? Hall asked. Just that there was someone downstairs waiting to talk to Seth. They'd show him the way there. So what happened? I don't know. I was instructed to wait upstairs until it was over, but Seth never came back. We were there, watching, Hall said. There was no one else waiting downstairs. Andy looked confused. It was a lie? Probably. We watched those guys as they escorted Seth, and they led him right outside into another car. There was no one else waiting? Not in the club. We tried to follow them, but we lost them. Funny thing is, we came back to the club 20 minutes later, and Seth's car was gone. Did you take it? Andy shook her head. No, I had my own car. We met up there like we usually did. So, who took his car? I don't know. It was gone when I left. I assumed Seth had taken it. And didn't you think it was odd that he didn't call you at some point? Hall asked. Was he in the habit of just ghosting you like that? It was just a weird night. I didn't know what was happening. I figured he left with whoever he was meeting. I waited for about 2 hours, then when I came down and saw he wasn't there, so I left and went home. I guess I fell asleep at some point. And went shopping today to drown your sorrows? Charlotte said. Andy gave her a look, but didn't respond. All right, well, I guess that's enough for us, Hall said. Appreciate you talking to us. Andy nodded. If you need anything else, just let me know. It looked like her eyes were getting glossy. I may have done a lot of things, but I've never killed anyone. I want to see whoever did this pay for it. I want them punished. Hall gave her a smile, appreciating the offer. So do we. 13. Hall and Charlotte drove back to their apartment. They wanted to get some more information on Sal Remenicki. As Charlotte started to do the deep dive on their subject, she wondered about Andy. Did you believe all that? All what? Hall asked. What Meyer told us? I think so. Don't you? I don't know, Charlotte said. I mean, she is a con artist, right? That means she's very good at making people believe what they want to believe, and what she wants them to believe. I didn't get the sense that Andy was faking it. Oh, on a first-name basis, are we? Andy? Hall slowly looked up at the ceiling and shook his head. He chose to ignore the comment and hopefully get back on the right track. I just thought she was believable. That is what she does, isn't it? And look at you, Andy, she said sarcastically. Just because the woman's pretty and she bats a few eyelashes at you, you almost turn to mush. I did not. I don't know how many times I looked over at you and you had your mouth open. Hall sighed and rolled his eyes. He put his hand over his face and rubbed it. He was going to respond, then figured it was best to just let it go. Hopefully. Charlotte then looked up at him and gave him a big smile, squishing her face together. It was now obvious she was joking around and just giving him a hard time. Can we get back to business? On one condition, Charlotte replied. What's that? You have to give me a kiss first. I can live with that. Hall then leaned down and kissed her on the lips, several times. I suppose we should get back to work. If we have to. Charlotte pulled her lips away, then started working again. Anyway, you really think Andy was being truthful? I did. I really did. You didn't? I don't know. It seemed like it, but... I know, Hall said. Her history indicates we should proceed with caution. But would she have told us about Remenicki and Ferguson if it wasn't on the level? Hall's head started moving from side to side as he thought about it. Unless she's more involved than she says, and she's trying to throw us off the track, make them the fall guys, while we're investigating them, she takes a powder. Should we tell Bradham? Hall took a deep breath, thinking. No, not yet. Not about Andy. I told Rankin, Riley, that it was just between us. Plus, he told us that Andy wasn't involved, not in the murder. He doesn't know everything, doesn't he? Seems like he does. Maybe it was his way of telling us who it was without exactly telling us who it was. Hall shook his head. No, I don't think so. I think he told us about Andy because he wanted her protected for whatever reason. Maybe he needs her for something else down the line, and he wanted us to know that. Maybe so we didn't stumble into her later and suspect her. But I don't think he would have led us to her if she was guilty. Possibly. Anything on Remennicki yet? Hall asked. Not yet. Believe it or not, there's several people with that name. Let me call Bradham. Maybe he's got something. Didn't you tell Andy you wouldn't do that? No. I just said that Remennicki would never know where we got his name from. Never said anything about the police. Look at you, being all slick. Hall playfully took a bow. I know how things work. He then grabbed his phone and called Bradham, who thankfully answered quickly. What you got? The detective said. Got a name. Don't know how it fits yet. Lay it on me. Sal Remennicki. Hall started spelling the name to make it easier for Bradham to run it. It wasn't necessary, though. Keep your shorts on, Bradham said. I know the guy. You do? As long as it's who I think it is. Associate of Jimmy Ferguson, right? Sure. I honestly didn't know that. Ferguson's been using him for years. I've run into him before. Slimeball like the rest of them. But how's he fit into all this? It's complicated, Hall said. So uncomplicate it for me. It's not that easy. Sure, it is. It's really not. Brandon, let's not do the whole song and dance routine here, huh? Just tell me how he fits. Hall made a few noises with his mouth, indicating he was thinking about how to say it. I don't know if I can say. So, what are you doing? Am I just running errands for you? You call with a name, I tell you what I got on him, then you go away and investigate while I'm standing here looking like an idiot? Of course not, Hall replied. Then tell me, what's going on? I'm just trying to think. Let me guess. You got Remennicki's name from someone under the condition of anonymity, and you're trying not to spill the beans. Something like that. Fine, I get it, Bradham said. Just tell me how this guy's involved without using the other person's name. From what I understand, Seth was the target of an extortion plot. They were going to try to blackmail him into thinking he had a child with another woman. Who's they? Oh, I don't know who the top dog is. Is that where this Andy woman comes in? Bradham asked. Is she the hustler? From my information, she was initially involved, then backed out. Why? My sources tell me the two actually fell for each other. Bradham started laughing. Are you serious? That's what I've been told. So why was he killed then? It might have something to do with the fact that he apparently was trying to find out who was behind all this. I'm still not seeing how Remennicki's involved here, Bradham said. Okay, let me try to piece it together. Whoever set this up contacted a woman to seduce Seth. This Andy woman, right? Possibly. Anyway, these two people never met face-to-face. They communicated through a third party. Remennicki. Correct, Hall said. He was used to relay messages back and forth. So, even if we find this Andy woman, she's not going to know who hired her. Also correct. She still might know some other things, Bradham said. I doubt it. I don't think she's actually involved in anything other than the initial plot, which was canceled since she didn't go through with it. I guess that means she's not actually guilty of anything, right? I mean, nothing criminal happened in the end, right? You mean except Wendell being murdered? Oh, yeah, but I mean the other part. And what makes you think she's not involved in the murder? The detective asked. My sources have indicated it's extremely unlikely. You've talked to this woman, haven't you? You know who she is and where she is, don't you? No, I do not. You are lying out your ass. I'm not. I haven't met her. Brandon, I'm telling you, I haven't met her. You are still lying out your ass. Anyway, that's not important, Hall said. What is important is that Remenicki probably knows the person who's behind all this, right? Possibly. Getting him to talk is another matter. Can't you bring him in and question him? About what? Bradham asked. I've got no evidence. All I've got is a private detective who gave me his name and said he's involved. What am I supposed to do with that? Talk to him? Maybe he'll let something slip. Are you kidding? First of all, like I said, he's an associate of Ferguson's. That means I'm not talking to him without a lawyer. And when his lawyer asks to see any evidence against him, what am I supposed to show him? Can't you fake it? This isn't a TV show, you know. It doesn't exactly work like that in most cases. Unless you've got something concrete for me to work with, I'm not talking to him yet. Not officially, anyway. What does that mean? It means I'm not bringing him in for an interview, Bradham said. But if I'm out and about investigating and I just happen to hear his name pop up and I happen to be in his area, maybe I can swing by and have a word or two. Maybe. I'll come with you. Doesn't mean we'll get anywhere. He might still say lawyer as soon as we open our mouths. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Is that what they say? It is, Hall replied. Great. Words to live by. You know where this guy lives? Unfortunately, yes, Bradham answered. I'll start heading over there now. We'll meet you over there. What's the address? I'll text it to you. Can't you just tell me? If I tell you, you might beat me over there, and I don't want to take any chances that you talk to him before me or without me being there. You don't think I'd wait? Hall asked. I have my doubts. I should be offended. I don't know why. You're holding stuff from me. I am not. Oh, yeah? What's Andy's last name? I don't know, Hall answered. See, you're hiding stuff right there. You know it, and I know you know it, and you know that I know it. Are we doing a comedy bit here? Is that where we're heading? Anything else you want to tell me? Bradham asked. No, I guess not. I suppose I'll see you when you text me the address. I thought so. See you later. Hall stuffed his phone back into his pocket. He glanced over at his girlfriend, who was still pounding away on the keyboard. You want to wrap that up? Bradham's going to talk to Remenicki now. He's inviting us? Charlotte asked. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? Does he already know Remenicki? He does. Said he's an associate of Jimmy Ferguson, Hall said. Well, that's interesting. It certainly is. Andy didn't mention that. Maybe she doesn't know, Hall said, which certainly sheds a new light on things. Maybe we're starting to get some answers after all. 14. By the time Hall and Charlotte arrived at the residence of Sal Remenicki, Bradham was already waiting for them. He actually got there about 10 minutes prior to that. Once the detective saw the others pull up behind his car, he got out and met them by the trunk of his car. As usual, I do all the talking, Bradham said. You got it, Chief, Hall replied. And as usual, I'm sure you won't listen to that and will butt in with something like you always do. Hall put his fingers in the air like he was a Boy Scout. I would never. Yeah, right. Let's get this over with. They walked up the long driveway, taking a look at the scenery as they did. It was an upscale house, had the usual things you would expect from a house that cost over $2 million, and the grounds were impeccable. Hedges trimmed perfectly, lots of flowers, grass that was well maintained. There was even a statue with a waterfall in front. This guy appears to be doing well for himself, Hall said. Too well, Bradham replied. This is what happens when you align yourself with the likes of Jimmy Ferguson. At least the pay is good. It better be. Ferguson demands loyalty. If he doesn't get it, all these nice things go away pretty quickly, along with your life. Why isn't this guy in prison yet? Charlotte asked. Ferguson? Nothing to make it stick. We suspect his involvement in a lot of things, just haven't been able to prove it yet. He's smart, and like I said, he demands loyalty. If you help protect him, he'll reward you for it. Money, cars, and whatnot. If you don't, you'll be dead before you're able to talk to us in order to prosecute him. Let's hope we can get something out of this guy, Hall said. They walked up to the front door and rang the bell. There were various cameras set up, including a doorbell one, so they knew they were being watched. A few seconds later, the door opened. A man in his 30s answered. He was thin, with black hair that went down to his shoulders. He also had a small goatee that he looked like he was having trouble growing. "Should I take a guess as to who you are?" Remenicki asked. Bradham showed him his identification. "Mind if we talk?" "About what? Can we go inside?" "You got a warrant?" Bradham chuckled. It was already going swimmingly. "So, this is how this is going to be, huh?" Remenicki shrugged. "You're the one who knocked on my door." "You got something to hide in there?" "I don't generally invite the police into my home unless I'm ordered to." "So call your pal Jimmy Ferguson and have him do the orders." "Who?" "Ooh, you gonna play that game, are you?" "Like I said, you're the one that knocked on my door, so what do you want?" "Want to talk to you about Seth Windle," Bradham said. "Who?" "Seth Windle. You know him. He was recently killed. You know, the guy you were planning to set up with an extortion plot." "I didn't plan anything," Remenicki said. "And I don't know this guy who was killed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do." Remenicki started to close the door, but Bradham put his foot in the way. "You want to lose that?" Remenicki asked. "You want to get punched in the face?" Bradham countered. Remenicki closed his eyes and sighed, not feeling like going through this today. What do you want?" He opened the door further. "Look, we can do this one of two ways. You can either talk to us now, and if we're satisfied with your answers, we can be gone and not come back. Or you can play Mr. Tough Guy, and we'll be back here in an hour with a warrant, and I'll make sure I tear this place apart." Remenicki sighed again, very loudly, and looked displeased. "Fine, but we're talking out here. Wherever you'd like." Remenicki stepped outside and closed the door behind him. They walked over to a small gazebo area on the front lawn, past the water statue. They all took a seat. "What do you want?" Remenicki asked. "What do you know about Seth Windle?" Bradham replied. "And don't tell me you don't know him." Remenicki rubbed around his mouth as he pondered the question. I think he was some marketing consultant or something. I don't know. Something like that. I don't know too much about him." "Do you know who killed him?" Remenicki shook his head. "I cannot help you with that one. All I know is it wasn't me." "What was your role?" "Who says I had one?" "Look, we already have information that you were a third party passing information between the people involved in this," Hall said, unable to resist jumping in any longer. "So, you're either the person who planned this thing, or you're a dumb patsy who's going to take the fall for it." "I'm not taking the fall for anything." "We already know that you met with a woman named Andy. She was supposed to seduce Seth. Am I right so far?" Remenicki shrugged. "You're doing the talking." "The only problem was, she fell for him, and she said she wouldn't go through with the plan, and that messed everything up, didn't it? I assume for you too?" "Not really." "We've already got Andy downtown right now," Bradham said. "Do you want to join her?" "You're bluffing." "Andy Meyer," Hall said, getting a look from Bradham. "Ring a bell? She's already admitted some of this stuff, especially after we showed her the pictures we have of you and her talking." "What?" "That's right," Bradham said. "We've got the two of you on video. How do you think we knew about you?" "Andy certainly didn't give you up," Hall said, "but she didn't have to." Remenicki still didn't seem impressed. "So, you've got us talking. So what? We know each other. A couple of friends can talk to each other. That doesn't prove anything. And she's not going to tell you anything different." "Look, I can make things really hard for you," Bradham said. "And you know I can. I can jam you up for a long time over this, whether you were involved or not. But I'm not interested in doing that. If you help me, maybe you can get out from under this." Remenicki raised an eyebrow, seeming interested. "How?" "There's two things going on here, extortion and murder. Now, since technically the extortion never really happened, maybe I can forget there was a plan to begin with. That would put you in the clear." "Okay." "The murder's a different story. A man's dead, and you're in the middle of it. So even if we can't prove that you were involved in the murder directly, yeah, I think we got a pretty good case of conspiracy, and that will put you away. But if you're not involved in that, and you can lead us in a better direction—" Remenicki cleared his throat, thinking about the offer. "Maybe I should call my lawyer." "You do that, and this offer is off the table," Bradham replied. "Wendell's dead. We can put Andy with him inside that club the night he was killed. We can put Andy with you several times in the weeks leading up to it. You put two and two together." "I'm not involved in any murder, and I don't know who killed him." "So tell me what you do know." Remenicki rubbed his eyes and sighed loudly again. He knew he was in a jam. "Look, all I did was pass information along between two parties. That was it. I wasn't involved in any extortion, and I wasn't involved in any murder." "Who was the other party besides Andy?" the detective asked. "I don't know her name. It wasn't important. Plus, it's safer that way." "Her?" "Yeah, some other woman. No idea who she is, and that's the truth." "How do you know it was a woman?" Hall asked. Remenicki rolled his eyes. "Because we talked on the phone, numbnuts. I'm pretty sure I know a woman's voice when I hear it. Jeez, you just get out of the academy or something?" "I'll need that number," Bradham said. "I can come back if I need to." Remenicki sighed loudly again, then reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He scrolled to the number, then handed the phone over to the detective. "There it is. Write it down or whatever, but only that one." After Bradham was finished, he handed the phone back over. "How did Andy and this other woman decide on you to be the go-between?" "I've known Andy a while, and this other woman, I don't know. She just found me, that's all." "Or maybe she got you through a recommendation from someone?" Remenicki smiled. "Maybe, but I wouldn't know from where." "I'm sure. It wouldn't happen to be someone who owns a nightclub, would it?" "Honestly, couldn't tell you, officer." "I bet. How did this woman sound? Old, young, what?" "Middle," Remenicki answered. "Not old, not young, just middle." "What else can you tell us?" Remenicki looked down for a moment, then leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. "Look, I'm going to shoot you guys straight. I don't know who's the orchestrator of this thing, but whoever she is, she's got a bad dislike for the guy. I don't know what he did to her, but she hated him good. She kept talking about making him pay and things like that." "And she gave you no indication of who she was or what her relationship to Wendell was?" Remenicki shook his head. "Not to me." Hall and Bradham quizzed their suspect for a few more minutes, though they didn't get any further information out of him. They weren't sure if he was holding anything back, but based on his answers, they figured that was all they were going to get. But it was good enough for the moment. They got more than they thought they would, and that was enough to start with. Once the group walked back to their cars, Bradham stopped in between the two vehicles. "I knew you were holding back on me." "What?" Hall asked. "Andy Meyer, huh? I knew you were lying." "Look, I was given her name only on the condition that I didn't provide it to the police. That's all." You could have just said, I've got this name, but I was given it under circumstances so you can't use it. You know, a wink and nod type of deal. That way I could have been running things down. I just didn't know if you were gonna go for that. Anything else, you holding back on me? Hall looked up at the sky. No, I don't think so. Charlotte cleared her throat, as if there were more. Bradham looked at her, getting the hint. Well? The detective asked. Charlotte tapped her boyfriend on the arm. Are you going to tell him about Rankin? Rankin? How the hell does he fit into this? Well, he doesn't, Hall replied. Not really. Bradham wiped his face. Why do I feel like I'm completely in the dark here? Look, Rankin called me, told me about Andy, and said she wasn't involved in the murder. She's the one who told me about Remenicki, that's all, really. Oh, that's all, really, Bradham replied in a mocking fashion. Don't you think that's enough? Be that as it may, Charlotte said, trying to diffuse any tension. The next step is trying to figure out who this other woman is, right? Bradham didn't look happy, but he agreed. Yeah. Who could it be? I don't know, but it's obviously someone close to him, or someone who was close to him. You don't hate someone enough to do all that she was planning unless he did something that made her think he deserved it. It's personal. His wife? Hall asked. I would say maybe on that, Bradham answered. But why not just divorce him and take all his money and make him miserable instead? Isn't that what most scorned couples do? Has to be an ex-girlfriend, Charlotte said. Or someone else he had an affair with. Maybe Andy wasn't his first. Bradham nodded. I'll buy that. She wasn't happy that it ended, and she decided to do something about it. How are we going to find out who that is, though? Hall asked. Who could tell us? There's only one other person other than his wife who might know, Charlotte said. And who's that? His secretary. Secretaries know all, and I have a feeling this one does too. 15. Bradham started running down the phone number that Remenicki had given him, though he suspected it would be a dead end. He figured whoever was smart enough to think up this plan would probably be intelligent enough to use a phone that couldn't be traced back to them. But maybe they'd get lucky. Even the best criminals made mistakes sometimes. That's how they got caught. While the police were working on the phone number, Hall and Charlotte figured they'd take a run at Wendell's secretary again, Catherine Van Osterman. They had a little debate on the drive over about who'd be the one to go in and talk to her, though. Charlotte insisted on being the one, while Hall thought it would be best if he got a crack at her. The argument was still going on by the time they pulled into the office parking lot. I don't understand why this is even a debate, Charlotte said. You don't understand because you're not listening. Because you're not saying anything useful. Hall rolled his eyes and sighed. Because you've already talked to her. Exactly. I've already established a relationship with her. I can get her to talk. No, you can't. You've established a relationship with her as someone else, someone who works for Johnson Wendell. What do you think she's going to do when she sees you walking in there, asking questions about things that you shouldn't be asking? The same as before. Hall shook his head. No, she's going to clam up. She's not going to trust you because she's going to think that you lied to her before. Why would she tell you anything useful now? I'll explain to her what was happening. She'll understand. Hall loudly sighed and continued shaking his head. You can be stubborn sometimes, you know that? I learned from the best. Just stay here and let me talk to her this time. Why can't we go up together then? For the same reasons I've been telling you, Hall answered. Charlotte groaned. Fine. I'll wait in the car so you can have all the fun while I sit here bored out of my mind. I hope nobody comes along and grabs me or something. Really? Now you're just trying to say anything in order to guilt me into letting you come along. Is it working? No. You're such a stick in the mud. Hall grinned. I learned from the best. Charlotte moved her jaw around, not appreciating her words being thrown back in her face. She folded her arms and looked at her boyfriend out of the corner of her eye, watching him as he got out of the car. She stared at him until he disappeared from her sight and into the building. Great. Now what am I supposed to do just sitting here? Charlotte looked around, but there wasn't any good scenery to stare at while she waited. Luckily, her wait didn't last long. Hall came back outside just a few minutes later. Charlotte looked perplexed. That was a short conversation. It was a no conversation, Hall replied. She wouldn't talk to you? I told you I should have been the one. She'll trust me. I'll go in and talk to her. Hall put his hand on his girlfriend's arm to prevent her from getting out of the car. I didn't talk to her because she wasn't there. Oh, someone else mentioned she went home. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I mean, what else is she going to do there now that her boss is gone? Yeah. Hall started the car and began driving. So, where are we going? We're going to her house to talk to her. I got the address. Oh. And yes, I'm still going to be the one to talk to her while you wait in the car. Charlotte grunted. You're irritating. Thank you. It was about a 30-minute drive until they reached Van Osterman's home. It was a little bigger than they'd expected for a secretary. It looked the kind of house an executive would live in, very large. This is her house? Charlotte asked. How much money is she making? Hall looked at the house from behind the steering wheel. Maybe we're in the wrong line of work. After this is over, maybe I should see if Wendell is hiring for more secretaries. Maybe she gets a lot of bonuses, Hall said. Charlotte chuckled. Maybe she's giving a lot of bonuses, if you know what I mean. Wow. Hall got out of the car before he was dragged into another argument. Charlotte snapped her head around once she heard the car door slam shut. She tried talking to her boyfriend through the windshield. You didn't even give me time to plead my case. Hall looked at her and smiled, then pointed to his ears as if he couldn't hear what she was saying. Charlotte scrunched her nose and made a fist at him, letting him know she was unhappy. Hall smiled at her again, then blew her a kiss as he walked to Van Osterman's house. Charlotte crossed her arms as she watched him walk up the driveway. Why do I love him? Because he's great, that's why. Oh, stop talking to yourself. Once Hall got to the front door, he knocked several times. There was no answer at first. He knocked a few more times. Eventually, he heard someone coming near the door. Then it opened. Catherine Van Osterman? Yes, she replied. Hi, I'm Brandon Hall. I'm a private investigator, but I'm working with the police on Seth Wendell's murder. Actually, Detective Bradham of the police sent me over to talk to you. They're a little short-handed at the moment, so they asked if I could have a word with you. I already spoke to Detective Bradham earlier. I know, he told me, but there are some additional questions he wanted answers to. I'm not sure what else I can say, Van Osterman said. There was a sadness in her voice, which was to be expected, considering what had happened. Can I come in and talk? Van Osterman forced a smile. Sure. Once Hall was inside, Van Osterman led him into the living room, where they both sat down on a couple of leather chairs across from each other, a wooden coffee table between them. So you were informed about what has happened? Van Osterman looked down at the floor, a frown on her face. Yes, it's terrible. I can't believe it. You read about stories like this, but you never think you'll be a part of it. I'm not sure what Detective Bradham told you, but we believe that Seth was having an affair. Did you know anything about that? It's shocking. I can't believe it. I'd never suspect him of doing something like that. He loved his wife, so far as I could tell. It's still hard to believe. I know, Hall said. Now, in looking back, did he ever say anything that might make you think of something that can help us? A name or anything? No, not that I can recall. It's hard to wrap my head around all this. I know you were his secretary for a while and probably close with him. So I need to know the truth. Trying to protect him now doesn't do anyone any good. Did you suspect he was having other affairs? Van Osterman clenched her jaws. I had my suspicions over the years, but it wasn't my place to pry. If that's what he wanted to do, then that was his business. Any names, strange notes, emails, pieces of paper, overheard phone calls, anything? No, nothing like that. Seth was always pretty private with things like that. He took phone calls with the door closed, and if I walked in, he'd stop talking, so I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you. What about lately? Hall asked. Say the last few weeks. Not in terms of an affair, but what about threats? Anybody showing up at the office? Strangers hanging around the parking lot? Anything like that? No, not that I can remember. It's still so hard to believe. Hall glanced around the room. Nice home you have here. Van Osterman smiled. Thank you. What's your husband do? Oh, I'm not married. A confused look quickly came over Hall's face. Oh. Is something wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just figured with a house like this, you would have been married. I thought it might be too expensive to afford on a secretary's salary. Van Osterman smiled again. Oh, yes. On my secretary's salary it would be. But I was blessed to come from a very wealthy family, so when I got married, my parents gave us this as a wedding present. Very nice. So you are married? No, divorced. The marriage didn't last very long, only a couple years. Thankfully, I kept the house afterwards. Hall kept looking around. Nice. I wish I could afford a place like this, too. But on an investigator's salary, probably not happening anytime soon either. Van Osterman grinned. Hall tried grilling her with some more questions, but he didn't get any different answers. Van Osterman insisted that she didn't know anything other than what she had already said. Hall then reached into his pocket and removed some papers. He handed them to Van Osterman. The paper had the names of the people involved as well as the nightclub. Do you recognize any of those names? Van Osterman looked it over, but eventually shook her head and handed the paper back. No, I'm afraid not. Why, are they involved? Well, maybe. Not sure yet. In investigations like this, a lot of names come up. Most get crossed off before you zero in on the right one. I understand. Oh, so what are you going to do now? Do you have to find another job, or will you get assigned to someone else? I don't know yet, Van Osterman replied. I haven't spoken to Mr. Wendell yet, but it's hard to imagine working for someone other than Seth. It's a shocking loss. It really is. I don't know. Maybe I'll go somewhere else. New surroundings, you know. I do, Hall said. Well, unless there's something else you can think of, I guess I'll be on my way. No, not that I can recall. It's just so hard to believe. Whatever happened with Seth, it had to be the woman that he was seeing. What makes you think so? Because it was only recently that he started getting distracted like this. In all the time I've known him, I've never suspected anyone else. It wasn't until whatever woman he was seeing recently that it happened. She must be the one who did this. Hall nodded, not that he agreed with her. Possibly. Well, thanks for your time. Sure. Van Osterman escorted Hall to the door. Once Hall left, he walked straight back to the car, where Charlotte was eagerly awaiting his arrival. Took long enough. Hall rolled his eyes. Stop. Get anything? Said she doesn't know anything. See? I can get her to talk, Charlotte said. Or, maybe she just doesn't know anything. Now it was Charlotte's turn to roll her eyes. Yeah, maybe. Did you meet her husband? What husband? Her husband. She's married. No, she's not. She definitely is. She told me. She just told me she's not, Hall said. What? She said she was married years ago, but they're divorced. Definitely not married now. That's not what she told me when I talked to her, So? So? That's a little sketchy, don't you think? Hall scratched his neck. Maybe. I specifically asked her if she and Seth were having an affair, and she said no because both of them were married. That answer wouldn't make sense if she was divorced. Hall stared at her for a moment, getting the point. So maybe she's hiding something. Yeah, like maybe her and Seth were a little closer than she'd like to admit. Hall shrugged. Still kind of a big leap to make just because of one sentence. That's a pretty big sentence, don't you think? Maybe. And maybe she just told you that because she didn't want you to get the wrong idea. She said she's never suspected Seth of having an affair until recently. Yeah, except for her, Charlotte said. Still a big leap without evidence. Might be a big leap, but I'm jumping, and I'm making it. There's something here. Hall took a deep breath. Maybe. I'm not ready to say definitely, though. She didn't give any indication of anything. Well, yeah. She's not going to tell you she had an affair with Seth. Not now. I'm still not ready to go there. Well, I am, and I'm driving full speed ahead. 16. Hall and Charlotte pulled up to the front of Sal Remenicki's house. What are we doing here again? Just wanted to talk to him again, Hall answered. But why? I don't know. I just got the feeling that he knew more than he was saying. Doesn't everyone know more than what they say? Maybe. Everyone's not involved in extortion and murder, though. True, Charlotte said. But don't you think we should tell Bradham that we're here? Why? He'll just tell us to wait for him, or he'll tell us not to. Either way, we're here. What do you think Remenicki's going to tell us now that he didn't before? I don't know. That's why we're here. And you seriously think he's going to talk to us? Charlotte asked. Why not? We can be persuasive. Charlotte rolled her eyes. I really think this is going to be a bad idea. Well, only one real way to find out, right? No. Hall shook his head. Come on, let's go. Let me put it on the record that I think this is a really bad idea. So you've said, repeatedly. I still want it on the record. It's on the record. They got out of the car and walked up the driveway. As they walked to the house, they admired the scenery. It really is a nice place, Charlotte said. It better be, for the money that he probably makes. Once they got to the front door, they rang the doorbell. They stood there for about 30 seconds without an answer. Charlotte turned around. There's a car there. Same one as yesterday. He must be here. Doesn't mean he's here. They rang the doorbell again. There was still no answer. They looked at each other. I guess he doesn't want to talk to us, Charlotte said. Probably said as much as he wants to. Maybe. Hall wasn't ready to give up yet. Maybe he's around back or something. He forcefully knocked on the door. There still wasn't an answer. Come on, let's go, Charlotte said. It's obvious he's not going to answer the door. Maybe he's out back. So what if he is? We can't just go back there. Why not? Hall replied. Brandon, we can't invade someone's property. Hall went over to the side of the house where there was a white vinyl fence. He pulled on the gate and opened it. Brandon, this is not a good idea. Hall continued to ignore her and went through the gate. Against her better judgment, Charlotte followed him. What if he has big, mean dogs? It's okay, Hall answered. Dogs like me. Charlotte laughed. Yeah, okay. Are you saying they don't? I'm saying if they're trained to bite, they're not going to take the time to get to know you better. Hall wasn't initially nervous as they started walking through the spacious yard, though he was beginning to get there. After walking a few feet, he stopped, surveying the area, making sure he didn't hear any growling sounds. Luckily, there weren't any. They continued walking toward the back of the house, seeing a large in-ground pool on the way there. There was also a big patio with a large seating area, a gas heater, and a grill. It was $1 million backyard. Once they got to the back of the house, they were able to look inside thanks to the French doors. They were staring right into the kitchen, and like the rest of the property, a beautiful kitchen it was, mahogany cabinets and light-colored marble countertops. But as they looked inside, there was one thing that stood out: little red dots on the floor. It was amplified by the tan-colored tile floor. "What is that?" Charlotte asked. If I had to guess, I'd say it was blood." "That's what I was afraid you'd say. Let's get out of here." "We gotta check it out." "No, we don't. Let's call the police and let them check it out." "We're already here," Hall said. "Brandon, come on. We don't need to do this." "We're here. What if the guy needs help?" Charlotte rubbed her forehead with her arm. "I hate this." Though they didn't see a body, Hall was determined to find out what was going on in there. He put his fingers on the handle of the door and turned it. To his surprise, it opened. They went inside, trying to walk quietly as they tiptoed through the kitchen. They went around the large island that was in the middle, and then they saw him, Sal Remenicki, lying there in a pool of his own blood. Charlotte put her hands over her eyes and turned her body away from it. It was a disturbing image, as his neck had been cut, and there were multiple stab wounds all over Remenicki's body. She didn't even want to be in the same room, and went back outside. She was soon joined by her boyfriend, who was careful not to touch anything. Hall put his arm around her. "You okay?" Charlotte nodded. "It's hard to get used to things like that." "No one should ever get used to things like that. Let's go out front and call the cops." "Are we going to get in trouble for this?" "Why?" "Didn't we technically break in?" "No. We thought we heard something, so we went around to investigate, then we found him. At the worst, Bradham might yell at us." "At the worst?" Charlotte said. "Okay, so maybe it's the most likely scenario." They walked back to the front of the house and called Bradham. As they waited for the police to arrive, they sat down on the grass. It didn't take long before the first patrol cars showed up. The officers were told to expect Hall and Charlotte to be there waiting. They told the responding officers where the body was located. While the scene was taped off, Hall and Charlotte remained out front, waiting for Bradham to get there. Once the detective arrived, he immediately sought them out. Before walking over to them, Bradham threw his arms up. "What are you guys doing?" "What?" Hall replied. "What are you guys doing here?" "We wanted to talk to the guy again." "What for?" Bradham asked. "Thought he was holding something back when we talked to him before. I thought maybe he'd give us a little more." "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "Figured you were busy." "And that I'd tell you it wasn't a good idea?" Charlotte leaned over and whispered. "Told you he'd say that?" Yeah, Hall said. "Well, if we got anything, we were going to tell you." "Gee, thanks," Bradham replied. "So what's the deal here?" "Dead in the kitchen. Looks like his throat was cut and he was stabbed, all over." "Touch anything?" Hall shook his head. "Just the gate to the yard, then the handle on the French doors and back. That's it." "Nothing in the kitchen?" "Nope." "See anything or anyone else when you first got here?" "No, everything was the same as it is now," Hall answered. "Nothing different." "What made you go around to the back?" "He wasn't answering the door. Saw his car was here, thought maybe he was ignoring us, so I decided to go around the back and see." Charlotte leaned over again. "I thought we were going with the noise option." Hall shrugged. "Figured he's too smart for that." "She's right," Bradham said. "Go with the noise option. So, you heard a noise and went around to see what it was, right?" Yeah, sure." "Good. Thanks for being a concerned citizen." Hall chuckled. "That's us." "Who do you think could have done this?" Charlotte asked. Bradham shook his head. "Don't know yet. I have my guesses, though." "You're thinking Ferguson?" Hall asked. Bradham nodded. "That's what I'm thinking." "Why would he do that?" Charlotte asked. "I don't know. But I don't think it's a coincidence that Remenicki turns up dead the day after we talked to him." "Someone didn't want him talking," Hall said. Or they thought he already said too much, and they didn't want him saying any more. Which means he probably knew more. Probably, Bradham said. These guys always do. But if Ferguson killed him, that would mean he's involved more than he says, doesn't it? Charlotte asked. Most likely. At least that means we're getting somewhere. Maybe. Just because Reminicky was tied in with Ferguson doesn't mean that Ferguson's the one who did this. Reminicky could have been mixed up with a dozen other things that could have gotten him killed too. What about that phone number he gave us? Hall asked. Anything on that? Bradham shook his head. Negative. Nothing but a dead end. Prepaid phone bought at some stand at a mall, paid with cash, no cameras there, and nothing else we can do with it. Not surprising. No, it's not. Maybe we'll pick up something here, though. Maybe, Hall said. I kind of doubt it, but maybe. Regardless of whether we do or not, looks like we've got to pay another visit to someone. Ferguson? That's right, Bradham said. Talking about people who know more than they're saying, there's a man who knows more than he's saying, and it's time we get to the bottom of it. 17. Hall and Charlotte were at a table inside the club. They were waiting for the third member of the team to arrive. It was already pretty busy, as the dance floor was filling up and the bar area was bristling with business. Bradham showed up about a half an hour later, looking different from his normal attire. Instead of his usual suit or polo shirt, he was dressed in jeans, a t-shirt, and a baseball hat. Look what the cat dragged in, Hall said, greeting his friend with a handshake. I hate places like this, Bradham said. Why? I'm like a fish out of water here, and not exactly my style. You two must be twins, Charlotte said. Hall and Bradham looked at each other and shrugged. What exactly is the goal here tonight? Charlotte asked. Bradham tugged down on his hat. The goal is to see something we can use for evidence. Such as? Such as seeing Ferguson talking to somebody, maybe seeing those two goons pop up again, or seeing Miss Andy Meyer. You know, evidence. Oh, evidence. Nice. And what do you think the odds are that we'll find this evidence? I don't know, Bradham replied. I hate putting odds on things. Why? Because the odds are usually so low that it's depressing. And it usually won't happen. So if you harp on the odds, you probably wouldn't come in the first place. So why do it? Because once in a while, it pays off. It might only be the one chance in 20, but when it does, it makes the misses worth it. Does it? Charlotte asked. No, but I keep telling myself that. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it, Bradham said. Do you really think there's a chance of any of them showing up here again? Hall asked. It seems far-fetched to me that, after what happened, any of them would return here. Maybe so. But if these idiots didn't make mistakes, we wouldn't catch them. And who knows? Maybe we'll see something else that catches our interest. An attractive woman walked by, which did catch Bradham's interest, as he followed her with his eyes as she walked across the room. Charlotte grinned. Did you see something that caught your interest? Bradham glanced at her and cleared his throat, pretending that he was still all business. No, not yet. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of distractions here. Not from me. It better be from you, because if the other person gets distracted by looking at pretty girls that walk by, there's going to be an issue. Hall gave her a fake smile and batted his eyes at her. Wouldn't dream of it. They sat at the table for another hour, though nothing caught their eye. Well, nothing that they were there for, anyway. Bradham saw several things that caught his eye, all on a personal level. This is going to be a waste of time, Charlotte said. I can feel it. Hey, you guys don't have to stay, Bradham replied. I don't mind camping out here on my own. No, we'll stick it out a while longer. I feel like someone else has to stay here to prevent your eyes from wandering. Bradham smiled. No wandering eyes here. Right. A few minutes later, their conversation was interrupted. Nobody saw them coming. Two big men snuck up behind them and stood there until they were noticed. Finally, it was Hall who felt their presence. He slowly turned his head back and saw the men standing there. "Help you guys?" One of the men leaned forward. "Mr. Ferguson would like a word with you." "Oh, would he now?" Bradham replied. "What for?" "He didn't say." Bradham stood up. "Fine. Lead the way." One of the bodyguards started walking away, with Bradham following right behind. The other guard waited by the table. He stuck his arm out for the others. "Oh, are you waiting for us?" Hall said. The guard nodded. "I think that's a yes," Charlotte said. "I guess we should go then, huh?" Hall and Charlotte stood up, then quickly caught up to Bradham, with the other guard last in line. To their surprise, they didn't go back to Ferguson's office, though. Instead, they went over to the wall where the door was to the mysterious second floor. "Oh, we're getting the VIP treatment, eh?" Bradham asked. Nobody answered him. They proceeded up the steps, finally getting a view of the upstairs level. It was what they expected. It was fancier up there than on the first floor. The tables, the lighting, the floor, everything was of a better quality. There was a scattering of people up there, though the guards led the group over to the end of the floor, where there was a circular booth. Ferguson was sitting and waiting, sipping on a fruity drink. He had a smile on his face, looking cool and relaxed as his guests approached. Ferguson reached his arms out wide to both sides to greet them. "My friends, sit down." He looked at one of his guards. "Get them drinks and an appetizer on the house." "In a generous mood tonight?" Bradham asked, as he and the others sat down across from their host. "I'm always in a generous mood, especially when I see friends and people I like." "Oh, yeah? When are they getting here?" Ferguson laughed. "And I appreciate that sense of humor, too. So, what do I owe the pleasure?" Bradham looked at the others before talking. "I don't know. We weren't here for you. You invited us up here, remember?" "Well, I heard you were in the building. Figured I would save us all the time and trouble of foregoing the song and dance routine." "What routine is that?" "You know, where you pretend to be here unofficially, but you're really keeping tabs on me, spying, that sort of thing." "We're not doing anything of the kind," Bradham said. "We're just here, blowing off some steam." Ferguson grinned. "Sure." A waitress brought their drinks over, along with some nachos. They all immediately took a sip. "Good stuff," Bradham said. "I only get the best," Ferguson replied. "I'm sure. But anyway, since we're here, what do you know about Sal Remenicki's death?" Ferguson looked down at the table, his face suddenly getting more sullen. "Yes, I heard about that. Tragic news. I can't imagine who would do such a thing. Brutal and senseless." "Is it?" "What do you mean?" "He worked for you, didn't he?" Bradham asked. "At times. Sal was more of a freelancer, though. He had his hand in many jars." "There are some in the department who think his murderer is you." Ferguson started laughing. "You've got to be kidding." Bradham looked at him, stone-faced. "Nope." "Why would I kill Sal?" "Maybe, as you put it, he had his hand in too many jars." Ferguson shook his head. "No, wasn't me." Hall finally injected himself into the conversation. "You'll have to excuse us if we find it a little coincidental that he winds up dead the day after we talk to him, which is right after we talk to you. I assume you talk to a lot of people, and coincidences happen all the time. That's why they're called as such." "Maybe so," Bradham said. "But before he died, he told us that you actually knew Andy. You know, the woman we asked you about and you said you didn't know, and the two guys in the picture." "You're lying. He never told you that." "Well, he's not around to say otherwise, is he?" Ferguson smirked. "I would say not." "He also told us the woman is Andy Meyer, and the two goons were Elijah Killens and Adrian Meadows. Anything starting to ring a bell now? No, I'm afraid not. Gee, I wish I could help you. But I haven't heard of any of them before. That is really strange, Hall said. Because as we understand it, Andy brought a lot of people here, and she would always give you a little something to make sure that she wasn't disturbed. Isn't that how it worked? You must have misunderstood, friend. I don't think so. And since it was the last thing that Remeniki told us before he died, there's no one to dispute it, and we have to go with it as fact. The smug, confident look on Ferguson's face had long since faded away. Bradham leaned forward, putting his elbows on the table. You see, Jimmy, we think you're involved in this up to your neck, and until we get some kind of proof otherwise, you're our top suspect in all of this. I'd hate for you to have to waste your time on me while the real killer gets away scot-free. It won't be wasted. Ferguson leaned back. Just for laughs. Why would I kill anybody? You were part of the group that targeted Wendell for an extortion plot. When the plan fell apart, you took matters into your own hands. Ferguson laughed again. That's crazy. You really think I'd kill someone over something that didn't even happen? I wasn't out any money on whatever you think this was about. What reason would I have to knock him off? I didn't even know the guy. Maybe the fact that Wendell was starting to investigate things himself, Hall said. Maybe that made you worried, and you wanted to make sure that your name never came up. And maybe you're just making shit up. I'm telling you, I had no reason to kill this guy. Zero. None. And if I knew any other languages, I'd say it in those, too. It doesn't make sense. I didn't know the guy on a personal level, and I had no business with him. So what reason would I have? Hall and Bradham glanced at each other. The man made a good point. Unless there was more to the story that they didn't know yet, it wouldn't have made sense for Ferguson to knock Wendell off, unless he did it out of anger, or to make a point. It wouldn't have been the first time that had happened. What about Remeniki? Hall asked. What about him? Ferguson replied. He's working with Andy, who's giving you a piece of the action on this deal. All of you know the thugs involved, and he says there's another woman involved. Another woman? What woman? Maybe you can tell us. It'll save us the time in tracking her down. Gee, I sure wish I could help on that one, but I just don't know. Familiar theme, Bradham said. You keep saying you don't know things, but you do. Well, the burden is on you to prove it, isn't it? Ferguson asked. It is. And I don't see how you're going to do that. Unfortunately, poor Sal is dead, so he can't talk to you anymore. I doubt you're going to find Andy, who can say otherwise. I don't think you'll be able to find this other mysterious woman, and those two thugs aren't going to talk to you. We'll just see about that. Ferguson moved his shoulder around. I guess we will. But since all the players in this deal don't seem to be around, I hardly think you'll be able to make anything stick against me, even if I had done anything, which I haven't. Bradham smiled. Like I said, we'll just see about that. Ferguson adjusted his suit, then stood up. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have patrons I have to mingle with and make sure everything's running smoothly. Please, stay here as my guests for as long as you like. There's an open tab. Drink, eat, whatever you want. The sky's the limit. Everything's on me. Well, thanks. We appreciate that. Ferguson grinned. Of course. Nothing's too good for my friends. After Ferguson walked away, the others stayed put, talking about what they'd just learned. He's definitely involved, Hall said. But in what is the question? Bradham replied. Is he actually involved in any of the murders, or was he just getting a cut of the action? In either scenario, he knows what's going on. He knows all the players. That is true. Now we just need to figure out how to know what he knows. Hey, we're not going to sit here all night, are we? Charlotte asked. Are you kidding? Bradham said. Did you hear him? Free food and drinks. I'm staying until I'm about to burst. Aren't you not supposed to accept that kind of stuff? On the clock. I'm not here officially, and it's not in response to anything, huh? And if it's ever questioned, you two are my witnesses that it's not a bribe for anything. Great. Plus, I'm hungry. Hall started looking under the table. What are you doing? Charlotte asked. Making sure it isn't bugged. Wouldn't surprise me if it was. Oh, wouldn't surprise me either. Let's just eat, drink, and have a good time, Bradham said. What about the case? Charlotte asked. We'll start on the case again in the morning. With what? What's the next lead? You're going to take me to see our mysterious friend, Andy. We are? Hall asked. You are, Bradham replied. She might have given you a few leads, but I'm sure she didn't give you everything, and there's a lot more for us to know. Hall glanced at Charlotte. He wasn't crazy about taking Bradham to see Andy, but he didn't think he could fight it, or should fight it. Okay, Hall said. We'll take you to her place tomorrow. Good, because it's about time we start to unravel this thing. 18. Bradham met Hall and Charlotte at Andy's house. The pair was parked in the same spot that they were the last time they were there. He pulled in behind them, then got out and got in the back seat of their car. How are we looking? The detective asked. Doesn't look like anyone's home right now, Hall answered. I should have brought a pile of the folders that are on my desk right now. Could start plowing through them while we wait. Hopefully it won't be too long. Bradham scoffed. That's what we always say. Hardly ever comes true. In this case, it actually didn't take too long. They only had to wait an hour before they had activity on the house. A car pulled into the driveway, though it wasn't the same car they saw previously, and it wasn't Andy who got out. This time, it was a man. He looked to be in his late 40s or early 50s. Charlotte watched the man closely as he got out of his vehicle. Who's that? Couldn't tell you, Hall replied. Didn't meet this guy the last time you were here? Bradham asked. Nope, never saw him before. Well, let's get out and talk to him. What for? Sometimes the best information comes out of people who aren't directly involved. He might know something she wasn't willing to share. Hall nodded. Good point. The three of them got out of the car and walked toward the house. The man had already made it inside by the time they reached the home. Hall knocked on the door, and they got a quick response. Hi, is Andy home? Who? Hall raised an eyebrow. Andy? Don't know who that is. Nobody here named that. You must have the wrong address. No, we were just here yesterday and talked to her. Not here, you didn't. Yeah, it was right here. We talked to her right here. Hall pointed to the chair on the porch that Andy had sat down in. The man shook his head. No, sorry. As it looked like the conversation was taking a wrong turn, Bradham figured he should intervene. He pulled out his badge and showed the man. I'm Detective Bradham. There was a woman here yesterday named Andy Meyer. My two associates talked to her here. The man continued, shaking his head, looking confused. You're all mistaken. There's no woman named Andy here. Well, maybe she goes by a different name. Impossible. Why is that? Bradham asked. Because I live here with my husband. That's all there is, just the two of us. Bradham took a step back, then turned his head toward his friends. They all looked equally confused, but they had to get to the bottom of this and figure out what was going on. Have you lived here a long time? Hall asked. The man nodded. Bought the house 6 years ago. Bought? You own the house? Sure do. Just me and my husband. No one else here. Have you ever rented it? Charlotte asked. You know, like those Airbnb things? Nope, never rented. Well, that's all well and good, but that doesn't change the fact that we talked to this woman here, yesterday, right here. Talked to her inside? Hall's mouth fell open, and he tilted his head as he thought about it. No, it was outside. Well, maybe there's your answer, the man said. Maybe she happened to be walking by and you thought she lived here. Maybe. The team tried getting a few more answers out of the man, but didn't have any luck getting anything useful. All they got was the same thing over and over again. Thanks for the time, Bradham said. Sorry to bother you. No bother, the man replied. Hope you find who you're looking for. So do we. The threesome walked down the driveway and went back to their cars. They stood next to their vehicles as they discussed what had just gone down. Are you sure this is the house? Bradham asked. Absolutely positive, Hall replied. She'll tell you. We talked to Andy right here. Charlotte nodded, confirming it. He's not that crazy yet where we just dream up an address. Bradham looked exasperated. Well, there's something going on here. Not sure what. Could this guy be a plant? She asked. Like someone Andy uses if she's ever compromised? She just gives this guy money to play dumb? Possible? With people like this, I would never say anything's impossible. As Charlotte and Bradham continued talking, Hall looked as though he was somewhere else. His face had that blank expression on it, the kind that indicated something else was on his mind. His head was slightly tilted, looking up at the clouds above them. She knew we were coming, Hall finally blurted out. What? Charlotte asked. She knew we were coming. She had to. That's the only way this would work. I don't understand. She pulled into the driveway. She took her time getting bags out of the trunk and she never went inside. Because she knew we were watching? Charlotte asked. Yes. She was waiting for us to approach. But what if we didn't? Hall shrugged. Maybe his theory wasn't as good as he thought, but he still went with it. Maybe she would have figured out something else. That doesn't make any sense, though. Rankin was the one who told us she lived here. He wouldn't have made that up. Or would he? Charlotte shook her head, more confused than ever. Wait, you're saying he deliberately gave us a wrong address? But it wasn't wrong. Andy was here. Yeah? I'm not sure what you're saying now. If Andy really doesn't live here, then Rankin or Riley or whatever name he's going by today would have known that. Bradham was following along with Hall's thinking. So that would mean that Rankin and Andy were in communication about this, and they wanted you to find and talk to her. Hall nodded. That's it. Has to be. But I still don't understand why, Charlotte asked. Maybe Rankin's got something going on involving one of the players, Bradham said. That could be, Hall replied. But who? Charlotte said. Half of them are dead, aren't they? That's a good point. It's not Wendell, it's not Andy, or he wouldn't let us talk to her, and it's not Remenicki since he's dead too. That only leaves Ferguson, or the woman behind it. Assuming that he was telling the truth and it was a woman, Bradham said. Don't forget the bodyguards. But he told us who they were too, Hall said. I don't think Rankin would need us to take them out or anything. Yeah, you're right. He could do that whenever he wanted. So it has to be something bigger. But he told us before that if we got too close, he'd give us a warning to get away, Charlotte said. Right. And he didn't, Hall said. He's drawing us in. So why? It has to benefit him in some way. That's how he works. The only other player in this is Ferguson, Bradham said. That's got to be his target then, doesn't it? He's helping to give us clues that point to Ferguson, so we step up the heat on him. That way he's distracted and doesn't see the other hit coming. What other hit? Charlotte asked. Hall shrugged. Whatever Rankin's got planned. I don't know. But what if I'm right, and this guy at the house is actually covering for Andy? Maybe Rankin wouldn't know that. Hall gave Charlotte a face like he couldn't believe what she'd just said. Really? Rankin wouldn't know that? Charlotte thought it over. You're right. That's dumb. Rankin knows everything. A few seconds later, Bradham's text ringer went off. The detective made a couple of sounds with his mouth that indicated it wasn't a positive text. What's wrong? Charlotte asked. Nothing, Bradham answered. As we were leaving the house, I sent a message to one of my colleagues, asking him to run the address. And? Everything the guy says checks out. Bought 6 years ago, and the 2 guys that live here have clean records. So, maybe my theory holds up, Hall said. Right now, I wouldn't discount anything. And the stranger this case gets, the more I think Rankin's involved somehow. Well, we're not going to figure anything out standing around here. I guess we should get moving. To where? Charlotte asked. Hall threw his arms up, not sure either. I don't know. Anywhere. Maybe we should stay here a while, see if Andy shows up. Hall shook his head. Believe me, that'll be a waste of time. Andy is not showing up here again, probably ever. I agree with that, Bradham said. She's been compromised here. She'll never be back. She's already got another location in case this one was found, assuming she was actually here at all. I hate this case, Charlotte said. Weren't you the one who said this was too boring? Hall asked. That you wanted something more interesting? That was when we were just sitting in the car, thinking all he was doing was cheating on his wife. Now it's way too confusing. Can't have your cake and eat it too, right? Why not? What good is cake if you can't eat it? Bradham smiled, then bid the others goodbye and went back to his car. He got in and drove off, waving at them as he passed. So, what now? Charlotte asked. You really don't know? Hall shook his head. I do not. I guess we have to take a closer look at the players that are left. Which is who? We only know Ferguson. Not true. There's Van Osterman. There's also Seth's wife. I'm sure she's not involved in anything. Why would you be sure of that? Hall asked. Women don't plot to deceive or kill their cheating husbands? But she has a baby, a toddler, whatever. So? Ask any mother, Charlotte said. When you have children, you are way too busy to figure out how to kill your husband. There is no way a mother of a young child has the time to conceive of a plot this complicated. Hall raised his eyebrows. I'll buy that. Which leaves the others. Guess we'll just take another shot at them. For what? And hope they crack. 19. Hall and Charlotte got in their car, but as soon as Hall turned the key in the ignition, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He groaned as soon as he saw it. He had a feeling he knew who it was. Yeah? It was a man's voice. I hear you're looking for Elijah Killens and Adrian Meadows. Yeah, I am. The tone in Hall's voice clearly indicated his confusion. He fully expected the other person to be James Rankin, but it didn't sound like him. Of course, Rankin was an expert at disguising not only his appearance, but also his voice, but it still didn't sound like him. They can be found at Deer Creek Apartments, room 156. How do you know they're there? Hall asked. Hurry up. They may not be there long. Who is this? The other party hung up, leaving Hall to wonder who it may have been. Hall held his phone in front of him and looked at it for a moment. Who was that? Charlotte asked. I wish I knew. Rankin? I don't think so. What'd they say? Told me where we can find Killens and Meadows, Hall replied. What? Deer Creek Apartments, Unit 156. Seriously? Said they might not be there long, so we've got to hurry. Hall put the car in drive and sped over to the Deer Creek apartment complex. It was a 20-minute drive to get there. The complex had a pretty large group of buildings, with over 1,000 renters on the property. They easily found Unit 156 and pulled into a parking spot, having a clear view of the front door. Each unit had their own entrance from the outside, which made surveillance a lot easier than the apartments that had shared hallways. You don't think this is some type of setup, do you? Charlotte asked. Crossed my mind. I mean, who would just call out of the blue and tell us where these people are? Someone with an angle, Hall answered. Smells fishy. Hall nodded. It does, but I'm sure there's a reason for it. I hope the reason doesn't involve us getting shot. On the way in here, I noticed all these units have patios on the back. I hope they don't sneak out the back door while we're watching the front. And we don't know what car they drive, so we don't even know if they're here. I think one of us should get eyes on the back, Hall said. Charlotte cleared her throat, looking around at the buildings surrounding them. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Because the backs of the building face each other. If one of us just stands there, a stranger, especially for any length of time, someone's bound to get suspicious. Hall sighed. I don't like being unable to see back there. Let's call Bradham and ask him to send a unit over. Hall agreed and immediately called the detective to tell him what was going on. After getting off the phone, Hall let Charlotte know what the plan was. He said there'll be a patrol car here in a few minutes. Charlotte then tugged on her boyfriend's arm. I don't know if we'll be able to wait that long. Why not? She pointed to the building. Isn't that one of them coming out of the building now? Hall looked over at the door and noticed Killens walking out. The suspect had what appeared to be a black backpack in his hand and walked over to a red car, putting the bag in the back seat. Hope that doesn't mean they're going on a trip soon, Charlotte said. We might have to keep them busy for a few minutes until the cops show up. We? Okay, me. Let's just let it play out for a few more minutes. We might not have a few more minutes, Hall said. They continued to watch as Killens went back inside the apartment. Hall got an uneasy feeling, though, that they were about to leave. He had to take action. Once they got outside, he didn't think he was going to be able to prevent them from getting in the car and taking off. He had to keep them in the apartment for a few more minutes. Hall opened the door, drawing a look from his girlfriend. What are you doing? Hall shrugged. Not sure yet. Keeping them busy somehow. And how do you propose to do that? Hall shrugged again. I'll figure it out when I get there. Charlotte rolled her eyes and grunted, not liking that response. She shook her head and talked to herself as she watched Hall approach the apartment. She also kept her eyes peeled for that patrol car that should be showing up at any minute. Charlotte put her hand on her forehead. This is not going to be good. As Hall approached the door to the apartment, he still wasn't quite sure what he was going to do. He figured he had to keep them occupied for 2 or 3 minutes. Hopefully that would be enough time. Anything longer than that, and he might be pushing it. He got to the door and knocked. Seconds later, the door opened. Killens stood there. Yeah? Hall quickly flashed a smile. Oh, hey, how you doing? What do you want? Oh, I just got hired as a maintenance worker here, and I'm doing routine checks on all the apartments to check for rodents, bugs, things like that. Come back later. Killens tried closing the door, but Hall put his arm on it, trying to get a few more words in. Well, you see, I have a bunch of other apartments to check, and Killens didn't seem interested in what he had to say, though, and closed the door anyway. Hall sighed. That did not go the way I wanted. Hall stood there for a moment. He figured he'd wait another minute, then try again. He turned his head, looking for a sign of that patrol car, which was still nowhere in sight. Hall waited about 30 seconds, then put his hand up to the door to try again. Just before he was about to knock, though, he heard what sounded like gunfire coming from inside the apartment. The shots were definitely muffled, so there was some type of suppressor used, but they could still be heard. Then there was a sound of glass breaking. Hall immediately banged on the door. Hey, everyone okay? He continued banging on the door for a few seconds, then figured he'd try the handle. Killens hadn't locked it. Hall opened the door and cautiously walked inside. He stood near the door for a second, analyzing the situation. Anybody here? Everything was quiet. No voices, no sounds of someone moving, not even a TV playing. Hall took a few more steps, quickly coming into the living room. There, he saw the 2 dead bodies of Killens and Meadows lying on the floor, both on their backs, inches away from each other. Hall's eyes danced around the room. There was something else going on here. There was no gun by either of the bodies, so it wasn't one of those murder-suicide options, not that it would have been likely anyway. And it wasn't two men turning on each other, shooting and killing each other at the same time. There was someone else. Hall looked to his left, seeing the sliding glass door to the patio. The door was open, the curtain swaying with the breeze. Hall rushed over to it and looked outside, though he didn't notice anyone running. He didn't notice anyone at all, actually. He went back inside the apartment and started looking around the two-bedroom apartment just to make sure there was no one else hiding in there. After searching, he found it empty. Other than the two bodies lying on the floor, they were kind of hard to miss. It looked like they each had one bullet hole in their chest, probably point-blank range. Figuring he should get out before the cops arrive, Hall took one last look around. He noticed a table with 3 glasses on it. That made it probable there were 3 people there, if there was any doubt before that. Just as Hall walked outside, he saw the patrol car drive by. He put his arms in the air and flagged it down. Once Charlotte saw Hall emerge from the apartment, she got out of the car and went over to him. After explaining the situation to the officers and Charlotte, Hall sat down on the curb in front of the building. "I'll wait for Bradham," he said. "Unfortunately, I know the drill by now." Charlotte sat down next to him. "What happened?" Hall shrugged. "Beats me. Went in there and those guys were dead." "How?" "Shot. Point-blank range." "Who?" "Don't know. Didn't get a good look at him, or any look, really." "Are you sure there was someone else? Maybe they killed each other." Hall shook his head. "There was no gun on the floor anywhere. Someone else had to do it. Plus, I saw 3 glasses on a table." "So who was it?" "I don't know. But it sure seems like someone's eliminating everyone that's involved in this thing, doesn't it?" "They don't want anyone talking," Charlotte said. "They do not. And they're willing to kill to make sure that doesn't happen. Seth, Remenicki, those 2 schlubs." "So who's left?" "Ferguson and Andy. They're the only 2 we know who are involved." "But Andy gave us Remenicki's name. Why would she do that if she were just going to kill him? That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't she kill him first so we wouldn't have a chance to talk to him?" Hall glanced at her for a second. "That's a good point. And the guy that told us to come here obviously wasn't her." They threw theories into the air for the next little while until Bradham finally showed up. "What is it with you?" Bradham said, holding his arms out wide. "Just lucky, I guess," Hall replied. "How do you continuously get involved in this type of stuff?" Hall grinned. "Just one of those people that trouble seems to find, I suppose." "No kidding." Bradham then left him to take a look inside at the crime scene. After about 30 minutes, the detective came back outside. "Looks like 3 people in there." "That's what I figured," Hall said. "What can you tell me about the phone call?" "Nothing really, just a man's voice." "Didn't recognize it?" Hall shook his head. "I did not." "I'll need the number, not that it'll do any good, I'm sure." Hall passed his phone to his friend, who copied the number down. "Kind of a coincidence, huh?" Bradham said. "What do you mean?" Hall replied. "Well, this guy calls you and tells you to come here and to hurry just at the same time as these 2 knuckleheads are getting offed." Bradham chuckled. "I mean, what are the odds?" Hall's eyes danced around as he thought about it. Bradham was right, though. What were the odds? Not high. "Whoever called me knew this was going to happen." Bradham nodded. "I'd say so." "He wanted me to be here and find them." "Or he wanted to take you out with them. The question is, which option?" "I don't think whoever it was wanted me dead," Hall answered. "Not yet, at least." "Why not?" Hall shrugged. "What would be the point? I don't know anything. And we're really not that close to finding whoever it is either." "Maybe you're closer than you think." Hall shook his head. "I don't think so." I mean, if they wanted me dead, they could have taken a shot at me once I went inside, but they didn't. So they just wanted you to find the bodies? I guess. Why? So we know they're dead? Beats me. You know who all this points to, don't you? Bradham asked. Ferguson? Bradham nodded. Seems like he's the last man standing, doesn't it? What about Andy? Charlotte asked. For all we know, she's dead too. Maybe we just haven't found her yet. You think Ferguson's getting rid of everyone connected? Hall said. I do, Bradham replied. That way he never gets implicated. And if everyone's gone, we don't have any evidence to arrest him. What about the woman who supposedly arranged all this? I'm beginning to think there is no woman, the detective said. I've got a feeling that Rem and Nikki was feeding us lines. Or maybe there was a woman, I don't know. But maybe Ferguson hired her to act like she was the one. That way nobody could spin it back to him. Hall put his hand on his lips and started nodding. He was beginning to agree with that theory as well. Ferguson was the guy with the connections, and he certainly was capable of taking everyone out. Now they just had to prove it. 20. Hall and Charlotte had just eaten breakfast. They were going through their plans for the day, trying to figure out how and where to get the evidence they needed to implicate Jimmy Ferguson for his role in Seth Wendell's murder, along with the others. Then his phone rang. Hall closed his eyes and his shoulders tightened. He almost cringed whenever he heard the phone ring nowadays. He expected to hear some type of problem once he answered. He assumed this would be no different, especially when it was a phone number he didn't recognize. They were always the worst. He tepidly answered the phone. Hello? Brandon, how are you? It was a voice Hall instantly recognized. It was bright and cheery, like they were old friends. Of course, at this point, they almost were. Hall wasn't sure why Rankin seemed to have such high affection for him, but if he kept giving him clues and answers without having to do something in return that he didn't want to, he really couldn't complain too much. At least it wasn't the other voice, the one that told him about Killens and Meadows. That was a voice Hall hoped not to hear from again. Still, since it was Rankin, Hall assumed the man had some news for him, or something to offer. Rankin wasn't the type to just shoot the breeze. There was always a reason behind everything he did. It might not always be clear what the reason was at the moment, but there was no doubt that a reason was there. So, what do I owe this pleasure? Just wanted to see how you were making out on the case. You didn't happen to call me before, did you? Hall asked, telling me where Killens and Meadows were? What? No, that wasn't me. I figured. Too bad they ended up dead. How do you know that already? Hall asked, though he knew he probably shouldn't. The man knew everything. It just happened yesterday. I have a tendency of pulling bits of information out of the air. It just comes to me. Yeah, right. Do you know who called me? Not specifically, no. I have an idea, though. Was it Ferguson? Do you really want the answers to the quiz? Yes, Hall replied. I'm tired of the games. If you know, tell me. Oh, very well. I believe your seat is warm. How is that? Fine. Why would Ferguson tell me to go there just to kill those guys? Doesn't make sense to me. But it does. The longer everyone in this case is out and about, the longer it goes on, the more it's unsolved and it's never put to rest. The sooner everyone is eliminated, the sooner he can put this whole thing behind him and move on, knowing he'll never have to worry about it again. But if he lets these people escape, what happens if they're caught with something else in a year or two? He doesn't want it hanging over his head that he's got people out there that might flip on him. He wants to end this, now. So, he's the guy then, Hall asked. In terms of what? Being the orchestrator of this whole thing? Well, I didn't say that. You just gave that whole speech about not wanting things to come back to him. Oh, yes, he's involved, definitely. But I didn't say he's the only one, and I didn't say he was the one that put this whole thing together. Who else is there? You're still missing an obvious piece, Brandon. Seth's wife? Rankin laughed. Oh, gosh, no. Jennifer's a good woman. Luckily, the family has money, so she'll at least have that. Hall thought for a moment. Van Osterman. She's the only other one it could be. I've already said too much. Wait a minute. There are still a few things I need answers from out of you. Oh? What would they be? Andy. Is she more involved than you let on? Not to my knowledge, and as we both know, that is pretty steep. That address you gave me on her. We went there and talked to her. Everything seemed normal. Went there again, she was gone, and there was some other guy there who claimed to never have heard of her. So what's going on there? Rankin couldn't help but laugh, finding it amusing. Oh, Andy, she is a good one, such talent and brains. Hard to find combinations like that these days. Beautiful, sure, but this is California, who are we kidding? You can find a good-looking woman just about anywhere. It's the talent and brains that sets her apart. So, does she live there or not? You tell me. Hall groaned, hating the runaround. I have no idea. Just for kicks, and only because it's you asking. It's likely Andy has contingency plans in place in case her location is ever compromised. That was my assumption. But the guy we talked to said he's been there for 6 years, and apparently the paperwork backed that up. Are you telling me she's had this in the bag for 6 years? Rankin chuckled. Brandon, I can tell you how the recipe is made, but I can't give you the secret formula. That's proprietary information. Yeah, I'm sure. In any event, I think you should talk to Jimmy Ferguson again today. Why would I do that? Hall asked. We've already talked to him twice. What good is a third time going to do? He may be in a more agreeable mood to talk today. Hall was silent for a second. There was obviously something going on that he wasn't privy to. And why would that be the case? Oh, let's just call it a hunch. A hunch, huh? You don't have hunches. Well, as I said, I can't give you the secret sauce. I'm giving you the well. Now you just have to extract the oil. Not even going to give me a hint? Rankin made a few noises, as if he was thinking about it, almost like he was humming. Well, Mr. Ferguson is likely to be very angry today, and when people are angry, they don't tend to think as intelligently and rationally as they do in a normal state. Therefore, this might be your best opportunity to draw something out of him that might be useful. You never know what might come out of someone's mouth when they're mad, right? I suppose so. I guess I should ask what he's so mad about. Rankin started giggling. It's actually too funny, you know. No, I don't know. Of course you don't, but I do. So how about you share? Well, I'll just share the small details. Can't wait to hear them, Hall said. My sources indicate that Mr. Ferguson's bank account is about $5 million lighter today than it should be. That, as you can imagine, is making Mr. Ferguson extremely furious. $5 million? That's a big chunk of change. It is. So maybe you can tell me why someone would target Ferguson like that? Well, rumor has it that Ferguson was in some business dealings with another mysterious third party, whose identity I cannot yet verify. Apparently, Ferguson continued to make some very poor business decisions in regards to this third party, so this mysterious person is apparently taking what's owed him, plus a little interest. So does Ferguson know who this person is? Rankin laughed again. Oh, he knows. It was made quite clear to him. And there won't be ramifications for whoever did this? Ferguson may try, but I suspect his wishes for revenge will go unfulfilled. It all sounds very devious. Oh, it is. Just the way I like it. Okay. Before we part ways here, do you know where Andy is? Hall asked. Why? Do you wish to talk to her again? Well, everyone else in this case is turning up dead. Oh, I see where you're going now. No, Andy is very much alive and well. You're sure? Oh, I'm quite sure. A woman's voice then came on the phone. Hi, Brandon. Hall's eyes widened. It sounded like Andy's voice. She was right next to Rankin this entire time. He scratched his head. Why did I get into this kind of work? What was that? Rankin asked. Nothing. This may be the last time you hear from me for a while. Why is that? Retiring? Rankin laughed again. Oh, goodness, no. I think I'm going to take a vacation for a while. Maybe a few months. That's all? Yes. I've been working hard for a long time now. It's time to take a break and recharge the batteries, so to speak. I'm sure you deserve one. Thank you. Yes, I'm thinking about touring Europe, Spain, France, the UK, maybe Sweden and Norway. What do you think? I hear they're all beautiful places, Hall answered. Yes, they are. Well, I guess that's all I have. Do you have any further questions? Nope, I think my well is run dry. Very well. As I said, I'm not sure when or if I'll be back. But whenever I do return, I'll be in touch. I'm sure you will. Au revoir. After hanging up, Hall put his phone down and sat down at the kitchen table. He slumped forward until only his chin was touching the table. He then tilted his head a little and started to lightly tap his forehead against the table. Charlotte was in the bedroom, but came out and saw him hitting his head against the table. What are you doing? Hall sat up. Oh, nothing. Just wondering why I let myself be talked into this line of work. What? I mean, I know sometimes you're a little hard-headed and you need your head knocked around a little, but I think maybe you're overdoing it. Really? Charlotte finally let out a laugh. Seriously, what are you doing? Just had a chat with our friend J.R. Oh, no. What now? Said we should talk to Ferguson again. What for? Hall relayed the information that he was told. Charlotte's eyes lit up. That man's not going to be angry. He's going to be furious. It might be like walking into a hurricane. Yeah, Hall said. And maybe that's why it would work. 21. Hall, Charlotte, and Bradham went to the club again to talk to Ferguson. They were met by the same person at the door as the last time they were there, so he let them right in. After disappearing to let Ferguson know he had company, the man reappeared and led the group into Ferguson's office, where the boss was standing behind his desk, moving some papers around. What do you guys want? Ferguson asked, stretching his arms out. He seemed highly annoyed. Just wanted to talk again, Bradham replied. We did that already. I'm not sure the point in rehashing things again. I said what I said the last time, and my answers are no different, so if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. Hall had a grin on his face. Looks like you're having a rough day. Ferguson blew air through his lips. You might say that. You wouldn't happen to be missing money, would you? Ferguson glared at him. How would you know that? Hall laughed and tugged at his ear. It's kind of funny. Before coming over here, I got a call from someone who said you were having problems today. This person specifically said you were missing a lot of money. Ferguson didn't look amused. I'll handle it. I'm sure you will. How about you tell us what we want to know, and then we'll be out of your hair so you can get back to counting up your missing millions. Told you I got nothing to say. That's not the right attitude to have, Jimmy, Bradham said. In any case, would you like to file a report? If someone stole your money, the police department would be honored to try to get it back for you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Of course, if you could let us see your books, we can probably figure out how it was done.
I'm good, Ferguson said. There's no problems here.
There are a lot of people dead, Hall said, and they all come back to you somehow, and yet you keep telling us that you're not involved.
You know, I'm really tired of seeing you guys.
He then looked at Charlotte.
And ladies. But I'm really tired of seeing you people come in here asking me questions. I told you. I'm not involved, okay? This is the third time we've talked now. I don't want to talk anymore.
Well, you're gonna talk, Bradham said. A lot more, and it may be downtown.
Ferguson rolled his eyes and loudly sighed. Detective, what more can I tell you there that I'm telling you here? I don't know nothing. And if you insist on the questions, I may have to call my attorney.
Hall sensed an opportunity, just as Rankin predicted. Ferguson was obviously frustrated, and he just wanted to get them out of there so he could get on with his day.
Look, if you want to get us out of here, just tell us something, Hall said. Give us reason to believe you're not personally involved, because we think you are. But if you're not, make us believe it. Tell us something we don't know. Then you can get back to figuring out how you just lost $5 million.
Ferguson glared at him again.
How do you know the amount?
Hall smirked. Like I said, I got a phone call before coming over here.
Ferguson loudly sighed again, then plopped down in his chair. He fiddled with his fingers as he looked up at the top of the wall. He appeared to be thinking it over.
And don't just tell us something that'll lead us on a wild goose chase, because then we'll be back, Bradham said, and a little more annoyed.
After Ferguson sighed again, Hall hoped to convince him to come clean. Listen, you've obviously got a lot going on right now. I imagine losing $5 million can be very stressful. You obviously want that back. If you tell us what we want to know, then we can get out of here and you can get back to that. Wouldn't that be more beneficial to you than us continuing to show up here asking you questions? Ferguson sat up in his chair. Look, if I'm straight with you guys, will you finally get out of here and not come back?
Depends on what you tell us, Bradham replied.
Ferguson put his left hand in the air. Fine. I just want you guys out of here so I can get on with things. But I'm only going to tell you if I get immunity or whatever.
I can't promise you that right now.
Look, I'm not involved. I just want to make sure I'm not going to get pulled in on the carpet, you feel me? I'll tell you some things, but I'm not testifying against anyone. I'm not putting anything on the record, and I'm not putting my name on anything. I'm not doing anything else other than what we're doing right here. Consider it a confidential conversation.
Okay. What do you know?
A couple months back, I got contacted by some woman asking if I knew some people.
What kind of people? Bradham asked.
Ferguson threw his arms out wide again. The kind that do things. What do you think?
All right. Just go on.
Anyway, she says she's got stuff going on, and there's a guy she wants to give it good to. I don't ask for any details. I don't need to know any details. She tells me what she wants, so I hook her up with some people.
Remenicki, Meyer.
Yeah, and Killens and Meadows, Ferguson said. I don't know what she's planning, but she says she's planning something against some guy who she had an affair with, then dumped her or something. I don't know. I try not to get mixed up in drama and whatnot. The reasons, I don't care much about. Anyway, she says she wants to make this guy pay, and good.
So what'd she want you to do? Hall asked.
Find the people that could help her. So I knew Sal, I knew Andy, and I knew the two big guys. So I hooked her up with them. Whatever they did after that, I'm not involved, and I don't know nothing about it.
I find that hard to believe, Bradham replied.
It's the truth. I swear. I hooked her up with Sal, and I hooked her up with Andy. I said, get in touch with these people, and they can help you out. That's what I said.
And you have no idea at all what they were planning?
Nope. Didn't know, and didn't want to know. The less I know, the better off I am.
What about the deal Andy has with you? Hall asked. She gives you a kickback, doesn't she? Ferguson smirked.
You know about that, do you?
Yep.
If she comes in, I let her have free food and drinks. In return, she gives me some money every now and then.
How much? Bradham asked. Ferguson shrugged.
Whatever she wants. We work on the honor system.
Honor among thieves.
Call it what you want, but it works for us. We got no issues.
Is that why she's alive while the others are dead? Hall asked.
I don't know why the others got offed, but it wasn't me. That much I can tell you.
Bradham rolled his eyes, not quite believing him. Yeah, right.
I'm telling you the truth. If I was out there whacking everybody, don't you think I would have taken out Andy too, and this other lady?
Hall and Bradham glanced at each other. Ferguson had a point. It wouldn't make sense if he was taking out everyone connected but left 1 or 2 people alive. Maybe you had trouble finding her, Bradham said. I understand she can be elusive. Ferguson smiled.
I always know where the people are that I do business with.
Like this person that took $5 million out of your account? Hall said. Ferguson pointed at him, somewhat irked.
That's something else entirely.
What's all that about, anyway?
None of your business.
Seems like you must have really pissed off the wrong person.
I'll get it under control.
I'm sure, Hall said. What about this other woman that hired you? A name would be helpful.
I'm sure it would,
Ferguson said with a grin.
But I don't have one.
You're telling us you set up a deal with a person and you didn't know their name? Bradham asked. You expect us to buy that?
It's the truth.
Yeah, you keep saying that, and I don't believe a word of it. I'm well aware of your reputation, and we've dealt with each other before. I know for a fact that you're a very careful businessman. You really think I believe that you'll enter into an agreement without knowing someone's name or checking them out to make sure they're legit? You think I'm an idiot? Ferguson looked the detective over, then made a face indicating that maybe he did. Bradham didn't seem to care. He wasn't buying it. You gotta do better than that. Ferguson lifted his hands slightly off the desk.
What else can I say?
How about the truth?
I've already said it.
I don't think so.
While Bradham and Ferguson went round and round, Hall took out his phone and scrolled to a couple of pictures on it. The first one was of Jennifer Swindle. He showed it to Ferguson.
Is it her?
Hall asked.
Ferguson briefly glanced at it and shook his head.
Nope, not her.
Okay, I got another one here. Hall turned the phone around towards him and scrolled to the next picture. This one was of Catherine Van Osterman. How about her? A disgusted look came over Ferguson's face as he looked at the picture, but he didn't deny it. He actually didn't say anything, instead looking away. Hey, Bradham said, is that her? Ferguson still looked irritated.
Yeah, that's her.
Bradham seemed a bit surprised that Van Osterman was the mastermind behind all this. He was also surprised that Ferguson actually identified her as such. You're sure? She's the person you met about all this? Ferguson nodded.
I said so, didn't I?
You said so. You also could be telling us a load of crap to get us off your trail.
Detective, the only thing I'm interested in right now is getting you out of this office so I can concentrate on finding my missing money.
I get the feeling you'd implicate just about anyone other than yourself, Bradham said.
Ferguson smiled. Perhaps I would. But as I said, I have other, more important matters to attend to right now. I just want to be done with this whole thing. I don't care about it anymore. I want you all gone. I don't want to discuss it anymore.
So you're saying Van Osterman's behind everything? Charlotte asked. Ferguson put his finger in front of his lips.
Yes, but remember you didn't hear it from me. I'll deny everything if this goes to trial. You'll have to get your own evidence. I've led you to the door. You've got to walk through it yourself."
Yeah, Bradham said. "You better be right about this, because if I find out you're just yanking our chain, I'm going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. I guarantee I'll find something on you to bring you down."
Ferguson rolled his eyes, not finding the threat very credible. "I look forward to your effort, except I won't have to, because I'm not lying."
"Where can we find Van Osterman now? Is she home?"
"How should I know?" Bradham cut the conversation short and left the office with Hall and Charlotte following him outside. Bradham quickly got on the phone with one of his colleagues, asking them to send a unit to Van Osterman's house. "You're going to pick her up?" Charlotte asked.
"Sure am," Bradham answered.
"But all we have is that creep say-so in there. He could be lying his brains out."
"Could be."
Hall rubbed his face as he thought about it. "Yeah, I gotta agree. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm buying everything he's selling."
"Neither am I,"
Bradham replied. "So what are you grabbing her for?"
"You told me yourself you thought Van Osterman was hiding something. And I think it's kind of random that he would pick her, of all people."
"Yeah, but
all I want to do is pick her up and make her sweat a bit. Maybe if she thinks we're on to her, she'll break down and admit everything. She wouldn't be the first to crack like that."
"You really think so?" Hall asked.
"I do. And at this point, it's worth a shot. As someone famous once said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take."
"Who said that?"
"No idea," Bradham said. "But I'm rolling with it, so we'll pick her up and we'll see what happens."
22. Hall and Charlotte were standing next to the detective when he got the news. Bradham looked frustrated as he sighed and shook his head.
"She's not there."
"She's in the wind?" Hall said.
"Not necessarily. I'll have someone stop by the office, see if she's there."
"She won't be."
"Have to check anyway,"
Bradham replied. "Why would she go to the office if she doesn't have a boss?"
"I know, but we have to be thorough. I have to say I checked off all the boxes."
"If she's on the run, where would she go?" Charlotte asked.
"Just about everywhere is on the table right now," Bradham said.
"What about her husband?" Hall asked, "or ex-husband, or whatever he is. Maybe he would know."
"Worth a shot. Let's dig into the records."
They went back to the police station and started going through the public records. They found the name of Van Osterman's ex-husband, though it didn't do them any good. He had died several years before that, so he wouldn't be any help to them. "What now?" Charlotte asked. Bradham tapped his finger on his desk as he thought about it.
"Guess we'll just have to start watching all the airports, trains, buses, things like that."
Hall leaned back in his chair. "I don't know. Why run now? If she was planning on doing that, why not do it right after?"
"Because she wasn't planning on being caught. Plus, leaving right away makes her look guilty."
Hall shook his head. Something wasn't sitting right with him. "No, that doesn't make sense."
"Why not? I've seen it 1,000 times."
"No, I'm not saying what you said doesn't make sense. It does."
"Then what are you saying?" Bradham asked.
"Her disappearance now doesn't make sense."
"Didn't we just cover this?"
"No. Why would she leave now?" Hall replied. "She didn't know we were coming, right? And despite how it looks, we really don't have any evidence on her being involved, other than a completely shady guy in his own right told us so. So why would she leave?" "Maybe Mr. Ferguson is more familiar with her than he says," Charlotte said. Bradham snapped his fingers and pointed at her, agreeing with her point.
"There you go. Right on the money. Ferguson told us about her. Then when we left, he called her to give her the heads up.
Isn't that counterintuitive to everything that's happened so far?"
"How so?"
"Think about it," Hall said. "Everyone connected to Ferguson up to this point has been found dead, the two meatheads and Remenicki. But not Andy," Charlotte said. "Well, she's in a different class, I think. But back to Van Osterman. If Ferguson doesn't want anyone connected to him talking, why would he lead us to her, only to have him warn her that we're coming?" Hall lifted his cheeks, confused himself by the situation. See what I'm getting at? Bradham put his hand over his mouth as he thought about it.
Yeah, I think so. So why would he lead us to her then?
Hall was silent for a second, then thought he got it. Can only be a couple of reasons.
Which are?
One, he really isn't involved in this like we thought he is, so he really doesn't have any fear of her talking about his involvement. But he already said they talked, Charlotte said. He set her up with Rem and Nikki, so we already know he's involved, at least on that level, if nothing else. Hall nodded. True. So that only leaves one other option.
Which is?
Bradham asked. He's not worried about her talking. How could he not be, though? Charlotte said. If she could help put him away, why wouldn't he be worried? Hall shrugged. Then a somber thought occurred to him. Because she's already dead. What? It's the only thing that makes sense. Why would he lead us to the woman who's behind it all, who could also implicate him if she was still alive? Answer? He wouldn't. So the fact that he's sending us to her means she's already dead. Bradham stared at him for a moment.
No loose ends.
No loose ends, Hall repeated.
I just said that.
I know. That's why Andy left. What? Charlotte asked. That's why Andy left. She was a loose end and she knew it. That's why she got out of here and is with Rankin. Not because we found her, but because she knew Ferguson was eliminating everyone connected with this.
She knew she was next, Bradham said.
Hall nodded. Has to be. That's why Rankin left. He was taking her with him so he could get her out of trouble. Maybe he's going to set her up overseas somewhere.
Nice of him.
Probably because he can then use her for something later on. That's how his mind works.
Well, if that's all true, then I've got to get a warrant to search Van Osterman's house.
As Bradham got on the phone, Charlotte leaned over to her boyfriend. You really think she's dead? I don't see any other way, Hall replied. Maybe Ferguson made a deal with her and helped her to escape in exchange for not talking. Why would he, though? If he didn't make that deal with anyone else, why would he make it with her? What makes her special? Charlotte nodded. You're right, he wouldn't. Not unless they were romantically involved, and it doesn't seem like that's the case. Hall and Charlotte waited in Bradham's office for about an hour. Then the warrant came through.
Let's go, Bradham said. You can ride with me.
After getting the team together, Bradham drove over to Van Osterman's house. There was still no car around, and after knocking, there still didn't appear to be anyone home. They broke open the front door, and several officers started going in.
You guys wait out here,
Bradham told them. Hall and Charlotte left the porch area and waited on the grass, eagerly waiting for word that Van Osterman had been found. A few minutes later, Bradham came back out. He didn't look pleased.
Nobody in there.
Maybe we have this all wrong, Charlotte said. Maybe she's escaping right now. Again, why would she? Hall asked. There's no reason for her to believe that. And back to Ferguson alerting her we were coming again, why would he do that? Bradham put his hands on his hips as he watched a few officers come out of the house. As the three quietly stood there for a few more minutes, Hall's phone alerted him to a text message. Trust your gut. It was from a phone number he didn't recognize, but Hall knew it had to be from Rankin. Nobody else would send him a message like that. Trust his gut. His gut was telling him that they should check the train yard. If Van Osterman was really dead, that's where she would be. Hall turned his head around, feeling as though he was being watched. How else would Rankin know to send him a message at that exact time? Maybe Rankin wasn't on his way overseas just yet, not until the case was sorted out. Hall didn't see any sign of Rankin, though, not that he really expected to. The train yard, Hall blurted out. What? Bradham replied. We should check the train yard for her, near where Wendell was found. Why? Hall shrugged. He really couldn't give a logical reason for thinking it. It was just a hunch. Maybe because he believed that if the reason for this whole thing was that Wendell and Van Osterman had had an affair, that's where he was killed. Maybe that's where she would be too. It actually made perfect sense in an odd, twisted way. "I don't know," Hall said. "Maybe it's just a feeling I have." Bradham nodded. He knew that feeling. It was one he'd had many times. Usually they didn't work out, but once in a while they did. But he knew it always had to be pursued. "Train yard it is," the detective said. He directed the other officers to get to the train yard to start searching. Bradham wasn't sure yet what he was hoping for. If they found Van Osterman's body, they were closer to wrapping up the case. But if they didn't, and she was still out there, whether dead or alive, that meant a whole lot more legwork. Still, they drove over to the train yard and started searching. Several other units got there ahead of Bradham. Once he got there with Hall and Charlotte, another detective met them as they got out of the car. "We found her," the detective said. "Where?" Bradham asked. "Actually, not too far from where we found Wendell's body, probably just a few yards." "You're sure it's her?" "From the picture, yeah." Bradham followed the detective over to the body. Hall and Charlotte were right behind him. Once they got near the body, Charlotte had to turn away. She couldn't look at it, not with the hole that was in Van Osterman's head. Charlotte went back to the car. Hall took a few extra seconds to look, but then went back to the car to wait with her. "That's awful," Charlotte said. How can people do that?" Hall put his arm around her. There were really no words. "I don't know." "So, what now?" "I guess that'll depend on what Bradham tells us." They waited a little bit until Bradham returned to the car. Once he did, he didn't have good news. "Well, I guess that'll wrap it up." "What?" Hall said. "Why?" "Looks like suicide." A confused look appeared on Hall's face. He didn't believe it. Suicide? Bradham almost looked as surprised as his friend. "Yeah." "That can't be. She had to have been killed. Ferguson's hand is all over this." "Maybe so, but I can only go with what the evidence is saying. And it's saying suicide." "You know that's not right." "Look, the medical examiner will do a more thorough evaluation, but right now, he's telling me it looks like suicide. The trajectory of the bullet, the head wound, the gunshot residue. Plus, there's a note in her pocket." "A note?" Bradham nodded. "Yeah, basically saying her role in everything. She admits to setting Seth up." "But why?" Charlotte asked. "Says they were lovers, had an affair, but when his wife got pregnant, he ended it. She apparently didn't like that and got angry." Hall rubbed his face, still not sure about it. "Her handwriting?" "Typed out, but it looks like she signed it at the bottom." "Convenient." "We'll obviously check her signature to make sure it matches, but she also admits to killing the others." "What?" "Says she killed Remenicki and the two goons to prevent them from talking." "Are you buying this?" Hall asked. Bradham threw his hands up. "Doesn't matter what I believe. All that matters is what the evidence tells me. If the ME says it's suicide, there's a note with her signature, and it's verified, that's what we've got to go with." "Ferguson planted this whole thing to look like a suicide." "That's not what the evidence suggests. And I guarantee you, once this gets to my superiors, they're going to say to close the case." "That's just wrong." "They're going to say what I just told you. Ruled a suicide, a verified note, closed case." "And that's how Ferguson gets away," Charlotte said. "Maybe so. He'll come up again somewhere down the line. He always does." Hall shook his head. "It's not right." "A lot of things in this business aren't." Bradham tapped Hall on the arm, then went back to the crime scene. Hall and Charlotte stood by the car, staring, though not at anything in particular. Then Hall's phone rang again. "Something tells me you're not as far away as I thought you were." Rankin laughed. "Your instincts are always on point, aren't they?" "Not always." "So, what's the verdict there?" "Van Osterman's dead. Looks like they're calling it suicide." Rankin made some ticking noises with his mouth. Oh, dear, dear. That's too bad. I don't believe it, though. I would let it go, Brandon. You've done all you could do. Nice work on trusting your gut, by the way. I knew you would get to the truth. Hall looked around again, not that it would do any good. You already knew about this, didn't you? Oh, yes. She's been dead for 8 or 10 hours now. A phone call then would have been nice. What for? You got to the same destination without me, didn't you? This is why you took Andy away, isn't it? You weren't going on vacation. You just didn't want her winding up like the others. You're an intelligent man, Brandon. That's why I like you. I bet. I still don't think this is over. I still have a hunch that Ferguson's behind it all. As I said, your instincts are right on point. In this case, though, I would implore you to let it go. Why? Why should I? Because I have something special lined up for Mr. Ferguson. Believe me, by the time I'm done with him, he will wish he was lying there instead of the others. You're gonna kill him? Hall asked. I'm not sure. That's usually not my style. I like to torture in other ways, more on the mental side. What are you gonna do? Rankin laughed. Well, that would take away all the fun when you learn about it when it happens, wouldn't it? Believe me, though, the man will pay. For a lot of things, and not just with money. Wish you would let me in on it. Sorry, I just can't. But I have to go now. I'll be seeing you. No, wait. I may have another case soon, if you're interested. It sounds like a doozy. No, Hall replied. No more cases sent my way. Au revoir, Brandon. Talk to you soon. Wait, no more cases. Hall kept speaking, but he soon realized he was talking only to himself. Hall sighed and let his hand with the phone in it fall down and slap his leg in frustration. What's the matter? Charlotte asked. I have a feeling we might be getting another case soon. Oh, no. Tell me it's not from... Hall nodded. Yep, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Not again.